I'm so tired. I'm literally itching I'm like rubbing my eye like a baby right now. Like my whole fist. Like rubbing my eye like I'm 5. Okay. This is my 3rd attempt at recording this intro, and I might have to make more attempts later if I fuck this up. But I just have so much to say in this intro. But first of all, hey, it's been a while since I made one of these big videos. The last one in my head that counts as a big video is the New Carnival 2024 video, which was like, I don't know, over 6 months ago, I think. And I don't even play New Carnival anymore. It's just, I'm over it. You know, I'm over it. It was going kind of a way, they were hinting at some stuff that I didn't care about, and it was stressing me out. So I just was like, well, I'm just gonna delete the whole thing like a normal person. And Lord knows, whenever I lose a hyperfixation, I fall back on A3. So this has kind of been my underlying thing. And therefore my big thing. So it's been several months now of me back on my A3 shit, which I'm excited about. So that's what this is. A3 is another gacha game, so this video will be pretty similar in structure to the New Carnival ones, except the A3 story is chronological, so the main story part that came out on release happens, and then the events that come out after that happen right after that in canon. So I'm just gonna try to do it by year, and I'm not doing the cards. I don't know. I'm hoping these videos don't end up like literally 12 hours, but they might, and it'll be worth it because A3 is just a way bigger, more important thing to me than New Carnival ever was. So for some context with that, I found A3 back in like 2020 or 2021, and I actually found it from the anime, which is so funny. Really liked it, even though the anime is kind of busted. Like, if you talk to people who are fans of the game, they're like, yeah, the anime's bad. Like, it's not good because the animation is really jank and it looks like shit. But I liked it that much even from the shitty version that I then played the game. And then the English version of the game got shut down and I played the Japanese version for a little bit. So it's just been dormant in my mind. The information that I did have from like the anime and the parts of the story that I read on the English version of A3 is like all that I know. But it's been so like important in my life for some reason that it just comes back all the time. But this is my journey to learn the rest of the story and then tell you guys about it. This video is going to be the first year, so the first part of the main story, and then there's like 18 events after that, which is insane, by the way. So yeah, this is A3 2017. Shout out to Yay Cupcake and all the people on that shit working on that. Y'all are crazy. And also shout out to everyone who has ever translated any amount of A3 information, because most of this stuff at this point has to be translated by fans because there's no official English version anymore. It's just the Japanese version of the game. So the fandom is carrying this shit, and they're carrying this video, and they're carrying my life. They're carrying my entire personal life. So Yay Cupcake is the like fan-run wiki/archive website that isn't the fandom wiki, because fandom wiki is kind of cringe. So yeah, those bitches are lit. I'm gonna put a link in the description for that, and if any of you guys are interested, I believe they have a donation link on their homepage, and they also have a link to their community Discord where you can go if you want to get involved in helping with updating the wiki and keeping it running. And if any of you guys listening to this happen to be Japanese translators and you're bored and you want a new project and you want some new autism, I've got just the thing. I have like 2 more things I want to mention and then this intro's over, okay? I swear. So I am just some white bitch, so I'm gonna be pronouncing a lot of these names weird because I'm trying to just do like as close as I can get without having to like switch into a Japanese accent every time I say a name, because that sounds really weird to me when people do that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the music in the background of this video is not from the game, because A3 background music gets copyrighted on YouTube, which sucks. New Carnival background music does not. So there might be some New Carnival background music in this video, but mostly it's gonna be from just other video games. If you're wondering why you're hearing like Stardew Valley music or like Wii music, that's why. So yeah, all right, let's start the story. Yay! Woo! So the homework. All right, let's get into the story. A3 stands for Act Addict Actors, which is a Japanese mobile game made by Liber Entertainment, possibly also pronounced Liber Entertainment, released on January 27th, 2017, with an English server opening on October 23rd, 2019. The game got so popular it now also has an anime, several stage plays, and 2 live-action movies. The English version got shut down in November of 2021. That was the nuclear incident that I mentioned. It wasn't actually a nuclear incident, they just didn't like have money. And yeah, I don't know, it's a game about actors, but if you're here, you're probably gonna watch the video anyway and just figure out the story, so I'm not gonna give you like the Wikipedia synopsis, because like I don't think anybody fucking cares. So, starting with the prologue begins with a flash forward, actually, to the last performance of Spring Troop's first play, which it will be explained what Spring Troop is in like a little bit here. From Sakuya's point of view, which again, I will explain who Sakuya is here in a second, but he's looking at everyone else in a Spring Troop and they're about to go on stage and he's like, wow, like we really came this far, like that's so crazy. And then it cuts back to Izumi's point of view, which normally it is Izumi's point of view because she's the main character. The player character, Izumi, is the one that you can like rename after yourself if you want to, but like Izumi is her default name, so I'm gonna just call her Izumi because, hello. She's venturing to the quote-unquote holy land of theater, which is Voluto Way. So Voluto Way, or like Voluto, is a fictional town, fictional place that they made up, but it's basically like a theater city, and it's kind of insane. Every single fucking place in this whole town is theater based. Like, we'll get into that when we get to the events and stuff, but like, oh my god, it's really funny. So Izumi says that she was apparently here once as a child, but doesn't really remember it, and then she runs into this guy on the ground who's like sick, and she like offers him help, but it turns out it was actually just a part of a street act to advertise a nearby theater company or acting troupe. She steps out of the way as like this other guy shows up to step in and like play the other part of the street act, and they do their whole thing. And then while they're doing it, there's this other guy who like saw Izumi go over there, and he's not part of it, and he shows up and he's like, what is going on? Like, what the frick? And then Izumi's like, it's a street act. They're advertising a troupe, whatever. So they both stand there and watch, and then afterwards, the 2 guys that were in it come over to apologize to Izumi for like scaring her because she didn't know. And the random guy that was watching with Izumi asks if they are accepting new members, and they say that they are, but then he leaves after finding out that they don't provide housing because he's looking for a place to live more so than a place to act. So Izumi heads back on her way to the place she was headed, which is a place called Mankai Theater. And it looks like shit, it's kind of run down, but she's here because she got a letter inviting her to come to a play. So then she's kind of thinking about, wow, Mankai Company, like that's crazy. My dad used to be part of this company. And then we get a flashback to Izumi telling her mom about the letter, which was actually addressed to Izumi's dad. So Izumi thought she could get some more information on where her dad might be because he's been missing for 8 years. So she's the one showing up instead of him because he's gone. As Izumi shows up, she sees, as I said, this theater is in shambles, and there's a guy outside that's like a scary Yakuza looking dude, and he sees her and he seems to like recognize her for a second, but ultimately doesn't say anything about that and just tells her to like get the fuck out of the way because they're about to demolish the place. And then a guy driving an excavator pulls up right outside the front door. But before they can demolish the place, this guy with curly hair shows up and he begs the Yakuza guy and his minion in the excavator to not bulldoze the place. Though, by the way, they weren't gonna bulldoze the place. They were just gonna take the sign off the front and change it into a burlesque theater, which is fire. But the Yakuza guy is like, I told you I'm bulldozing the place if you don't pay off the debt by the last performance, which is right now, and the debt is not paid. But the curly-haired guy is like, wait, please, no, like, we have a new member, it's his first performance, like, you have to wait, you can't bulldoze the place, please. So Izumi is like, yeah, dude, you can't bulldoze the place when it's this guy's first performance. So she goes in to watch the performance, and the Yakuza guy comes in, sits right next to her, by the way, And he's like, don't regret stopping me from bulldozing this place. So they watch as like the worst play you've ever seen in your life starts. This new member is just like a high school kid. He sucks. His co-lead in this play is a parrot. It's really bad, but the guy that's the high school kid is like really, like he looks like he's having a lot of fun and he's really earnest. So afterwards, Izumi is like nostalgic for her own first performance because she used to be an actor, but she sucked really bad, so she quit. So she's like, no, like, you know, that was so good, whatever. And the Yakuza guy is like, bitch, literally fuck you. Like, this is the land of theater. We can't be having bitch, like, shit like this going on. We can't be having bitch like this going on. What was I about to say? He's like, you have to make money here. Like, we can't be taking up this fucking whole theater just for this kid and a parrot to be doing shit-ass Romeo and Juliet. So Izumi's like, what? No, like, he could be a professional with some hard work. And the Yakuza guy is like, nothing in this world can be solved with just hard work. I love him, by the way, which is something that apparently Izumi's old acting coach guy said to her back in the day and then told her to give up. So we get a flashback to that, and then she's like, no, always have hope or whatever, which is funny because she did give up, but you know, whatever. So we find out that the curly-haired guy is named Matsukawa, and he is the manager, and he keeps begging, like literally begging, like shameless on his knees, pulling on the Yakuza guy's coat, like begging. And the new kid who just joined yesterday, he is just finding out that they're about to get bulldozed, and he's like, what? No, like the theater's gonna close. I just finally got my chance to become an actor. No, like it's actually really sad. So they're like begging him to not bulldoze the place. And then Matsukawa mentions someone named Yukio, Tachibana Yukio, which is Izumi's dad. So Izumi is like, do you know my dad? Like, you know where my dad is? And Matsukawa was like, I was kind of hoping you knew where he was. I have no clue. So the Yakuza guy explains that this troupe owns its own theater, which is very uncommon, and that's the reason that it's so expensive to keep this place running. And he explains to Izumi that unless they have 4 troupes, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, putting on plays every month in rotation all year, they won't make enough money to keep the place open. So he calls the guy with the excavator back in, and Izumi suddenly decides to lie and say, actually, wait, the reason I'm here is because my dad entrusted me with the theater before he disappeared. And so, like, it's fine. I have connections. I'll find new members. Like, we're good. Like, it's easy money. Like, whatever. So the Yakuza guy is like, all right, I'll wait until sunset. And if you don't have 2 new members by sunset, I'm demolishing this place for real. So she's like, oh my God, easy. Like, just no worries. I'll be back by then. Like, it's fine. Like, totally trust me. So she leaves with Matsukawa and this kid. I don't know why the fuck I keep referring to him as this kid in my notes. His name is Sakuya. He's the main character. Main character, like, the face of the game. He's not really the main character. Izumi's the main character, but he's, like, the first actor, so he's the main character. So they leave, and they're like, oh my gosh, yes, like, we're gonna save the theater. And then we see Sakyo say to his minion, did I refer to him by his name just now? I'm just gonna give them names already, because I just had a breakdown. You guys missed it. I probably edited the whole thing out, but I just had a little moment. So his name is Sakyo, this guy. Anyways, we see Sakyo say to Sakura that her acting sucked, and she really sucks at lying. So he knows that she's full of absolute shit, but he's giving them one last chance, for real. But like, why? Straight up, why? He kind of seemed like he was on his last legs with this. I wonder what might be going on there. So we cut back to Izumi, who is with Matsukawa and Sakuya. They had no idea that she was lying because they are both bad at acting. So she tells them, like, oh, by the way, I have no connections and we're kind of fucked now. But they're determined. So they decide to perform their own street act, like those 2 guys earlier. And Matsukawa suddenly goes from being like, yes, we're back, we're so back, we're gonna win, to being like, oh, we have no hope and we're actually completely fucked. So she's like, get it together, lock in, like, bruh. So he agrees to help anyways. And of course Sakuya is optimistically trying his best to help as well because he's just an absolute ray of sunshine. Only problem is none of these three are good at acting and they actually all suck. So they do their shitty street act and it does get people's attention because they're so bad. And there's this one freak-ass kid from the audience that keeps watching them. So Izumi notices this and approaches him, and Sakuya is like, oh, that's Masumi, we go to school together. And Masumi is like, I have no clue who you are, but I will join the troupe if Izumi is in the troupe. And Izumi is like, I'm not joining the troupe. And Matsukawa was like, what are you talking about? You're our general director. And she's like, oh. So henceforth, she is the director of the entire troupe. Now, the sun is starting to set and they have one more member, but they needed, guess what, 2. So Izumi ends up spotting that guy from earlier that was watching the street act with her and didn't know what it was. And she's like, oh my god, do you want to join? Like, we have dorms, we have housing. Masumi is like, what the heck, you already have me, why do you need someone else? Like, that's crazy. And Izumi is like, what the fuck, you're insane, like, shut up. So this guy that was looking for dorms, his name is Suzuru. He says that he's actually more interested in writing scripts than he is in acting, but Izumi is like, that's fine, it's fine, it's fine, like, we don't have time, it's okay. So they rush back to the theater, and then we get Masumi and Suzuru immediately finding out the sort of situation they're in, and they're like, oh, like, we just joined, but we're fucked already. Like, it's really funny. Technically, they have 2 more members by sunset, so the Yakuza guy is like, alright, I'll hold off on the debt repayment if you guys can fulfill 3 conditions within the next year. I now have to switch my background. I was gonna put myself on the table in the back, but I would have to zoom in like a lot. So I'm gonna sit on one of these boxes. That sounds fun. Sit on the box. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, these 3 conditions from the Yakuza guy, from Sakyo. I kept calling him the Yakuza guy after I literally told you guys his name. What is going on with me today? The 3 conditions are, 1, they must hold a debut performance for the new spring troupe by the end of the month, and the final performance must be fully sold out. So that's insane. The second condition, they have to gather enough members to create 4 units within the year and fulfill the first condition for each subsequent troupe as well. Like Sakyo said, this company used to have 4 troupes: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. So they need to get full troops for each season. And the third condition is that they have to fully pay off the entire debt within 1 year. So they ask, like, okay, but how much is the debt actually though? And Sakyo tells them that the troupe owes him 10 million yen. And everyone's like, oh my fucking god. So this is apparently about $70,000, but I'm not super sure on that conversion. But yeah, they owe him $70,000. God damn. So they're talking about like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. Damn, oh my god, whoa, that's so much money. And Sakyo makes a comment about like, well, Izumi could like join a brothel and sell her body to make up the debt or whatever. And like, what? But I'm mentioning this because in the anime, which like I said, yes, A3 does have an anime, Sakyo is like super watered down. Like, he never says anything like this to anybody in the anime. And like, also, instead of making it into a burlesque theater, he was gonna make it into a cafe or something in the anime, if I remember correctly. Like, so when I came from the anime and I read this story for the first time, I was like, whoa, what? Like, they made Sakyo crazy. And then I was like, no, they didn't make Sakyo crazy, they made him boring in the other version. So, yeah. He also throws in one more condition at the end of all this, a secret 4th condition, which is that Izumi has to be the director for the entire thing. So she's like, what? No, like, I don't know how to do that, I can't do that. And then Sakyo's like, you better not be thinking of running away just like your father. And Izumi's like, what, bruh, yo. That's insane. So she remembers how much her dad loved Monkai, and she's like, he would never run away, like, whatever, like, why did he leave, blah blah. So she's like, okay, fine, I'll do it, and if we meet your conditions, you have to take back what you said about my dad. God, there's another one of these notes where it's like me talking about something that nobody will understand for another like million years. Really good points though, really good points. We are now in the thick of it. This is the setup, the condition for everything else that happens in the rest of the story. So now it's time for just kind of basically a training montage And we finally get a bunch of like character introductions, and we get to figure out who exactly we're dealing with here. So the 3 people they've gathered, being again Sakuya, Masumi, and Suzuru, plus Matsukawa and Izumi, they head back to the dorms for the night, and then Matsukawa says Izumi can take the room that Yukio used to live in, and the rest of the actors moving forward will have to double up in the rooms because they only have enough for, I think, 6 members per troupe, and they all have to, it's like 2 people to a room. So they have to figure out like room assignments, blah blah blah. But before they can do that, Izumi has to contact Masumi's parents and Sakuya's parents because they are both minors, so they have to get permission from their parents to stay in the dorms. I'm sure this will go super well and we won't learn anything tragic about either of these 2 high school boys. So Izumi calls Sakuya's parents first, but it's actually not his parents. It's like one of his distant relatives or like some other, whoever the fuck was taking care of him. And they basically are like, we don't give a fuck what that kid is doing as long as it doesn't cost us money or get us in trouble. So just make sure you send him to school. So Izumi gets off the phone and she tells Sakuya that he has permission, and he explains that his parents died when he was really little and he's been living with various relatives ever since then, but he doesn't go home very much and he tries to just stay with his friends. So that's the Sakuya tragic backstory. Then she calls Masumi's parents. When she tells him that she has to call his parents, he's like, oh my god, we just started dating and you already want to call my parents? Like, you already want to meet my family? That's crazy. So that's kind of Masumi's whole thing. He's really weirdly, freakily obsessed with Izumi. So she calls his parents and they don't pick up at all. And Masumi's like, well, yeah, they're in a different time zone abroad for work. Like, they never come home. So, bruh. He explains that there's nobody at his house right now anyways, and Izumi is like, okay, well, then you can stay the night because it's so late and I would hate to make you go home by yourself in the middle of the night, whatever. And then they all decide that Suzuru and Masumi will be roommates and Sakuya will have a room to himself until they find more members. Then we cut to, it's dinner time, and Matsukawa makes food, but he makes some like frozen bullshit from the store and it's disgusting. And in the anime, it's actually shown as this like purple goop. Like, I don't know why it's purple, but it's like bubbling and sinister. It's Markiplier's Sinister Potion. Buy the Sinister Potion. Buy my Sinister Potion. But anyway, so Izumi is like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, nobody wants to eat it. It's gross. She's like, it's okay. I'll take this and I'll turn it into curry. So this is Izumi's whole thing. She's, as Yuki puts it, the curry alien. You don't know who Yuki is yet, but you will. She's just obsessed with curry, like really obsessed with curry, which is actually super real of her and understandable. So she turns it into curry. And when she presents the curry, everyone's like, whoa, this is really good. Matsukawa makes the mistake of asking her which curry powder she used, and she's like, what the fuck? I would never use that blasphemous, like, pre-made spice packets from the store. Like, you have to use a specific blend of spices and it has to be blah blah blah. So she's talking about curry forever, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, thanks so much for the food. I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna go. So she's like, well, I guess I can cook too from now on because Matsukawa fucking sucks at cooking. And Suzuru is like, I can also help with cooking because I've always had to like cook for my siblings and stuff. So that's kind of locked in. And then after dinner, they decide to watch an old tape recording of the original Sping Troop. The original Sping Trap. The original Spring Troop. And Izumi says that she'll go like make some coffee for them, and Masumi is like, I'll come watch, and Suzuru is like, you're just gonna watch her make coffee, you freak? So Suzuru's kind of like the straight man. Suzuru being a straight man is actually a really funny concept, but like in the comedy sense, he's the straight man of the bit with pretty much everyone, and it's really great. So anyway, she makes coffee, whatever, yada yada. The tape is of an old Spring Troop performance of their version of Romeo and Juliet, to which the audience gave a standing ovation. So Izumi gets motivated from this, and she's like, all right, practice starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everyone go to bed. Like, get some rest. Like, we gotta lock in. So, cut to the next morning in the practice room, which is where I'm currently sitting. I'm practicing my acting. Just kidding. No, I'm not. I'm practicing my rambling. Izumi has them do some improv exercises, but basically she just wants them to like act out some stuff so she can kind of get a handle on everyone's like skill level. So Sakuya is of course bad, we knew this. Suzuru is also bad. Masumi is better, but not great, so he's like good, he's okay. And his better acting skill is kind of evened out by the fact that he only cares to do this if Izumi is constantly praising him, and his only motivation is her. Also, speaking of Masumi, his parents did get in touch to approve that Masumi could stay in the troupe, but Matsukawa tells Izumi that they got in touch via their secretary, not like personally over the phone. So Izumi is like, damn, like what's his situation? They have a secretary? That's crazy. Cut to the next day. They need to find more troupe members again because there's only 3 of them, and the original spring troupe had 5. So, oh my god. So they go do more street acts, and they try to focus on the like free housing aspect of this because the dorms are free and the meals are free as long as you're acting in their troupe. So instead of trying to be like, guys, we're good at acting, like come join us, they're like, guys, we suck at acting, but we have housing. They end up attracting this foreigner guy who shows up, and he hears a passerby calling them daikins. So he's like, this is the Japanese daikin, which is a type of radish, by the way. I'm not saying a slur. But he's looking at Izumi's legs while he says it, and she's like, hey, you fucking weirdo. She's like, we're talking about bad acting, not my legs, you idiot. Which I believe they also removed that in the anime and made him less weird. So she assumes that he's acting because he just looks crazy, like he's wearing attire from a different place and like he's acting weird. So she assumes he's like an actor from a different troupe, and she's like, we're doing a street act, and he misunderstands what she says and thinks that she says that they're doing a strip show. So he's like, y'all can just strip in the streets in Japan, like y'all are really down for anything, but if I was gonna watch a strip show, I would rather it be girls, which is so just like, what? And we find out later we find out later that he is fluent in Japanese. Like he's just kidding, like he's putting on the mask of like, oh, I'm a foreigner who's an idiot and I can't quite speak Japanese. He literally can, he's just goofing, he's full goof. So this is just an insane line from him. And I love him so much. He's really funny. So he ends up actually drawing more attention than the acting itself because he just like looks weird and everyone's like, oh my god, a foreigner. So Izumi is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, who even are you? Why are you here? Whatever. And he says that he's here to study abroad because he was interested in theater. So Izumi's like, well, I have a great proposition for you. You should join our company. We have free rooms and food. And Suzuru is like, Izumi, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, he can't even speak Japanese. What about his lines? And he's like, it's okay, I'll join, don't worry. So he introduces himself as Citron. Sometime later, we cut to the sun is setting, and they still haven't found anyone else yet. So Citron is like, they say when in a hurry, spin around. And he starts spinning Sakuya, like he picks Sakuya up and spins him around. And Izumi's like, oh my god, the saying is when in a hurry, take the long way around. Please stop spinning him. So Citron puts Sakuya down, and Sakuya like stumbles into this guy who is conveniently standing at like a cork board with a bunch of posters about housing information on them. So Izumi is like, oh my gosh, wait, like you're looking for housing? That's so convenient. And he's like, yeah, like I am looking for housing, but I have a lot of stuff, so I would need a room to myself. So Sakuya is like, oh, I can room with Citron, that's fine. And Citron's like, yeah, like roomies with Sakuya. So this guy is now also in the troupe. His name is Itaru, by the way. He's bruh. he's so bruh. He's like, you can't see, but I'm making grabby hands. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna squish him like slime. We've got Citron, who's insane, and we've got Itaru, who is currently, he's like a salary man. He's wearing a suit, like he's very like adult, fancy guy. So we've got 2 total opposite people here, or so you'd think. We cut to the next day, where Izumi announces officially that Itaru and Citron are joining, but Itaru has to go move his shit, so he won't be joining in on the practicing until tomorrow. And then she says the next order of business is to figure out what they're gonna perform, as they don't have much time to like memorize a script and everything, since they have to put on a play by the end of the month, remember? And none of these people have any acting experience at all whatsoever, by the way. Like, hello. So they say they should probably just use one of the old Spring Troop scripts, which they still have. And Suzuru is like, wait, let me write the script. Like, I'll lock in. Like, just give me like a week and I'll come to practice and everything, but just give me a week. And Izumi's like, okay, I'll give you 1 week off of practice, but your script has to be good. Like, we can't take any risks here because we will not have time to lock in if you fuck this up. So he decides he's gonna stick with the Romeo and Juliet theme because that's what they saw on the tape before. And then everyone is like, wait, who's gonna play the girl? Like, what? Like, we're all dudes. Like, what? So Masumi is like, well, obviously Izumi's gonna do it and then I'm gonna be Romeo. And Izumi's like, no. She's like, absolutely not. And Suzuru is like, just leave that to me. I've got an idea. And Izumi's like, well, I guess that's all for today then. So it's fine. So then we cut to the next day. It is Citron and Itaru's first time at practice. Itaru says he has moved most of his stuff with his car, and everyone is like, oh my god, you have a car? Wow, that's so cool. You're so adult. Like, So Itaru is like, if you guys ever need rides, just let me know. And Izumi's like, wow, like, that's so refreshing. He's such an adult. Everyone else here is a fucking weird freak. I'm so happy to have like a fellow responsible human around. So they get to practicing, but then right at 9, when practice is supposed to end, Itaru is like, well, time's up, I'm leaving, see you guys later. So Izumi is like, oh, like, I guess, you know, he's probably just kind of not super motivated to act because he only joined because of, like, the housing situation, but, like, it's fine, like, whatever. So we've got that information, and then we cut to the day that Suzuru is supposed to have the script done, so, like, a week later. He's nowhere to be seen, so everyone asks Masumi how Suzuru is doing because they share a room, and Masumi is like, I don't know, I didn't really notice him, he's just on his laptop all the time, which is so funny, like, you live in the same room, like, what do you mean? So Citron is like, I tried to talk to him once, but Suzuru didn't respond, and Itaru is like, yeah, he's been, like, not going to college, like, he's been taking time off of his college classes. So they all agree to go check on him. Everyone but Itaru, who says he's been feeling kind of sick, so he goes back to his room, and he also says that he won't be at practice later. And they find Suzuru passed the fuck out on his desk, and the last thing he wrote on his, like, document in his computer is, I did it, meaning he finished the script right before he died for real. So they decide to print the script out before they hold the funeral. No, I'm kidding. He's not dead. He just fell asleep because he pulled like 5 all-nighters in a row. So they print out the script and everyone gathers around to read it. Suzuru is still asleep. It's Romeo and Juliet, but it's called Romeo and Julius, and they're both men. So Masumi is like, they're gay? But they're not gay, actually. Unfortunately, it's just a story about friendship. So everyone reads the script, and then as soon as they get done, Suzuru comes running out, and he's like, oh my gosh, did I do it? Like, is it okay? And Izumi is like, it's perfect. And so then he explains that he drew this story concept from his real life experience that he had when he was younger with a friend who came from a rich family that, like, wasn't allowed to play with him anymore because his, like, parents found out that Suzuru came from a poor family. He also decided to change the ending so they don't get separated and they actually can stay together and, like, run away together or whatever, because he heard that the original Spring Troop had, like, happy endings like that, very, like, I don't know, happy spring themed whatever. He also explains that he wrote each part with someone already in mind. So he says that Sakuya will play Romeo, Masumi is going to play Julius, Suzuru is Mercutio, Itaru is Tybalt, and Citron is Father Lawrence. Izumi says she's thinking of making the protagonist of this play the leader of the troupe as well. And so Sakuya is like, oh my god, no, like, I'm just some fucking idiot, like, I'm cool with playing a background character, like, I don't have to be the lead, like, it's okay, like, whatever. But everyone insists that he is the best choice for being the leader because he's the one with, like, the most passion for acting and stuff, and he was the first guy to join. So he's like, okay, like, leave it to me, I'll do my best. Like, he's just such a cutie. Then after the roles are decided, Izumi decides to bring the script to Itaru, who is in his room. But when she enters his room, he starts yelling at her. He's like, oh my god, don't come in, like, I just lost 2 kills, you idiot, you distracted me with the fuck, right? He says, he gets up in the anime, he pins her to the wall, but, like, there's no context for this in the game, but, like, in the anime, he pins her to the wall, and he's like, I'll kill you. But in the game, he says, I'll kill you, you shrimp. which is so funny. He calls her a shrimp. So it turns out he's a gamer, and that's like his whole thing. He just wants to play video games all the time. So she's like, wow, haha, you must really be feeling sick. Like, here's the script. Hope you feel good soon. Bye. He's not gonna get better soon, actually, because it's chronic. It's actually terminal gamer disease. It's really bad. Invasive, chronic, terminal gamer. So the next day at practice, he shows up and he's like, sorry, I was half asleep yesterday. I hope I didn't do anything weird. And Izumi's like, oh, haha, it's fine. Nothing weird, nothing to worry about. So they get to practicing and Masumi is like, I already memorized all my lines. And Izumi's like, wow, you're good at acting and you memorized all your lines? Like, we may just have an outstanding member. But Sakuya keeps getting stuck trying to read the lines during like the script read, and eventually Masumi gets fed up and he's like, dude, you can't even fucking read. And then he goes to Suzuru and he's like, and you should have the lines memorized because you fucking wrote the script. And also, you say them with no emotion, which also doesn't make sense because you wrote the script. Like, you suck. So Sakuya is like, oh my god, guys, I'm bad. Like, I suck. And Suzuru is like, fuck you. Like, fuck you, Masumi, you suck. So this begins the Masumi-Suzuru beef. And Izumi is like, okay, guys, let's just, like, take a break, like, whatever. So Itaru takes this chance to be like, I'm actually still feeling kind of under the weather. Like, I'm gonna go back to my room, haha. We get several more practices where Masumi is just continuing to critique everyone, and everyone keeps messing up even more because the vibes are so bad because Masumi is being such a douche. Actually, I don't know if we get several more or if it's just one more, but like the vibe is bad basically. And then later that night after this last practice that we witness where everyone's like, fuck this guy, Suzuru comes to Citron and Sakuya's room with a pillow saying like he wants to sleep in their room because he can't stand being in the same room as Masumi, saying that Suzuru was trying to practice by himself in their room and Masumi kept criticizing him even by himself, which is so fucking annoying. And Sakuya is like, that's so weird because at school he always just like ignores everyone and doesn't say anything, but here he won't stop criticizing us. So it's like, interesting, like maybe this is Masumi's way of trying to care. They don't think that though, they just think he's like being a dick, but they're like, I wonder why, like weird. So they like all go, you know, they welcome Suzuru into their room and they're having like a little Masumi meeting and they're like talking about, you know, it's so weird that he's sucks. And Sakuya's like, yeah, I mean, his parents are always overseas and he's an only child, so maybe he just isn't used to interacting with people. Also, unfortunately, he's right. Like, he's criticizing us in a way that's harsh, but he's not wrong. So Suzuru is like, maybe we should just add another practice, like do a morning practice and an evening practice so we can get better and like catch up to where he's at. So they add a second practice to their schedule, and then he says, okay, actually, I'm not gonna sleep here. I'm gonna go back to my room and I'm gonna tell Masumi about morning practice. But before he goes back, they decide to all three go tell Itaru about morning practice. And when they get there, they hear all this like clacking in his room, which of course is his keyboard. But Citron is like, oh my gosh, it could be roaches. So Sakuya is like, oh my god, like we have to save him. So he's like, we're coming in. But Suzuru is like, isn't that the sound of a keyboard? So sure enough, they go in there and he's gaming, and Citron is like, oh my gosh, Itaru is in chill mode, which is so funny and cute. So Itaru is like, the fuck do you guys want? Like, whatever. And they tell him about morning practice, to which he's like, I'll think about it. And then they leave. So they're back out in the hallway, and Sakuya is like, haha, he's a little different than his usual self, huh? And Suzuru is like, yeah, that game is a super hardcore, like, online multiplayer game that he was playing that people get addicted to, or whatever. And Citron is like, that game is called Ultimate Weapon 4, an online FPS war game. And Itaru has his equipment at level 124, meaning he's a heavy whaler. He's super addicted. And Suzuru is like, girl, the fact that you even know all of that shit means that you're also addicted. And Citron is like, no, it's a mandatory lesson in my country. And then Sakuya almost believes him, but Suzuru is like, girl, he's making bullshit up. Like, don't believe his stupid ass. Suzuru also points out the fact that Citron was completely fluent for that little part of that thing that he said, but only for video games. So this is one of our hints that, of course, Citron is actually fluent, and he's just putting on the goof. So we cut to the next morning. Everyone comes to practice, even Itaru, which is crazy, because of course nobody expected him to. And Izumi is there as well, because they told her about it. They ask him, they're like, oh my gosh, Itaru, like, why are you here? We thought you would just be gaming. And he's like, you know, waking up early seemed like a good idea because then I wouldn't waste my stamina. So Citron then explains that he's talking about social networking games, which are a type of mobile game where you have to use stamina to play, but it replenishes over time. And Suzaru once again is like, why are you suddenly fluent? Basically, Itaru is playing A3, like he plays mobile games like A3 in the A3 universe, which is really silly. So then they practice whatever, and we cut to a couple of days later where they're finishing another practice, and everyone talks about how they've been improving, but Izumi is thinking like, it's not good to let them feel at ease here because we still have a long way to go before we're like at the point where we're good enough to do a sold out show. But she doesn't say anything for now because she's like, whatever, like we'll let them have this small win. Then Izumi runs into Matsukawa outside the practice room. He is organizing old play props and costumes, but they're in really terrible condition. So he tells Izumi like, don't worry, I know someone who can take care of the props and I'm looking for someone to do the costumes. And Izumi is like, oh hey, can you also contact someone from the original spring troupe if possible, if there's any of them around, to maybe come watch the practice and like help out the new guys. So we cut to another practice where they're finally moving on from just reading through the script into like doing actual actions and movements and whatever, but everyone's taking it easy, like they have all the time in the world, which is what Izumi was worried about. But then this dude from the original spring troupe comes in, his name is Yuzo, and he's like, you guys fucking suck ass, like you're awful. So he like he tears into everyone, and then he goes to Izumi and he's like, hey, don't worry about Romeo, I'm sure he'll improve, and also you're the director, you also suck, so get your shit together. And she's like, wait, true, like I need to lock in. He then makes like a passing comment about how he wishes he could show Yukio how Izumi is right now and like how fired up she is, and she's like, wait, what do you know about my dad? And then he's like, can't say, sorry, bye, and he leaves. Which is, bruh. Like, bruh, he does this like 3 or 4 more times that I know of later. Dude, like, fuck off. I switched the background because I don't want to have one background for too long. This is the Monkai stage. Welcome to the stage. I'm in the spotlight, crazy style. Yuzo left, okay? So we cut to later that night. Everyone's all depressed because they're like, oh my god, like, we're trash, we're idiots, like, this theater's gonna close, we suck. So Sakuya, the genius that he is, decides that he is gonna go sleep on the stage in the theater because he figures it'll help him understand the stage a bit more. So he tells Citron that he's gonna do that, and then everyone else decides to join also. So they have this like little camp out and they like sleep in a circle. It's like, yeah. And we get a CG here. Bam. CG alert. So, of course, they set up their little sleep, but they can't sleep because they're so anxious and etc, etc. And they're also on a stage. Like, it's just a fucking wooden floor. Not very comfortable. But they discuss, like, all the critiques that Yuzo gave them. Itaru was like, yeah, he was pretty harsh. And Citron says, it's like the pleasant feeling of being whipped. And then Suzaru is like, are you a pervert? So Sakuya is like, yeah, he was harsh, but he was not wrong, which is the same thing that he said about Masumi. But he's like, he's kind of true though. And he said that he's noticed Izumi has looked troubled recently too. And Masumi is like, yeah, I noticed that too. And it's like, yeah, of course you did, freak. But they figured that she probably called Yuzo to like whip them into shape, which she did. And so they're like, it was out of love and like we should take the criticism seriously and lock in. So they get all fired up again and they're like reinvigorated with this passion for acting or whatever. And they're like, we're gonna work even harder from now on. And like Itaru has this moment where he's like pointedly not saying anything. He's just looking at everyone like, yeah, we're gonna lock in, right guys, true. And then they do go to sleep, and the next morning Izumi finds them after seeing that Sakuya and Citron weren't in their room, and she's like, oh, I see, like instead of running away from the stage they decided to face it together, which is so the homework. Yeah, I'm bringing back the homework. So then we cut to Lock-In City, practicing I'm assuming the next night. There's a lot of these jump cuts that are kind of like just unexplained amounts of time. So Izumi gives them each like a specific task meant to counter the weakness that Yuzo pointed out. Later, Matsukawa comes in and he introduces Yuki, who is a middle school boy who looks like a girl, so slay. And he says that Yuki is going to be designing all the costumes. And he looks around at everyone, Yuki does, looks around at everyone, reads them all to filth, writes down some design ideas, and fucking leaves. Literally iconic behavior. Then Matsukawa introduces someone named Tetsuro. He's lit. He does not speak ever. He makes the props and the sets, and he's apparently been doing that since the original, the OG squad. Then we cut to Izumi going to the store to buy a bunch of like household supplies for the dorm because Matsukawa hasn't done it yet. They literally don't have like toilet paper or like anything. They've got nothing. So Citron goes to help, but in the middle of their shopping, Citron tells Izumi to be quiet randomly, and he pulls her aside into like an alleyway or something, and they're hiding, and she's like, what's going on? He immediately explains, in fluent Japanese by the way, that he's actually not a student at all, and that he came here because he was fleeing his country and now he's being chased down. And she asks him if he did anything bad to deserve being chased down, and he says he didn't. So Izumi is like, I'll help you then. And he's like, why would you do that? Like, that's insane. And she's like, well, because everyone needs to do their best for the theater. Like, what are you talking about? She's insane. She's insane, but she's right, but she's insane. So after this, as a show of appreciation, Citron like kisses the back of her hand, and she's like, damn, he kind of looked like a prince just now. That's crazy. She's like, sometimes he has this strangely refined energy. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Okay, foreshadowing. Okay, foreshadowing. Then when they get home, Itaru tells Izumi to meet him on the balcony, and he tells her that he's quitting. And she's like, what the fuck? And he's like, well, I don't actually have any interest in acting. I just joined so I could like save money on housing and whatever. And Izumi is like, if you really don't have any interest in theater, why did you keep coming to the morning practices and stuff after we added those? She's like, you even did the special task that I gave you. And he's like, well, yeah, I was affected by everyone's enthusiasm, but at the end of the day, I'm not made for like communal life and like whatever, and I'm just gonna get in the way and bring everyone else down since I can't put my whole heart into theater like they can. And Izumi is like, wait just a little bit longer. And Itaru is like, what? No, I'm gonna be a burden. And Izumi's like, then I'll shoulder the responsibility. Just wait longer. And he's like, okay, fine. They go tell everyone else about this, and Suzuru is like, what if you realize that theater is more fun than games? And Itaru is like, yeah, right, nothing's more fun than games. But they all convince him to like stay longer and think it over again. So we cut to Itaru about to walk out the door with all of his stuff, and Kamakichi tells him to take care, and Itaru is like, wow, you remembered my name. And it's like, what? But suddenly Masumi shows up, and he's like, wait, Dad, don't leave. And then the rest of the troupe shows up, and they're like doing this little improv thing where Itaru is supposed to be the dad who is divorcing the mom, who's played by Citron, by the way, and Masumi, Sakuya, and Suzuru are the kids. And so Itaru bursts out laughing, and he calls everyone silly, and Sakuya is like, we devised a plan to get you to stay, like, please don't leave, like, stay here. And Itaru's like, fine, okay, like, I'll do the performance, whatever. And Masumi is like, you should have said so sooner. And Itaru says, adults have a lot of circumstances, but well, I guess I can trust someone once again. So he's got a troubled past, he's got lore, he's got whatever. Okay, we'll get to that later. So the next thing we cut to is them talking about ticket sales, because they're like, oh yeah, we have to like put the tickets on the website and whatever, it's coming time to do the performance. So Matsukawa pulls up the official website, and it's busted as hell, like 90s ass website, stupid fucking website, and everyone's like, so this website sucks shit. You need to update that right now. And he's like, what's wrong with it? It looks great. No, it doesn't. So Suzuru is like, I know a guy that can design flyers and websites, but he's cringe fail, he's a loser, he sucks. And Izumi is like, please call him, like, wait, please. So this dude shows up right away, and he introduces himself as Kazunari. So he shows up, and he's like hype as fuck, and he's like goofy, and Citron is like, I'm gonna lose my character at this rate, I have to start doing something new, which is so funny. So Kazu's all excited about doing everything, and Suzuru's like, no, you're cringe, you're lame. He tells him to go home, which is really sad and evil, and Suzuru's toxic and shitty and evil. But Kazunari does still like make the website and stuff, So he gets that done, and then Yuzo randomly drops by again, so they do another rehearsal for him, and he's like, it's not bad, which is a huge improvement, obviously, from the first time. He does say, though, that there's not enough tension in the climax of the plot, and Suzuru is like, oh, it's because of the script, and Yuzo is like, no, it's a directing issue. And he recommends adding, like, some sword fighting or something, but Izumi is like, I don't know how to direct sword fighting, so Yuzo offers to teach it instead, saying that he's indebted to Monkai Company anyway, and he's amazed at Izumi's enthusiasm. I forgot to mention, he is at this point in time teaching at a local theater, so he doesn't like act anymore himself. So we cut to like a week into the sword fighting practice. It's just Masumi and Sakuya because they're the two in that climactic scene, but Sakuya is bad at it, so he overworks himself with extra practice, and it gets to the point where Izumi is like, okay, we're gonna remove the scene because like you're fucked up. And everyone but Masumi and Sakuya are like, yeah, the scene should go, like Sakuya's goofing himself. And Masumi is like, no, because Izumi praised his sword fighting skills, so he's like, we gotta keep it, like, Oh my god, I forgot about this. So he's like, we gotta keep the sword fighting scene, just give the Romeo role to somebody else. And Sakuya like freaks out, he's like, no, you can't, like, it's my role, you can't do that. And Izumi is like, I would never do that, like, it's literally was written for you, like, why would we do that? So Sakuya insists that he can still do the sword fighting scene, and Izumi is like, okay, I'll reconsider, but only if you chill out, like, don't keep practicing, you're gonna hurt yourself, like, relax. And then later, she finds him, Sakuya, in the courtyard, taking a walk because he couldn't sleep. And they have a chat about everything, and basically Sakuya explains that since he lost his parents when he was younger, he's always tried to open up and be like a normal family to the relatives that take care of him, but they always end up sending him to another family instead, so he feels like everything he tries to do is useless. So Izumi comforts him, and he explains that this is why he got scared when Masumi was talking about giving his role to someone else. So Izumi asks why he likes theater, and Sakuya says it's because when he was younger, he saw a play where the actors were so good that in the middle of the play, when the fire alarm started going off, they stayed in character and got all of the kids to like exit like single file in character. So Izumi realizes that Sakuya was scared that another one of his homes would be taken away if he got replaced as Romeo. So she reassures him again that this place can't be taken away from him, and that only he is the one that can play Romeo in this play, which is so crazy because this place literally can be taken away from him. They have to sell out the show, like it was almost bulldozed, like what are you talking about? But you know, I get it. And then we find out that Citron and Masumi are eavesdropping on this conversation, and we get this iconic Citron line where he says, the walls have ears, the doors have eyes, and the shadows have Citron, which is so funny. The next day, Masumi starts helping Sakuya with the sword fighting, and Sakuya finally starts to improve more, which is so cute, and listen. Also, Yuki shows up with the finished costumes, and Matsukawa tells everyone that they have sold 4 tickets. So Yuki buys one, and he takes some flyers to give to his friends, and Itaru is like, oh, maybe we should start blogs, like so people online can learn more about us. And he also says that he can share it on his account that has 50,000 followers, which is funny because, like, for the rest of the fucking story, he's like, oh, I have to keep my gamer life a secret, like, can't have people knowing that I'm a gamer. Because apparently he live streams, he's like a little gamer YouTuber guy, he's on twitch.com, but he's like, I gotta keep those two things separate. This is like one of the first things he does in the story, is post on his fucking gamer Twitter that he's in a theater troupe now and everyone should come watch the play. So later, the whole squad goes out to try and pass out flyers, but not that many people take them, so Masumi starts like reciting part of the play to draw attention as a street act, and then Sakuya and Suzuru join in, and those two guys from the street act in the very first chapter of like the prologue show up, and one of them, his name is Haruto, is like, these guys fucking suck ass. The other guy, Tatsuku, is like, don't fucking say that, bro, you're like being an asshole. So apparently these two are the top actors in another local troupe called Godza, or God Troupe. Godza is like the top performing like theater in the area, like the most famous people around would be these two guys. So Haruto keeps being a douche, and Tatsuku keeps telling him to chill the hell out, and eventually they go to leave, so Tasuku apologizes and Izumi is like, oh, you guys should come to the show. So she gives them flyers for Romy Julie, which by the way, Ichiru is the one that coined the term Romy Julie. Love him. So Tasuku takes the flyers. Later, Izumi goes to check in with Matsukawa on the ticket sales and he says they've gone up, but they're still really low, like below half. So they continue practicing and they're like, we'll figure this out later. And so Yuzo comes in and randomly tells them that they're gonna go to a play right now at the theater that he's teaching at. So they go watch this play, and of course it's really good, way better than they are, but instead of all feeling bad and like, wow, we suck, they all start talking about ideas from that play that they could incorporate into their own play, which is really cool and reminded me of Jack Gian, which I still haven't made a video on. I know I told you guys that my next video was going to be the Jack Gian video. Surprise, it's not. But I will make a video on that game someday. But there's like this whole part in Jack Gian where the main character Kissa is like talking about stealing from other people, like stealing ideas. Anyway, that just made me a little nostalgic. So later that night, Izumi finds out that Suzuru is still awake and he says he's feeling restless, so they chat. And he tells her that he wanted to try theater when he was in school, but he felt like he couldn't take time away from home because he's always needed there to help take care of his brothers because his parents have to work so much to afford all of the kids that they have. But looking back, he's like, I think I gave up too soon. And Izumi says that if he hadn't given up back then, he wouldn't be here and Romy Julie wouldn't exist. So Suzuru is like, damn, you're right. Like, so then we cut to another day, they're practicing, blah, blah, blah. Sakyo randomly shows up just to be like, hey flops, remember the doom? The imminent doom? Yeah, remember the doom. And then he leaves. So he's like, just remember, clock's ticking and you guys suck. Kazunari also randomly shows up after this to check in, and they're like, we haven't sold enough tickets, and he's like, oh, I know someone who works at a TV station, I'll call them. And then he also leaves, and everyone's like, what? Like, he just knows a guy that works at a TV station? And Suzuru's like, yeah, his parents have a lot of connections. Classic. So this person comes in who is with the local news, and they're like, there with a camera, it's already live, like nobody was warned about this, and they're like, it's time to do an interview. Everyone's like, wait, like we didn't know about this, what are you talking about, why are you here, blah blah blah. And she's like, but I contacted your manager. And then everyone's like, oh, Matsukawa forgot to tell us. So they do this really awkward interview on live TV, on live local television. And then the next day, when Ichiru gets off work, a couple of his female employees come up to him and they're like, oh my gosh, we saw you on TV, like, are there tickets left? Whatever. And he does his like suave fucking dude act. So he arranges tickets for them, and then when he leaves, they're like, oh my god, he's so hot, oh my god. So at the same time that this is happening, Sakuya and Masumi are getting lunch together at school, and some like female student comes up to Masumi specifically, and she's like, oh my god, like I bought a ticket to your show. And then she gets all excited when he looks her way, like she's like fangirling. So I forgot to mention this, but Sakuya had mentioned before that Masumi has fans at school already. Like they just think he's so cool because he's so like aloof and like doesn't care and he's hot or whatever. So this is one of his fangirls. And then later that evening, speaking of fangirling, Masumi goes to Izumi's room to ask what she thinks of him these days. And she's like, I don't know, like I think you're doing good at acting, but you have to do this for yourself, not do it for me. And then he gets all sulky and like refuses to talk to anyone for like a couple days. So Suzuru makes him go help Izumi with the grocery shopping. And then on the way home, they run into a couple of like Masumi's fangirls from school. But when they see Izumi, they start calling her an old lady and like making up shit about how she's preying on Masumi and like being gross. And Masumi gets pissed off and he goes to hit one of them, but Izumi steps in the way and he hits her instead. And then the students apologize and they're like, oh my god, like, oh my god. And then they leave, and Izumi and Masumi go back to the dorm. So when they get home, Izumi goes back to her room because she's like, I don't know, I think he needs space. Like, I'm not mad, but like, I shouldn't probably be here for this conversation. The rest of the guys huddle up and they ask Masumi what happened, and they're like, bro, what's going on? And he's just like, I want to be dead. And they're all like, whoa, buddy, like what is going on? And so he explains that he got his heart broken. So he tells them like what happened with Izumi, and everyone is like, oh, so you're like insane, like you're like actually tripping, like you're nuts. So Suzuru is like, yeah, like I've experienced unrequited love too, like I know it's hard. And Citron is like, I've never had that. Girls always approach me first, bitch. Now is not the time. Read the room. And Itaru is like, maybe it's better though to always have your love like not returned, because if you dated someone you wouldn't have any time to play games, which is so real. That's actually me. That's so me. And then Sakuya tells Masumi to just go apologize, and everyone is like, wow, it's like Sakuya is being Masumi's big brother. So Masumi is like, okay, fine, like I'll go do it. But Sakuya insists on coming to watch from a distance because he's worried. Rightfully so, because Masumi goes and apologizes, and Izumi says that she just wants him to like theater for himself, and she talks about how his special task before was to find a performance that he likes and whatever. And he's like, yeah, the performances that I like are your performances. And Izumi is like, oh my god, like I thought nobody liked my acting and I suck. Like, she's not saying this, but she's thinking it. So she's like, wow, like I thought there was nothing I could accomplish as an actor and I could never reach anybody, but if I could inspire Masumi to build his skill, then that's enough for me. So she's like, thanks Masumi, like genuinely, that's awesome. And so he confesses that he likes her, and she's like, thanks for liking my performance. And he's like, no, like I like you. And then he leans in for a kiss, and then suddenly Sakuya comes running into the room, and he's like, no, Masumi, you have to ask permission, you can't just do that. Which is so fucking funny. And Masumi is like, you're in the way, Sakuya, move. And then Sakuya is like, oh, did you just call me by my actual name? So it's a really funny, he's like, wait, you almost just committed a crime, stop, wait, you just said Sakuya. So Sakuya's like, oh my god, like I'm so happy that you just called me by my name for the first time. And Izumi is like, Jesus Christ, that was so close. I thought Masumi was gonna kiss me, thank god. So insane fucking chapter. Oh my god. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna read the chapter titles, but the next chapter is literally called Enjoying the First Time, which is insane to put that right after this chapter. But the next one, we jump to the last practice before the first day of their performance. And remember, the last one, closing night, has to be a full house. Completely sold out show. So, of course, the final performance is not sold out yet, so they're like, fuck. But it's fine. They're like, if we do well in this first one, then people will maybe want to come back, and then we can sell more tickets to the last one, right? Yay! So Izumi is like, I mean, at this point, like, everyone just enjoy your first time performing, like, it'll be fun, and, like, we'll do the best we can, and whatever. So the performance goes well, the first performance. I, like, cried, by the way, reading this. It's just, like, so It's, like, I can't, but it goes well. And they get their first applause from the audience, and everyone's like, oh my god, like, they're clapping, like, we did it. Yeah, this shit was mad emotional for me, dog, because I've read this like 3 times already, and it just, every time it hits, I'm like, oh my god, they did it, guys, they did it. They did it, guys. Many more occasions of this. Many more actual crying moments. So then we cut to a couple days before the final performance. Izumi brings snacks for everyone, but she finds them all asleep because they've been working so hard for the past few days. And then she recalls that, like, the ticket sales picked up again because the original Spring Troop members came to watch the first performance, and they posted about it on their blogs, which is so cool. Matsukawa comes in and wakes everyone up, and he's like, guys, it's an emergency. And everyone's like, oh my god, what? Like, oh, holy shit. And he's like, the ticket's sold out. Like, the closing night is sold out. We did it. So everyone's like, oh my god, we did it. And they're like celebrating. And Izumi is like, oh my gosh, like, okay, we still have 2 days and 4 performances until then, so everyone should just take it easy and have fun. So they have their moment, and then later, privately, Citron confronts Itaru because he noticed that Itaru has been, like, kind of babying his one foot, so he's like, I think you have an injury and you didn't tell anybody. And Itaru's like, it's fine, like, I just twisted it a little bit during the performance, like, don't tell anyone, it's fine. And Citron is like, promise to tell me if it gets worse, like, whatever. And Itaru's like, okay. So I think they should kiss. I think they should kiss. So, of course, then we cut to the day of the final performance. Sakyo comes into the dressing room to lecture everyone about, like, well, you may have gotten this far, but it's useless if you can't keep it up. And Sakuya is like, this lecture is surprisingly long. and also surprisingly well informed. And Izumi starts laughing, and Sakyo is like, what the fuck? And she's like, I just thought it was really funny that you're actually nice. And he's like, what? Like, I'm not nice, I'm evil, I'm fucked up, like SMH. So he leaves. But as he's leaving, he says today's theater reminds him of the past. But he doesn't elaborate on that. He pulls a Yuzo and he's like, wow, just like back in the day. And everyone's like, what? And he's like, nothing. I forgot about this. Okay, so yeah, he leaves. We also find out that he was at the first performance and he's like a huge fan, but we find out that he was at the first performance. We don't find out that he was a huge fan until later, but he is. So now it's time for the last performance. But in the last act, when Itaru is supposed to collapse because his character died, he can't fall down because his foot is injured. So it gets tense and the audience is like, what's going on? Like, something's not right. But Sakuya steps in and starts ad-libbing and like doing improv to stay in character like those people from the play that he watched when he was a kid, because he learned that phrase, the show must go on. So he's like embodying that. He's like, the show must go on, like we do whatever it takes. So they get through the final act, and after the curtain falls, Itaru like sits down backstage and starts to cry, and everyone is like, oh my god, like we need to call an ambulance, he's really injured, like it's bad. And he's like, it's fine, like I'm not crying, I just feel more passionate right now than I've ever felt about anything in my life, so all I can do is laugh, but like I'm not crying. And everyone's like, you're crying. So he's crying, like he's definitely crying, and we have the CG of him literally crying. Touching Itaru moment. I cried, he cried, we all crowed. So then Yuzo comes in to congratulate them, and he says they still have a long way to go, which is like, you know, kind of Sakyo core. To which Itaru then says, well, yeah, we have a long future ahead of us. And everyone is like, oh my god, like, does that mean you'll stay? And he's like, yeah, I found something interesting other than games, who would have thought? And everyone's like, whoa, let's fucking go! So after this, they decide that Sakuya will be the official permanent leader of Spring Troop going forward, and then Yuki, Kazunari, and Tetsuro also come back to congratulate them and say that the play was good. And Tetsuro even talks for the first time, saying just, I'm glad. So he's lit, he's kind of quinky if you think about it. He's kind of quinkish. Anyway, so later that night, as Izumi is cleaning up a bit in the theater, Sakyo comes by to once again lecture her about how much work she still has to do. And he asks if she has anyone in mind for the summer troupe yet. And she says she's gonna hold an audition, but she does have a couple people in mind to scout. And he's like, okay, like good luck, whatever. And that wraps up Act 1. That's my root beer. No, it's not. This is a root beer. What I was gonna say is, this is a cream soda, not a root beer. But then I realized, oh my god, root beer. I forgot to tell you, I named the turtle root beer. In between now and the last time I posted a video. I think I haven't mentioned this in a video. So his name is Root Beer. Thank you. And anyways, it is now time for Act 2. So Izumi throws them a party to celebrate their success, and Sakuya gives a toast, and then we cut to them talking about what they should do for the next performance, and Izumi is like, well, next we have to make summer troupe, and then the rest of the troops. So the next spring troupe performance should be around a year from now, which is so funny because no, it isn't. Each troupe did 3 plays in the first year, because there's 2 more plays from each troupe that are in like subsequent events that also took place in 2017. So continuity issue, sound the alarm, call the police, bring the gun.
He's calling 911. I can see that he's doing that.
Yeah.
Bring the gun.
After the continuity issue, Itaru is then like, oh my gosh, yay, I get to have more gaming time then if we don't have to be practicing. And Izumi is like, wrong. You still have to practice and improve in the meantime, elbozo. And then they talk about like the survey results. So apparently they sent out a post-performance survey like form for the audience members to fill out. And Suzuru mentions one survey that was 10 pages long, but it was anonymous, so they have no idea who wrote it. And I'll tell you right now, that was Sakyo's review. They don't mention this until later, but that is actually like, that was genuinely Sakyo's review. He wrote 10 pages, anonymous Google form. Like, bruh, he's so, don't even get me started. So then they talk about the audition and who could possibly join summer troupe, and Izumi says that she put on the flyer for the last performance that they're going to be holding an audition. So she says hopefully some people who came to the show will like want to join. And she also says that she scouted a couple of people, and when everyone asks who they are, she just says they'll be at the audition tomorrow and you'll recognize them. Bitch, cryptic. The 2 people that Izumi scouted, I'm gonna give you guys a moment to guess who they might possibly be. Put your guesses in the comments. Yeah, that's right, I'm a YouTuber. It's Yuki and Kazunari. Claps. Kazunari shows up and he's like ready to go right away. He's like, yes, like this sounds so fun and like whatever. But Yuki is kind of like, I don't know, like I'm more interested in being a designer than being an actor. And Suzaru is like, you can do both. And Yuki is like, okay, slay. And Kazunari is like, oh my god, this cutie's name is Yuki, like give me your number. And Yuki is like, I'm a dude. And Kazunari is like, well, you're still a cutie. Okay, bisexual. Okay.
This guy better be bi.
Okay, bisexuality. Anyways, Kazunari says his reason for joining is basically he has free time, it looks fun, and he wants to be around Suzaru, gay, and he wants to make more friends. Except Suzaru is like, I don't like you. You're kind of cringe fail. You're kind of lame and suck. But we'll get to that. 2 other people also show up for the audition. Their names are Muku and Tenma. Muku is actually a classmate of Yuki's, but they don't know each other very well. Kind of like a Sakuya Masumi situation. They weren't friends before, but they like recognize each other from school. Tenma is actually a child star. He's been in a lot of TV shows and movies and stuff, and everyone in the room knows him, and they're like, oh my god, that's Tenma? Like, what the fuck? But Yuki is like, who is that? And Tenma's like, have you been living under a rock? And Yuki's like, hack. Like, you suck. So this begins their beef. Love them very much. They're hilarious. So Tenma's a fucking loser, by the way. Lovingly, he's a fucking flop loser. Also, Kazunari immediately upon like meeting him starts calling him Ten, which I think I mentioned in one of the new carnival videos. So this would have been the 2024 video with the maid event. I think Dante's like maid name was Ten. So it reminded me of this. And Tenma is like, who the fuck is Ten? Like, fuck you, bitch, like whatever. And Kazunari just is like, cute. They're so funny. So they all like go up on stage and they introduce themselves and they say like, oh, here's my acting experience. None of them have any acting experience at all besides Tenma, but he has no stage experience, just like TV acting. So like you can re-record stuff and like cut out the shitty takes. So Izumi gives them all like a simple acting task to do, and Tenma seems slightly hesitant about performing, but he does it anyways. As everyone else is going, like one at a time, he critiques them like a fucking asshole, and every time Tenma says anything, Yuki is like, shut the fuck up, flop, like, yourself, what? Muku goes, and then Tenma's of course doing his shit, and Muku is like, oh my god, no, you're right, I'm a piece of shit, sorry, like I'm such a flop, I should just go die, like oh my god. So this is like Muku's whole thing. He's like really insecure, but he always comes up with really hilarious insults for himself. Like it's always something kind of food related for some reason. Like he's like, I'm a rotting carrot in the back of the fridge. Like it's so funny. It's so funny. It's sad, but it's really funny. So Tenma is like the Masumi of summer troupe so far. He's like the best at acting by a lot though. Like Masumi was kind of good for a beginner, but not great. But Tenma's like great, but he's also a douche. So they kind of both have that in common. So afterwards, Izumi of course announces that everyone passed, and Tenma is like, what? You're putting me on par with these guys or whatever? And Yuki is like, you're literally shitty. Like we're all great. You're a piece of shit. And they start arguing, and then Izumi is like, shut up. Both of you, we're low on talent and we don't have time. Tenma, if you're not okay with this team, then we'll replace you. And Tenma's like, what the fuck, fine. Izumi then asks why Tenma even came here anyways, if like he knew it was gonna be just a theater full of noobs. And Tenma looks at Sakuya for a second before saying he came here to expand his acting range since he has no experience in theater. And he says he came to see Romy Julie and it wasn't bad, but it was boring. So he doesn't mention why he was looking at Sakuya, kind of gay. Maybe they should kiss. I mean, what? And then they have to do their like dorm distribution thing, which they first ask if everyone's gonna be living in the dorms, but of course this is a video game, so they're all gonna be living in the dorms. That's the case for everyone that joins. Kazu is like, oh my gosh, I wanna join, like I wanna live with Suzaru, and Suzaru's like, oh my god, give me a fucking break. Since they're all minors besides Kazunari, Izumi has to call all their parents. So Yuki said he already got permission, but Izumi calls just in case. And Yuki's mom basically is like, it'll be good for him to like get away from the home and like you know, get some experience in the real world or whatever. So they tell her to take care of him, which is cute. And then Tenma says that his parents are away for filming and he can't ever get a hold of them, which is another thing he has in common with Masumi. So Izumi just leaves them like a voicemail instead. And then Muku calls his dad to ask, and when Izumi takes the phone, she can tell that he's crying a little bit, and she's like, oh, if it's not okay, like we can, and Muku's dad is like, no, I've just like never heard him ask for anything, like he's never been selfish, so I'm so like moved, which is so cute. Izumi is like, oh my god, he's moved to tears, that's wild. So Muku of course gets permission, and then everything is all set except they have to figure out who's gonna room with who. Tenma says he's taking a room by himself no matter what. So Kazunari is like, okay, I'll room with Yuki, and Yuki is like, fuck no. And Kazu is like, okay, Muku then, and Muku's like, yay, like if you'll put up with someone shitty and carrot moldy in the fridge like me, and Kazu's like, of course. He's like, of coursies. So they're roommates now. Also, should mention, just because I feel like it's kind of important for Kazunari's character, but right when he gets to the dorms, he takes a picture of the place and posts it on Instagram, and it instantly gets 500 likes. So he's like a niche internet micro celebrity. So Izumi tells Tenma that he can take room 203 and Yuki can take room 201, but suddenly Matsukawa shows up to be like, room 203 is haunted, and there's strange voices coming from inside. And he tells them that it's one of the 7 mysteries of Mankai, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about, brother? So they go to investigate the room, and there is actually voices coming from inside, and Tenma is like scared out of his fucking mind. So he's like, we're switching, and Yuki's like, no, we're not switching. And Tenma's like, no, we're switching, and Yuki's like, what, are you scared? And Tenma's like, I'm not fucking scared, I just want to switch for no reason randomly right now, currently. It's really funny. So none of them want to open the door because they're all scared. They're like, fuck no, I'm not opening that fucking door. Matsukawa's like, I'll go get the security guard. So he comes back with Masumi, and he's like, it's the director's 24/7 security. And Masumi opens the door, and there's a dude in there talking about triangles. So everyone's like, oh my god, a ghost! But Kazunari is like, hey, what's your name? And he's like, oh, my name's Misumi. So this is my guy Misumi. He's like, okay, he's not my guy now, but he's like one of those guys where he's sometimes my guy. He's like in the top 5 of my guy, you know? And his room, by the way, is full of like, not garbage, but just a bunch of random shit, but it's all triangular. So they're like, what the hell, this room is a mess. And Matsukawa is like, we should call the police. But Misumi is like, no, if you call the police, I won't be able to eat triangular onigiri. And so he runs the fuck away, but he's like running on the wall and like parkouring around and shit. And he runs to the kitchen where Citron is currently making triangular onigiri, and he steals them, and then everyone else catches up and he's like, yummy triangles, yummy. So it turns out he's been living here for a few weeks already, like since Spring Troop started living here, and he has nowhere else to go. And he's like, yeah, I'm straight up homeless, bro. And Izumi is like, are you interested in theater? And everyone is like, bitch, are you out of your fucking mind? So he's like, oh, theater, huh? Yeah, I know about it a little bit. He decides to join because Izumi says that if he joins, he can stay here and eat more onigiri. So he's like, yay. And then Tenma goes to Yuki and he's like, I'm rooming with you. And Yuki is like, you don't have to. And Tenma is like, shut up, because he doesn't want to room with this freak. So Misumi gets a room to himself. Tenma and Yuki are roommates. Kazunari and Muku are roommates. That's the situation. And they're living on the 2nd floor above the Spring Troop dorms, I think. Oh my god. Oh, random. But I just put like this next note for the beginning of the next chapter is just like me randomly mentioning something that was going on in my life the day that I was making these notes. Oof, I already forgot that even happened. Why did I put that there? That's such a jump scare. Whatever. Anyways, so we cut to the first summer troop practice. Izumi does the same thing she did with Spring Troop, where she has them do some improv exercises just to get the vibe, see if everyone sucks or not. And we find out that Misumi is secretly goated with the sauce. He's actually really good at acting. So everyone else kind of performs as you'd expect. Tenma does well, the other 3 are pretty awkward and kind of bad. So they decide that Tenma will be the leader, which Yuki doesn't agree to, but everyone else is like, yeah, he's probably the best guy. And Izumi is left worrying if they'll be able to work well as a team because Tenma is so fucking annoying and Yuki is so fucking annoyed. After this, they go have a meeting with Suzuru about the theme of the script, and Matsukawa tells them that the old summer troupe always did comedy plays, but Tenma is like, I can't do comedy, it doesn't suit my character. And everyone's like, shut the fuck up, you're gonna do comedy. So Izumi is like, I might just trick him instead of trying to persuade him. So she's like, well, getting people to laugh is a bit harder than getting people to cry. And Ten was like, I'll do it. I have the skill. And it's like, bitch. They do this to him all the time, by the way. He's really easy to manipulate and it's really funny. So they try to decide who is gonna play the lead so that Suzuru can kind of get a good idea of like what the vibe might be for the play, but everyone wants to play the lead. So Suzuru's like, everyone being a protagonist, I have an idea. So he goes and he locks in for another sleepless week, and we cut to another day where Muku and Yuki are walking home after school, and Muku is like, oh, can I walk with you? And Yuki is like, no, people are gonna bully us if they see us together. And Muku is like, oh, true, you would get like made fun of if you were walking with someone like me who's cringe and lame and sucks. So he walks like a little ways behind Yuki, which almost seems weirder to me. Like, let me walk like 6 feet behind you like I'm following you. They end up running into Kazunari and Tenma. Tenma has gotten out of this expensive ass car just up the road, and he's telling his manager, who is driving the car, that he's gonna walk the rest of the way home from here with everyone else, which is really cute actually, by the way. And so when they get home for dinner, Suzuru comes out of his room and dies on the floor, but he has the finished script in his hands. So the way that he went about making everyone a protagonist is by doing the theme of Arabian Nights. It's like, you know, 1,000 stories, blah, blah, blah. This is the like mandatory kind of racist event. Well, not kind of, very racist event. This is like the sunburst fever type of thing. So there's that. I don't know why we can't have a gacha game without Orientalism, but we can't. We also can't have a gacha game without like weird Brocon shit apparently. But that doesn't come in until Kumon gets here, so we don't have to worry about that in this video, but like, bruh. Actually, we do have to worry about that in this video a little bit. I think he does show up. It's fine. Also, I guess I should have mentioned this when Citron showed up. He's kind of the Dante of this game. It's a little bit rough if you like read into it. So just, you know, consume with a critical mind as you would anything else. But there's that disclaimer. So Tenma is playing the guy, the fucking guy, and Yuki is playing the wife that's trying not to get beheaded or whatever, and the other three are playing like the main characters of some of the stories within the story. And then after they figure out the roles for this and they read the script and they're like, slay, Matsukawa brings them an old tape he found of one of the old summer troops rehearsals, but they don't have the right player to play the tape, so Kazunari is like, oh, I know a guy, like, leave this up to me. So we have that in our back pocket for later. So then we cut to Izumi and Muku going to the store for curry ingredients, of course, and on the way back, Izumi is like, you're stronger than you look, like carrying all these heavy bags and stuff. And Muku explains that he was actually on the track team back in the day, but he had to quit due to an injury. And they end up, of course, running into a couple people from Muku's old track team. And they ask like what he's been up to and how he's doing now, and it's a pretty awkward interaction. And then after they leave, Muku explains that he was the ace of the team, and he had actually joined because his favorite shoujo manga protagonist is the ace of a track team too, so he wanted to be just like him. But Muku says that his teammates would probably laugh at him now if they knew he was doing theater and like whatever, because the reason he wanted to try theater is so he could act as a prince someday. Similar reasons to joining the track team. And Izumi's like, don't be embarrassed, like you should invite them to the performance and whatever. And he's like, oh, I don't know, like scary, but he thinks about it. And then we cut to them doing their first read through of the script, but a couple of them keep like fumbling lines similar to how Sakuya used to, and Tenma keeps yelling at them, which of course makes them fumble their lines even more because they're worried about getting yelled at. At the end of practice, he's so fed up, Tenma is so fed up that he's like, I'm practicing by myself from now on. And Izumi is like, Tenma, you're the leader, you have to lead. And then he storms out. And after he storms out, Muku starts being like self-deprecating again, so Misumi gives him this little triangle eraser to cheer him up, and Muku's just like, oh, thanks, which is so cute. Like, if you can distract Muku from his thought spirals for even a second, he's like immediately fine, which is hilarious. So we switch to Tenma's point of view outside, brooding about the cringe failness of his teammates, and Sakuya happens to come out while Tenma is out there, and so Tenma asks him like what Sakuya did as the leader to get the troop to unify and like whatever and like lock in. And Sakuya's like, I didn't really do anything special, but we did like have a sleepover on the stage at one point, and then we started getting along better. And Tenma's like, what the foink? What the foink? What the foink? Tenma's like, what the fuck? That's it? Like, what's the point of getting along? Like, blah blah blah. And Sakuya's like, well, if you want to do your best for the performance, you have to get along well so that you can read everyone's moves on stage and like have good chemistry and stuff. And Tenma is like, well, you're not wrong. Like, you guys did have good chemistry at your performance and like whatever. So he's like, okay, I'll try that. And also, I'm gonna come to you for advice if I need anything else. Okay, all right. Gay a little bit. Okay. So Tenma goes to Izumi's room and he's like, I did it. I found a way to bring everyone together. And Izumi's like, what? And Tenma's like, isn't that what you asked me to do? And she's like, well, yeah, but you suck. I didn't think you were actually gonna do it. I don't remember what she actually says. It's like, you know, she's just surprised. But his idea basically is like everyone should have a sleepover. And Izumi's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And Tenma's like, I did research. Like, it's a good idea. Come on. So they end up going on a camping trip. So instead of sleeping on the stage like weird freaks, they are sleeping in a suite. Like, they have rented a house, like a vacation house. Allow me to change the background. I have to remember, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Put my little ass on the counter. Doink. Okay, here I am. Welcome to the lounge of the place that they rented. Look at this. Isn't this crazy, by the way? I'm assuming this is Tenma money that's talking, because there's no way they spent money on a place like this while they still have $70,000 of debt to pay off. So when they get there and they start practicing in their newer, slightly fancier practice room, Tenma is once again critiquing people, but instead of just being like, you're bad, you suck, he's giving them actual advice, like this line should be more cheerful because of the context, or like actual advice, actual critique, not just like being an asshole. So Izumi notices this, and then she kind of lets him take the lead on directing them more for practice as a way to basically let him practice leading, which is cool. And then partway through this practice, they're all kind of wondering about some more of the context around the original story, but Suzuru isn't there to answer their questions. So Muku is like, I actually read the entire original book in like one day, so here's the context. And everyone's like, wow, this guy be knowing shit. Also, isn't the original book like 1,000,000 pages long? And he's like, haha, yeah, I'd just be reading things. Crazy. So he fills them in on a little bit more of the context, and then they continue practicing, and Tenma does get better at being a little bit nicer to people during practice, but then after practice, Izumi has them cook dinner together, and Tenma starts yelling at them about like cooking the rice properly and shit, and then everyone that tries to tell him to calm down gets like insulted to their face until Tenma inevitably storms off again. So he's saying shit like Kazunari's like, dude, like chill, and he's like, you can't even have opinions, like you just kiss everyone's ass, fuck you, like I'm not taking that shit from you. And everyone's like, dog, like, yo. And Misumi's like, yo, calm down. He's like, you're a fucking freak.
Why do you keep jumping all the time? You fucking freak! You're a freak!
So he's outside pouting on the stairs, and Izumi goes to talk to him, and he talks about everyone and like their weaknesses, but he also mentions some of their strengths, and that they'll be way better if they can overcome these like specific issues. And Izumi is like, yeah, see, you don't have to be mean to convey that. You can also be nice. So she tells Tenma to apologize to everyone tomorrow and literally just tell them these things, like these constructive criticism. And she's like, you're the leader, right? You can at least do that much. And Tenma's like, of course I can. And she's like, easy. She also tells him that she thinks picking him as the leader was a good choice, which is an interesting opinion to have based on the evidence. So of course the next day, Tenma does apologize, but in the way of just like at the beginning of practice, he's like, sorry about yesterday, guys. All right, that's it. Let's practice now. But then he starts giving pointers followed by compliments. So he'll be like, okay, you're bad at this and here's why, but also you're getting better at this. So it makes it easier for people to be like, okay, he's right. And also he complimented me, slay, and it catches everyone off guard as well. They're like, what the fuck happened to this guy? Like, what? And then they have dinner together again after practice. And Izumi has a little chat with Yuki, where Yuki is like, I hate to admit it, but that dumbass is right, but only about the acting pointers, not anything else, which is so silly. Anyways, so the next night, I think, Matsukawa brings them a box of fireworks, and he's like, when you're camping, like, you gotta make memories and whatever. So everyone's like, oh my gosh, yippee, playing with fireworks. And Tenma is like, I've never, like, seen fireworks. I've only like played with sparklers before for like movie shoots. So everyone pranks him into thinking the fireworks are gonna like launch right at his head and explode on him and stuff. Muku is like, oh my gosh, this feels like a school trip. And Tenma is like, I've never been on one because I've always been too busy with work. And Misumi is like, I've also never been on a school trip because like we didn't have enough money or something when I was growing up. So Yuki asks if Misumi ever like returns to his home in between living in random places. And Misumi is like, no, I have never gone back there once. So he has, of course, a dark tragic past that we will learn more about later. So Kazunari is like, we should make extra memories because you guys don't have any like this, so we should like be extra silly, which is so cute. And he says something about them being friends, and Tenma is like, well, we're not just fellow troop members, but it's not like we're friends yet. Me when I lie. After the fireworks, they all go take a bath together, and before they get out of the bath, Kazunari says he's doing something important on his phone. Turns out he was sending a message to Izumi being like, just got out of the bath, jail, call the police, bring the gun. He says it's one of his 150 secret love techniques, specifically number 25. So he tells everyone that like sending sexy messages to people that you like makes women imagine how sexy you look in the bath and like whatever. And so he's like, let's all try it, let's all do it. So everyone starts like sending Izumi messages like, just got out of the bath. And it's like, what? I just can't imagine like being Izumi and being like, just randomly getting all these messages and being like, why are these like middle school boys trying to flirt? Not to mention Kazunari, like, hello, like, ew. So we cut to Izumi's point of view, getting these messages, and she's like, oh, okay, like they're just trying to tell me that the bath is open so I can go take my bath, which is so cute. She's so funny. I love to imagine that Izumi is actually a lesbian and she just has no interest in any of these guys, because of course this game has to have a bunch of fan service in it, but it is kind of like mentioned in the story that most of these guys have crushes on Izumi, but she just doesn't fucking care. So yeah, back to what I was actually saying. Izumi sees like Kazunari's message and she's like, okay, like he's just telling me it's open, like I can go take my bath. And then she sees all the rest of them and she's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are they all texting me? And then we cut back to Spring Troop, hello. We cut back to Summer Troop point of view, and they're all in like the communal bedroom. They all have a bedroom together, but Izumi of course has her own room somewhere else. But they're all like still awake, and so Kazunari asks them if they have girlfriends or anything, and all of them say no except for Misumi, who says he thinks he doesn't have one, which is so funny and fire as fuck, and he's great. So Kazu is like, we should go to like a singles mixer or like hold a singles mixer, and he asks if Yuki wants to go, and Yuki's like, no, but just to be clear, I like girls, okay, I'm not gay. And then Kazunari starts talking about like, I wonder if Izumi has a boyfriend, like whatever, and he's like, I'll go after her if she doesn't. And Misumi is like, I'll go after her too. And Yuki is like, you should marry a triangle. And Misumi is like, director sometimes looks like a triangle to me, which is like so funny. They start like pondering what kind of guy they think Izumi would like, and Tenma is like, what about Masumi from Spring Troop? And Yuki is like, oh yeah, the psycho stalker. Upon bringing up Masumi, Misumi is like, oh, he gave me a triangle once, so I'll let him have her, which is so classic. After this, we cut back to them being at the regular old practice room, whatever, back at the regular dorm. So allow me to switch my background back. Welcome to Izumi's room. We're back at the regular old practice room. And Yuzo comes in and everyone is like, who's this old fucking fart? Misumi is like, oh, I think I've met that guy before. I think he's my triangle friend. But of course, nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about. Tenma is like, oh, that's the guy that came in and like shit on Spring Troop. Like I heard about him from Sakuya. So he tells everyone to brace themselves and do their best at practice, which is cute. Yuzo says that they're definitely better than Spring Troop, but they aren't funny at all, which is not good since the genre they're trying to do is comedy. He says especially Tenma is unfunny, but instead of being like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to, like Tenma usually would, he's like, can you tell me more about that? He's like getting his ego in check a little bit so he can be a better actor, which is very swag and character development of him. So Tenma is like, as the leader, I think we should have like a meeting after this to talk about everything that Yuzo said and figure out how to make it better. And they're all like, okay, word, we'll have a meeting. And so Izumi is like, oh, I wonder if they aren't as affected by Yuzo because they were so used to getting yelled at by Tenma, which is so sad, but kind of real and kind of hilarious. Yuzo makes a passing comment about how this gang reminds him of the original Summer Troop, and Yuki is like, was the original Summer Troop a bunch of fucking weirdos too? Which is so funny. And then, upon finding out that Misumi's family name, aka last name, is Ikaruga, Yuzo is like, wait, could it be? But of course, in typical Yuzo fashion, does not expand on this, and he just fucking leaves. So we cut to after the Summer Troop meeting to evaluate the situation. Yuki says that Tenma's costume is done and has him try it on to make sure that it's the right size. And Tenma is like, wow, this is amazing. When the fuck did you make this? And Yuki is like, oh, just between practice. And Tenma's like, dude, whoa, like that's crazy. So this is a rare Tenma being nice to Yuki moment. Tenma also later compliments Kazunari on the key visual that he made for the thing. Kazunari's making all of the like website updates, the pamphlets, the posters, that kind of stuff. So we cut to more practicing on another unspecified day later. Sakyo randomly sneaks in to watch the practice, and then he gives Izumi another 1 million hour long lecture, of which she hears maybe half and then just completely zones out, which is really funny. After he leaves, Kazunari brings in the tape deck that they needed to watch that old Summer Troop practice thing from before, so they watch it. And of course, Yukio, Izumi's dad, is directing the practice because he was the director of the original generation of Mankai Company. He's in the video, and she's like, oh, that's my dad. And everyone's like, that's your dad? Whoa, like that's crazy. So she gets a little teary-eyed seeing him after so long, and Misumi gives her a triangle to cheer her up, which is cute. They finish watching the tape, and they're like, wow, those guys look like they were having so much fun, but now all of them are gone, and like, who knows what even happened. And Tenma is like, guys, we're not gonna be like that, right? I'm sick, I'm ill, I'm not good. He's already attached, but of course he won't admit it, but he will, because that's basically admitting it. But like, bruh. As Summer Troop is talking about like, no, like we're gonna keep going and we're gonna save the theater and like that's never gonna happen to us, blah blah blah, Izumi is fondly watching this interaction, but then she looks back at the TV and notices there's a little boy in a school uniform in the background of the video watching the practice, and she sees these two moles, distinctive moles on his face, and she's like, wait a second, that looks kind of familiar, dog. It looks a little familiar to me personally. We will get back to this later. We cut to an unspecified amount of time later. All of the costumes are now finished, and they are doing a photo shoot for the posters and flyers and stuff. Kazunari has also said that Matsukawa is banned from taking pictures because the pictures he took for Romy Julie were like 2 pixels, blurry, awful, bad. So Suzuru has called in a guy he knows from school named Omi to take the pictures. Omi is in the photography club at the university that him and Suzuru go to. After the photo shoot, Omi asks if Izumi could like show him around the theater, and she's like, yeah, of course, like for sure. So they get to the theater and she asks him if he's interested in acting, and he says he is, but it's more like a friend of his than it is him. And so she's like, oh, is your friend in theater or something? And he's like, no, but kinda, but I'd like to consider trying it myself. So she gives him a ticket to their show and thanks him for taking the pictures. Then later at dinner, Kazunari comes in to tell them that he updated the website again, but before he publishes it, Tenma tells him to take his picture off and his name off because he doesn't want the play to be popular just because he's famous from elsewhere. But everyone is like, what? Like, the ticket sales are gonna go way down if nobody knows that you're here. Like, that's so stupid. But Tenma is like, it just feels wrong. Like, I don't know, just don't do it. And everyone's like, okay, fine. Like, we'll take it off the website. So they take that off the website, they publish the pictures and everything, it looks pretty lit, and then we cut to Yuki and Muku out on the street passing out flyers, and they hear passers-by talking about Godza, the like famous people troupe from earlier, and apparently they're doing a street act nearby, so they go to check it out, and it is the same two guys, Tasuku and Haruto, the same like two lead actor guys as per usual. They are advertising their play by doing street acts as per usual, but also they're doing a little bit of like fan service flirting kind of shit afterwards. So Yuki is like seeing this and he's like, ew. And Haruto is like, who said ew? Who's the one that said ew? He's like, I can hear you, like you just said ew. And Yuki is like, well, I admire you for flirting with fans to sell tickets even though you're from a popular company. And Haruto's like, what? Like, you can't say that shit to me. And then some fucking dude comes out and he's like, what's with all the ruckus? Like, whatever. It's Rennie, the manager slash director of Godza. He comes up to Yuki and he's like, oh, is Haruto causing problems? And Yuki is like, not really. And then Rennie apologizes on behalf of Haruto and he's like, sorry, he's just a bit hot-blooded, like, don't worry, whatever. And then he asks about the flyers that Yuki and Muku are holding. So Muku gives him a flyer and Rennie notices that it's for Mankai Company and he's like, oh, that company. And he rips the flyer to shreds and tosses it on the ground in front of them and tells Haruto and Tasuku to leave. Tasuku to leave with him. So they both leave. And it's so funny because, like, I get it. He has, like, lore with Mankai Company or whatever. But it is so funny that he's, like, 50 years old. He's, like, 50, by the way. Beefing with 15-year-olds in the street. Like, oh, your little amateur play? Fuck you. Fuck you little gay kids and your weird-ass theater troupe. It's really funny. Yuki and Muku, of course, keep passing out flyers, and they run into a couple of Yuki's classmates who keep saying rude shit about him and, like, how he cross-dresses and stuff, and Yuki is like, we're handing out flyers for a play, and then he steals Haruto's tactic and says a line from the play in kind of a flirty way directed at one of these bullies. There's two of them. So Yuki says the line to, like, one of the two, and then both of them are like, whoa. And they're like, okay, we'll go, I guess. They get in one last little insult by being like, we'll go to your play as long as it's not a cross-dressing play, whatever. But they do take flyers and then they leave. And Muku is like, oh my god, Yuki, you're so cool for, like, standing up to them and, like, literally giving them flyers even though they're fucking harassing you. And Yuki just pulls him into a hug and starts crying on Muku's shoulder. Bruh. Crying IRL. We get a CG here, by the way. Yuki crying CG. Bruh. So Muku keeps reassuring him that he's cool, and Yuki is like, I get it already, shut up. Like, it's fine. They're so slay. Bruh. So we cut to a week before opening day. They've made a plan to sell the remaining tickets by dividing them between the members, so they each have like 10 tickets to sell. Kazunari has sold all of his because he has a million friends and connections. Muku has 3 left. The rest went to the track team like Izumi told him to do. Misumi has 8 left. He sold his 2 to a couple of old people from nearby that he's friends with. Kazunari says that he'll, like, take some of the leftover ones from other people and sell them because he still obviously has more friends to go around. And Tenma is like, I haven't sold a single one. And Yuki is like, oh, so you have no friends. Like, you're a fucking loser. You just have business connections. And Tenma's like, what? No, nobody said that. And then we cut to a later practice. They're practicing a certain action scene, and Tenma is like, I don't know, we might want to leave this out because it kind of negatively affects the overall balance of the play. But Izumi is like, well, it's the only scene where Misumi can, like, really shine because he's good at the physical action stuff, so they should probably leave it in. And so everyone kind of shares their thoughts about it, and then it gets to Kazunari's turn to share his thoughts, and he's like, oh, I don't know, like, it's good either way, like, everyone else should decide. And Tenma is like, no, like, share your opinion. And Kazu's like, no, it's, like, cool, it's, like, good either way. And Tenma's like, no, like, what's your thoughts? Like, we want to know your opinion, like, tell us your opinion. And Kazunari just won't do it. So they're, like, beefing. Then later that night, Kazu goes to Izumi's room, which I'm in. Hey. and he shows her the poster he made for the play, but he also wants to discuss the issue with sharing his opinions about stuff. So he tells her that he actually didn't have any friends until middle school because all he wanted to do was study, but eventually he decided that he needed to make more friends. So in order to do that, he would just always say what people wanted to hear instead of actually sharing his own opinions. So now he's kind of stuck in that, and he's always scared of saying something wrong and ending up alone. But since he started to practice with everyone here, he's been thinking that maybe he shouldn't be like this anymore. So he says he's going to change starting tomorrow, and he'll start like sharing his opinions. And as he's on the way out the door, he says, "I'll do my best to make Director Chan fall in love with me." And Izumi says, "I'm not falling for you anyways." Which is so funny and cute, and I love her. So sure enough, the next day he shares his opinions about the action scene, and they have a great practice until Igawa, which is the name of Tenma's manager, who by the way is like 20 or something, comes running in to inform Tenma that his parents found out about the play. And Izumi is like, "What? I literally called them before. They already knew Tenma was here. What are you talking about?" And Igawa is like, actually, you called me." And Tenma is like, "Well, he's basically my guardian anyway, so it's fine." But Izumi is like, "No, it's literally not. Like, what?" So, apparently, Tenma's dad is now pissed off because Tenma refused a movie offer to do this play, and his dad thinks that this is a terrible move, and he should prioritize the movie. And so Igawa says that Tenma's dad threatened to come and take him home if he doesn't come home himself. So Tenma is like, "Fine, I'll go home and persuade him properly myself." So he reassures everyone that he'll definitely be there to perform and tells them to wait for him, and then he leaves. Literally, bruh. Like, bruh. Tenma got kidnapped. Kind of. We cut to like however many days later. They still haven't heard from Tenma, but Kazunari comes rushing in to tell them that Tenma posted on his blog for the first time in a while announcing that he's in the play. So they immediately sell out of all the tickets, and it's all over different news outlets, and Muku is like, "Oh my god, but he told us not to put it on the thing, what's going on?" And Kazunari is like, "It's a strategic move, because if he reveals it to the public, then his dad can't force him to quit because everyone's already expecting him to be here." Which is crazy big brain moves from Tenma, and he's a little shit, which I love. So then we cut to the like day before their dress rehearsal, I think. Tenma finally goes back to the dorms. He shows up and he has a fucking swollen cheek. So he says he got beaten up by his dad, but he managed to persuade him by saying that it's an important step in his acting career. So that's rough. That's tragic Tenma information that his dad sucks major ass. He tells everyone that when he was in school, like in grade school, he actually did a play once, thinking that he would be really good at it compared to everyone else because he had all this acting experience. But then when he got on stage, he got really scared and immediately forgot all of his lines, and it was like really humiliating, and it was like his first defeat, so he's been too scared to do plays ever since. And so he says it's because he's too much of a perfectionist, which, duh, obvious. And so with movies and TV, you can just like redo stuff and re-record it, but obviously with stage plays, you can't. You only have one try. And he says that he wants to overcome this fear no matter what. And Izumi says that she's sure that he can, and that even though you may not be able to do a perfect stage performance, you can still do the best performance. And Tenma is like, "What?" And she's like, "You'll know what I mean once you experience it." And of course everyone is like, "Oh my god, we got this," like whatever. And then Yuki calls Tenma by his first name for the first time, similar to the Masumi and Sakuya situation in Act 1, which is cute. I think before this, Yuki was just calling him shitty actor, so it's kind of a big thing. And then Tenma returns the favor by calling Yuki his name for the first time, and Yuki's like, "Ew," which is hilarious. And then we cut to, there's a bunch of buzz around about the play now that everyone knows Tenma is in it, and like news outlets keep calling Matsukawa to ask if they can like come to the dress rehearsal. So they have a whole bunch of people lined up, and like a whole bunch of cameras are going to be at the dress rehearsal, so there's like way more pressure than a normal dress rehearsal situation. At this practice, Yuzo comes by one final time, and after seeing the full run through, he makes a comment about Misumi quote-unquote truly being Ikaruga-san's child. And then he explains to Izumi that Misumi is the grandson of the guy that wrote all the scripts for the original generation of Mankai Company, which is insane lore drop. He also tells her that he hasn't heard anything from Misumi's grandpa in a while. So later that night, while making dinner, Izumi asks Misumi about it. And he tells her that he used to watch videos of his grandpa's plays. That's why he recognized Yuzo before. But he also says that his grandpa is the one who taught him about acting, of course, and is the only one who didn't abandon him, which is very sad. And we also find out that Misumi's grandpa is not alive anymore. So Misumi explains that this triangle ruler thing that he has was a memento from his grandpa, and that it was something that he used to use to write scripts, so it's Misumi's most important triangle. Then we cut to the day of the dress rehearsal. It's Flop City out here. Tenma gets really nervous, so he's all weird on stage, and then everyone else gets flustered too because he's being weird, and then he forgets his lines, and the play ends terribly, which results in a bunch of like really mean articles being written about how he sucks and how Summer Troupe sucks. So Tenma feels fucking terrible about it, and he's like, I'm a piece of shit, and they all are like, no, we're gonna lock in, like, we got this. Like, we're gonna lock back in for the rest of the performances. Later that night, though, Tenma is still, like, gloomy and down about himself anyway. Everyone else thinks that he's giving up, but Izumi finds him practicing the lines that he forgot by himself. So she goes and talks to him, and he's like, I thought my failure back in grade school was the worst moment of my life, but this was way worse. And Izumi is like, that was nothing, dude. I one time recited the wrong lines from start to finish, came in on the wrong scene, and fell down and accidentally ripped the protagonist's clothes off. And Tenma is like, bitch, damn. So Izumi explains that even in those moments, she still was managing to make the audience laugh, which is what makes a performance good in the first place. And she explains that you don't have to be perfect, you just have to get the audience to enjoy themselves. And Tenma is like, wow, you really are amazing, huh? You didn't laugh when I told you about my trauma, and now you still aren't laughing. You're the first person to accept me like that. And then suddenly Yuki comes in and is like, now why are you flirting with Izumi, you fucking freak? Turns out the whole squad was, of course, eavesdropping on the conversation, so they all start talking about how Tenma was going after Izumi, and Tenma just goes, bleh. Bleh. So they all, of course, get fired up again, and they go practice, like, really late at night, and whatever, blah blah, so that they'll be really good for opening day. Now, cut to opening day. Absolute cinema. So everyone does their best to tear Chenma, of course. To tear him. Everyone does their best to cheer Tenma up, including Misumi, who lends him his precious triangle ruler, and Kazunari is like, I came up with a huddle chant. So they all circle up and get ready to lock in, then they do their little chant, and they're like, Summer Troupe, let's go! And then it's time for the show. Tenma forgets his lines for a second again, but Muku quickly catches on and helps by doing some little ad-libbing similar to what Sakuya did when Itaru couldn't fall because of his injured foot. And then the rest of the play goes really well. So after the performance, the gang is chilling backstage, and Izumi is like, wow, like they're back to normal, they're not nervous. And she's thinking about how she's glad that Tenma overcame his trauma, and she thinks about how she wishes that his parents could be here to see it. I'm getting nefarious foreshadowing vibes right now. So now we cut to the day of the final performance, and Igawa comes running in and he's like, oh my god, Tenma, I've got bad news. Your parents are coming. And Tenma's like, what? Like, aren't they overseas? And Izumi is like, so guys, basically, I'm evil. And I invited them. She invited them through Igawa by like having him send them tickets. But I guess neither of them thought they would actually show up. But they did, and ruh-roh. So the audience is completely full, which, thank God, of course, because if it wasn't, they would have to shut down the theater. Remember that? Remember the doom? Right before they go on stage, the entire spring troupe shows up to be like, good luck guys, you got this, fuck yeah, hell yeah. So Sakuya is like, Tenma, how's it going? How's things? And Tenma says that leading is really hard, and he really respects Sakuya, which is really cute, and they're gay, and they should kiss. I mean, what? Who said that? So, like 2 seconds before the performance starts, Tenma tells everyone that he's really grateful to perform with them, and he thinks of them all as friends. And then he says, I want to have the best play together with you all, and today is our only chance to do it. And he asks everyone to follow his lead, which of course they all agree because he is the leader. And he goes absolutely ham with ad-libs during the performance. So everyone is like having the time of their life, doing these silly like jokes and like teasing each other on stage and whatever. And then they're like, wow, this sure is the best performance, which is so cute. After the performance, we get this classic like, oh, the show is over, and several like important people show up to say things. So first is Muku's old track teammates. So they come to tell him that he's lit and like they're so proud of him and like he's so cool. And then Yuki's homophobic bullies show up and they give him flowers and they are like, actually you're really cool and not gay at all actually, and we're not homophobic, which is crazy. And then Omi comes to say that the play was awesome and slaps. Muku's parents come also to say that it was epic, and also Muku's cousin, who Muku calls Ju-chan, comes to see it, but he like doesn't come to the green room, the dressing room, whatever, to say anything. So we don't get to see him until later because he ends up joining Autumn Troop, but that's a whole other thing. And then, of course, most importantly, Tenma's parents come back to say that actually acting in plays is cool and Tenma can do whatever he wants from now on, and that all he has to do is work as hard as he can to surpass them as actors because Tenma's parents are also famous actors, which is cool, kind of. But, you know. So Izumi starts thinking about the first gen actors, and then she's like, wait a minute, that boy from the tape. And then she tells everyone, like, okay, start wrapping up without me, like, I have to go find someone. So she runs out of the theater, because she's like, I'm certain that that boy from the tape was in the audience. Like, I know that guy with the moles on his face. Sure as hell she finds him in the lobby. Guess who it is? It's Sakyo. So he starts lecturing her about, you know, blah blah blah, you may have done this, but you still have so much to do, and blah blah blah. And she's like, shut the fuck up, gay boy, I'm not here to listen to your lecture this time. And he's like, what are you here for then? And she's like, I'm here to scout you for Autumn Troop, because I saw you in that video when you were a kid. You used to come here to watch the practices. She also is like, and I know that you were the one that wrote that 10-page long anonymous review for Spring Troop's fucking play. So Sakyo is like, wow, you've become a competent director, huh? But he still thinks of her as that little girl from back then, and she's like, what? Like, did I meet Sakyo before? That's crazy. And then he's like, well, I'll think about coming to the audition. Bye. So, like, hello. And then it randomly cuts to some guy walking down the street talking to himself about how, like, Muku is so cool and, like, he's grown up so much, blah, blah, blah. And then some other dude comes up to him and is like, hey, you're Juza from Ohai, right? I can't even say his name. He's like a demon. He's like evil. I can't say it 3 times or he'll show up and try to kill me. Anyway, this fucking guy runs up and he's like, yo, you're Juza Hyoto from Ohai, right? I'm Banri Setsu and we're gonna fucking fight. So he's like, I'm the unbeatable guy around here, and I heard you're the unbeatable guy at your school, so I'm gonna beat you, and then I'm gonna be the unbeatable guy of both areas. Get fucked. So we get this random ass fight. We don't get to see how that ends because it cuts to Summer and Spring Troop like chilling at the dorms after the play, and they're like talking about, yippee, that was so fun, I want to keep performing, yay. But Izumi is like, no, we gotta do Autumn Troop first. And then we randomly cut to Rennie, the 50-year-old freak-ass guy from Godza, reading an article about Monkai Company and how they're like lit and awesome. And he's like, Haruto, call that guy. That Tachibana is getting in my way again. But we don't have any information about that yet. But just a reminder, Haruto is the second lead actor in Godza right now, and Tachibana is Izumi's last name. So we can only assume Rennie has beef with Izumi's dad. And that's the end of Act 2. I don't know what else to say, that's just the end of Act 2. Yep, that's the end of Act 2. Slay. I almost just choked on a cinnamon. One singular cinnamon. Welcome to Act 3. I am now in the Monkai Company dorm kitchen. I'm cooking up. I'm cooking up something crazy. Alright, so this one, there's this kind of format where they're doing portraits, which it will explain what a portrait is in the story in like a few chapters, but the first chapter is a portrait. So it's like there's a portrait of each guy that joins Autumn Troop, and so it's kind of like these sort of flashbacks, but sort of not. So anyways, we start with Bonri's one. We don't even know who Bonri is yet, but this is his portrait. So it's a story from his point of view, a memory of his, where he talks about that... Why's my dog whining? Dexter, what the hell? What's your deal, bro? Dekus? Hold on. What you got to know? I don't know how much of that was heard. I hope you could hear most of that. I had to bring my dog back upstairs because he was whining outside my door because my mom like choked on something. So he hates when my mom like coughs or sneezes or swallows wrong and chokes, but specifically my mom. It doesn't bother him when I do it or my dad does it. It was just my mom. Anyway, all right, we back. So that guy he was fighting, remember Bonri is the one that was just like randomly went up to Juza and was like, we're gonna fucking fight. He's like, everything in my life has always been easy, and so it's always been boring to be alive. So he started doing things that were dangerous or like borderline illegal or actually illegal just to feel something. So he got really into fighting, which is why he went to fight Juza when he heard that Juza was the big, like, top dog in the area. Except Juza fucking beat his ass to dust. Naught but bone. It was the first time he was ever beaten in a fight. So he went back home and he was thinking about nothing but Juza beating strategies for a couple weeks. But the next time he found Juza refused to fight him, saying that Bonri didn't even want to steal the top spot. He was just boring and pointless to fight. Bonri's like, nah, fuck this guy. Like, I'm gonna get his ass. So, he started like following Juza around like a normal person, and he saw Juza like go into this theater, and he's like, what? And before he knew it, Matsukawa was pushing Bonri in behind him and being like, oh, you're auditioning too, yay, cool. And the rest is history. So now we get to witness that history. That's the end of the portrait. Now we're doing regular story time. So it's the day of the Autumn Troop auditions. The Summer Troop guys are sitting in for this audition just like the Spring Troop guys did for the Summer Troop auditions, except I never mentioned that the Spring Troop guys were at the Summer Troop audition because it didn't come up, but they were. They're asking Izumi if she scouted anybody, and she's like, yeah, I scouted a couple people, you'll know them, but I'm not sure if they're all gonna show up or not, or all as in both. So as she's saying this, Omi comes in, one of the two people that she scouted, along with a red-haired guy that introduces himself as Taichi. He's lit. Oh my god. Taichi says he's here because he wants to be popular, and so Kazunari is like, real as fuck, king, so true, me too. And when Taichi sees Yuki, he gets all nervous, and he's like, oh, I'm excited to work with you, or whatever. And then Tenma's like, he's a dude, by the way. And Taichi's like, what the fuck, no way, dude, come on. Which is really funny. And then Izumi asks Omi why he decided to come, and which, like, even though she scouted him, she's still like, why'd you come? Like, whatever. And he says it became his dream to be an actor, and she's like, became? Like, what the fuck? But she doesn't press the issue. And then Juza comes in, and he asks if this is the audition site. And then Muku almost calls him Ju-chan, meaning this is Muku's cousin. Juza cuts him off, being like, oh, who's this fucking guy? Like, I don't know him, whatever. So it's weird. And then Bonri, as we know, gets shoved in behind Juza and immediately starts trying to pick a fight with Juza, and everyone is like, oh, yay, Autumn Troop is gonna be cool and normal. Right as the audition is supposed to start, Sakyo finally shows up, and everyone is like, wait, isn't that the Yakuza? Like, what the fuck? And Taichi's like, the fucking what? The who? This is kind of spoilers, but like, imagining Taichi like being in the position he's in right now, which you'll later find out the position he's in, being him and ending up in a troop with an actual Yakuza, two like street fighters, Juza and Bonri, and then Omi, who we find out later used to be in a motorcycle gang. That is the funniest shit ever. He's probably like actually shitting his pants. Like, that's so hilarious. So anyway, everyone's like, wait, that's the scary guy. And Izumi is like, don't worry guys, like Sakyo actually loves this troupe. He's watched over it for years. And Sakyo is like, bitch, shut up. They start the actual audition. Omi goes first. No acting experience, and it's pretty obvious he's not good. Taichi goes next. He says he has no acting experience, but he seems comfortable on stage, so Izumi is like, have you done other auditions before or something? And he's like, nope, never acted even once in my entire life, ever. Never heard of it, actually. I don't even know what a stage is. And then they move on to Banri, which is really funny. Like, he stays for the audition for some reason. Did not have to do that. One of the common things in A3 is like, well, guess I have no choice. You literally do have a choice. Like, the normal response to this specific situation would be to leave. So this is our first example of, oh, guess I have no choice. As he's like, well, I'm here anyway. So he goes, and Izumi is like, wait, he's actually good. Like, I thought he had no experience. And Banri's like, yeah, I'm just good at everything. I'm like goated at being alive. Juza goes next. He sucks ass, like really bad. And Izumi is like, wow, he's like actually fucking terrible. And it reminds her of herself, which is cute. And Banri starts laughing at him, and Izumi is like, shut the fuck up. And Juza says, I know I suck, but I want to act no matter what. Please let me join the troupe. And he like bows to Izumi and is like, I'm so serious, please. And she's like, when it comes to acting, the most important thing is earnestness. We'd love to have you. So this is a big win for the Juza community, which, as you all know, I am part of. Okay, and I'm also part of the Banri hater community. I'm his biggest hater, and by that I mean he's like definitely in my top 10 favorite guys. This is a win for the Juza community, but more importantly, a loss for the Banri community. Fuck that guy. Banri's like, are you fucking serious? Like, that guy gets in, he sucks. And Sakyo is like, better him than someone who's all skill and no passion. Get his ass, Sakyo, fuck him up. Sakyo goes last, and he's like, I've had a little acting experience as a kid, but that's it. And then he says his lines, and Izumi's like, wow, he's great. Like, he's gonna be a great asset to the troupe. Great asset. Great asset. So then, you know, everyone gets in. Banri and Juza immediately start fighting again, and they literally will not stop arguing. So Sakyo yells at them, and everyone is like, oh, right, I forgot he's like actually terrifying, and he's literally a Yakuza. So they shut up momentarily. Of course, they all say that they're gonna stay in the dorms because, like I mentioned earlier, this is a video game story, and that is how that works. So they have to figure out who's supposed to room with who. And so Sakyo is like, Izumi, you have to put Banri and Juza in the same room, because if they don't start getting along, they're gonna ruin the troupe. And Izumi is like, that sucks, but you're low-key right. So Omi is like, well, I'll stay at the dorms too. He rooms with Taichi. And the reason he rooms with Taichi is because obviously Banri and Juza are being forced to room together. And Sakyo actually sort of has a +1 because Sakura, his minion from the prologue, the guy that was running the excavator, is actually Sakyo's biggest fan ever and like does not leave him alone. So Sakura shows up and he's like, I'm staying here too. And Sakyo's like, oh my god, okay. So he says that he'll take a room by himself because Sakura would be a burden to anyone else that would have to room with him. Basically, I have competition for Sakyo's #1 fan, which sucks, but actually I would never claim to be a bigger fan of Sakyo than Sakura because I just couldn't do that to him. He'll always be Sakyo's #1 fan. Later that night for dinner, Izumi makes curry, because of course she does. But Omi is like, wait, girl, you have to cook meals too? Like, I thought you were just the director. And she's like, yeah, but like Suzuru helps out sometimes. It's like, it's fine. And Omi is like, oh, I can like start doing all the cooking. I'm good at cooking. I've always had to cook for my family. So this is the beginning of cooking mama Omi. The food gets done, Izumi's curry, and Juza and Banri are still in their room. So Izumi sends Omi and Taichi to check on them. And of course, they both find Banri and Juza fighting in their room. Juza is like, I'm trying to get serious So Juza is like, I'm trying to get serious here and you're just getting in my way. And Banri is like, it's because you won't fight me, so we have to decide the winner through acting or whatever. And so then they start actually fighting, and Omi just walks in right between them and like breaks the fight up. And Taichi is like, oh my god, like you're Superman, dude. That was terrifying. I would have never just stepped in like that. Omi puts Juza in a wrist lock, easy peasy, like it's nothing. And Taichi distracts Banri by talking about dinner to get them to calm down. And then afterwards, Juza is like, Omi, if I ever get riled up like that again, will you stop me like you just did? Because if I'm gonna be an actor, I need to change. I can't rely on my fists. So yeah, like basically, I'm like kind of in love with him, to be honest. Like he's just really so the Juza. So Omi, of course, agrees, and he's like, yeah, dude, like, I got you. And then they go eat dinner. Meanwhile, Izumi finds Sakyo in the yard and thanks him for actually coming to the audition. And he says he only came because he remembered that he owes Izumi's dad a favor. And he also says that he's not going to be letting Izumi be so lenient on everyone anymore, so get ready. And she's like, what? And then the next chapter starts, which is Juza's portrait. His portrait is about how ever since he was a kid, he was always different and all of his peers were scared of him because he had this like expressionless face. So eventually people started picking fights with him and he became known as the best fighter in the area purely from self-defense. And his interest in acting came from his school's culture festival where his class was hosting a play and he wanted to join, like to act, but the teacher immediately delegated him to just working on the stage crew. But he thought that if he could act, he could finally become someone else and change for the better. But after being delegated to stage crew, he just gave up and never tried again until years later when he heard that his cousin Muku joined a theater company. So he went to see the play and he understood that Muku was the same as him, wanting to get rid of his shy outer shell and perform. So Juza decided to audition for Autumn Troupe for that reason. And then after the portrait, we get a scene where Juza and Muku are talking for the first time after, like, Juza moved in. And Juza tells Muku not to let anyone know that they're related and to stop calling him Ju-chan. And Muku is like, oh, right, because it would be a bother if people knew you were related to someone lame and shitty like me. And so he just is like, well, good luck with practice then, like, bye. And Juza doesn't have time to correct him and say that actually the real reason is because he thinks that Muku's reputation would get worse if people knew that Muku was related to someone who's like a delinquent like him. So they both have the same sort of insecurity and they're both idiots. Again, love him so much. He's lawful. Back to your regularly scheduled program. Sakyo calls a company-wide meeting to go over the new money-saving regulations that he's putting into place because, again, he's in charge of the company's finances. He's saying crazy shit like each troop only gets 20 minutes total to bathe and like lights out at 10 p.m. And by lights out, he means like he's cutting the breaker, like there's no fucking electricity at all. So Izumi is like, what the fuck? Like, are the bills actually that high? And Matsukawa is like, I don't know, I've never paid them. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, it's one of the 7 mysteries of Monkai that we never get charged for the bills. I don't know. So Sakyo has been secretly paying the fucking bills this whole time, which is like, bruh. Sakyo asks if anyone has any better ideas for like repaying the debt, and Matsukawa is like, easy, we'll just win the Fleur Award. The prize is 10 million yen, that's the amount we need for the debt. But the Fleur Award is, which I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but like Fleur, like it's kind of funny to say it that way. I'm like, Fleur, the Fleur Award. The Fleur. But Sakyo is like, are you fucking nuts? Like, even the original generation of Monkai Company never got that far. Like, they never even got nominated for the Fleur Award. Like, you're insane. So we find out that this is like a nationwide acting award that is given to the best performance each year in like the entirety of Japan. And so Sakyo says that they should do nationwide performances at like regional local theaters, which is like a more attainable version of trying to win the fucking Fleur Award. But he does say that regardless of money, aiming for the Fleur Award is a good goal, at the very least just because it's a level that Izumi's dad could never reach, so they could surpass him in that way. And then Izumi thinks back and remembers getting a phone call from her dad the year that they got nominated for the Fleur Award, which is funny because didn't he just say... Oh, I misread that. They did get nominations for that award, but they never won it. The original, like, generation of Monkai. My bad. So, Izumi remembers getting a phone call from her dad, and he was all excited the year that they got nominated. She recalls that he sounded really excited about the nomination, but he disappeared the next year. So she's like, that's a memory that I have of my dad fucking disappearing. So Matsukawa is like, yeah, like Godza's probably gonna win the next one. And Yuki is like, oh, fuck Godza, fuck Rennie, fuck those guys. Which is real. So we cut to the first Autumn Troupe practice. Izumi says their first order of business should be choosing a leader, and everyone says it should be Sakyo, but he's like, no, like, I'm too old, I have no room to grow anymore, you should let one of the younger ones do it. It's like, okay, like, what? So Banri, of course, is like, well, I'm easily the best choice, and Sakyo is like, do you know the responsibility it takes to actually be the leader? And Banri is like, I don't care about that, but I have the most skill. And Sakyo is like, okay then. you be the leader. Everyone else says that they're okay with Banri being the leader besides Juza, who pointedly doesn't say anything. And then Sakyo whispers to Izumi that making Banri the leader is a good opportunity for him to have to get serious, since he obviously has no interest in acting as of now besides beating Juza. So Izumi is like, okay, you're kind of right, like, let's go with that. And so this is the beginning of like the Sakyo Izumi co-parenting the squad thing, because Sakyo, like, they have these little like delegations all the time, like they go to each other for advice on stuff, and it's really deliberations. They have these little deliberations amongst themselves, and it's really cute, and I love them. I don't have many straight ships, okay, but that's gonna be one of them. That's gonna be actually the only one of them. Anyway, so Izumi agrees, and they have Banri be officially the leader. So then the next morning, as everyone is heading off to school and various other whatever the fuck, Tenma and Taichi, two of the people that go to Juza's school, are like, oh, let's go to school together, and Juza is like, no, I'll go alone, it's fine. And they're like, shut the fuck up and get in the car. Like, bitch, we're gonna be friends, fuck you. Meanwhile, Banri is sleeping in and not planning on going until third period, and Itaru wakes up complaining about this guy in this game that he's playing, and he keeps trying to beat him in the ranks for #1 spot, but he just can't quite beat him. And Banri is like, oh, that's me. And Itaru's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I heard this Taruchi guy was like the best gamer, like the god gamer. So I wanted to beat him, but he wouldn't back down for a damn second, so I've been doing this all day. Taruchi, by the way, is Itaru's gamer tag. So Itaru is like, fuck you, gay bitch. And he's like, you're gonna fight on my team tonight because I need more reinforcements for the dungeon or whatever. And Banri is like, okay. And then Itaru goes to work, and Izumi tries to convince Banri to go the fuck to school, but Banri's like, it's fine. I pass all the exams without studying, and I calculated my attendance days. It'll be okay. And then Sakyo comes in and is like, what? Why aren't you at school? And Banri is like, are you gonna lecture me about attendance too? And Sakyo is like, well, my attendance was really bad when I was a kid, so I have no room to lecture anybody about that. But I'll tell you one thing, you aren't perfect at everything, you're just really good at doing the bare minimum with no desire to improve. And then he goes to work, which is so fucking real. He's like, hey, by the way, fuck you, I'm going to work. By the way, gonna read you to filth really quick and then go do my job as a Yakuza. So basically get his ass destroyed. So Izumi, help, wait. Ew, I almost threw up. Okay, Izumi is like, yeah, like Sakyo's kind of right, like Banri's better than most now, but he has the least potential in the long run because he doesn't care about acting. So she's trying to like think up a way to get him to be passionate. And then we cut to their next performance, probably that evening. And so Sakyo is like making a point of asking Banri for like advice on everything because he's the leader. And so Sakyo's trying to like make him be the leader, and every single question, Banri just is like, I don't care, like, I don't know, I don't care. Not looking great for Autumn Troop so far. After the practice is over, Suzuru comes by to ask Izumi about the script, and he's like, okay, so Banri's gonna be the protag because he's the leader, and Izumi thinks about how leaving the lead up to Banri alone might not be a good idea, so she asks Suzuru to also give Juza a significant role, and so Suzuru's like, okay, 2 leads, like, alright, let me lock in. And then we cut to Itaru, Banri, and Citron on the couch playing games together late that night, which we recall Citron is a gamer. So apparently it's been like a week or something actually, and not just one night, but Suzuru comes out of his room with the script and of course promptly passes out on the ground as per usual, and everyone is like, oh my god, he died, like he's dead. But Itaru and Citron are like, he's asleep, let's just carry him back to his room, which is cute. They're looking after him. So Suzuru of course followed the pattern of the original Autumn Troop vibe and made this an action play, and he made Juza and Banri co-leads that have to play buddies in the play. So Sakyo points out that if they can't get along in real life, the entire thing is gonna fall apart, and he's like, well, I guess we have to resort to drastic measures. Sakura, bring me the thing. The thing is a pair of handcuffs. So Sakyo handcuffs Juza and Banri together, and it's like the gayest shit ever. They, of course, cannot stop fucking arguing, but Sakyo leaves for work right after this, and he takes the key with him. So he's like, have a good fucking day. Good luck, you idiots. So they go and they're like, we're just gonna stand outside all day and wait for him to come back and just like brood on the street. Izumi is like, well, okay, you guys have fun. I'm gonna go do the shopping for dinner. But as she's leaving, some fucking guy comes by and steals her purse. So Juza immediately runs off after him, and Bonri's like, what the fuck? Okay, I guess we have to run after this guy. So suddenly they're like super in sync, like hunting this guy down. So they lock in, they catch up to this guy, beat his ass, get Izumi's bag back, no problem. And then they get back, give it back to Izumi, and she's like, suddenly they seem like they're getting along a little bit better, or like they're working a little bit better together. That's cool, I guess. Later, when Sakyo comes home after his long day of dubious criminal work, Izumi explains that whole situation to him, and he's like, wait, oh my god, like, you got robbed? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? And she's like, no, I'm fine. And then he's like, it's gotten more dangerous around here recently. From now on, I'm gonna accompany you to the store when you go shopping. So, like, bruh, he's so. Anyway, so then at dinner, Sakyo unlocks the handcuffs, and Juza and Bonri immediately start arguing again, and Sakyo is like, you little shits didn't learn anything. After this, XYZ amount of time passes, they decide to start doing morning practices, kind of like Spring Troop did, but the first morning practice rolls around, and Bonri's like, I'm not going, it's fine, like, I'm sleeping in, whatever. Because he's like, I don't need the extra practice, I'm better than all of you fucking losers. And then, when he finally does get up, after the practice is over, Izumi is like, it's true that your acting currently looks the best out of everyone, but you have the least potential out of anyone in the group. And then Bonri is like, well, I'm just gonna keep proving myself until you get it. Which is like, no you won't. Like, watch me, bitch. Watch me prove you wrong, because I know the future and you're fucking lying. Later, Sakyo finds Juza practicing by himself, and he gives him some pointers. And he's like, Juza, you might be the least skilled currently, but it'll definitely pay off if you keep working hard like this. And he says that watching Juza reminds him of himself. And then he also tells Juza that he's probably the only one who can challenge Bonri, because, unlike Sakyo, Juza has time, and Juza is like, you have time too, you know, like, you're not that old. So this is like one of Sakyo's biggest insecurities, is that he's old. Like, he thinks he's past his prime, and he's like fucked now, and like all these youngins are like better than me, and they have more room to grow because I'm fading away. It's like, dude, you're 30. Like, relax. Later on, they decide to go practice by doing street acts out on Voluto Way, which is like the downtown, I think, Voluto area. But when they get outside, everyone's avoiding them because they all look fucking terrifying. Like, there's Sakyo, who's literally a Yakuza, and then Bonri and Juza, who are clearly like delinquent teenage boys. So Izumi is like, oh, maybe if Omi walks in the front of the group, like, it'll be less scary. And so he does that, and then someone sees him and is like, wait, isn't that the boss of Wolf, that old, like, biker gang that dominated West Tokyo a few years back? And Izumi is like, what? And Omi is like, oh, haha, right, my dark past from a few years ago. Maybe just let that comment slide, if you would. So she's like, okay, guess I'm not gonna ask. And then, of course, they randomly run into Reni from Gadza, and he's like, who the fuck are you? And Izumi's like, oh, I'm the director of Monkai Company. And he's like, oh, I remember Monkai. I used to know the old director. And she's like, you knew my dad? And he's like, ah, so you're his daughter. Well, I'll come to your next performance. Okay, suspicious. Also really funny knowing later context that he's like, who the fuck are you? You already knew that, you freak. He's like in his lair, in his villainous lair, going crazy bonkers, scheming, trying to get Monkai Company taken down. And then he's like on the street being like, who are these little small fries? Never heard of you. It's like, dude, you're losing sleep over them. Like, you're actually losing sleep. Anyway, so we cut to, like, more practicing, blah, blah, blah. Yuki comes in to take measurements for the costumes, and he says that he has some ideas, but they're gonna be a little bit more expensive than usual, and Sakyo is like, how expensive? And so they start going back and forth, like, bargaining about the budget, and they end up, like, coming to a compromise, and Sakyo says that, if needed, he can help with any bargaining at the supply shops, which is so cute. I love this dynamic they have, because this happens all the time. Like, they'll talk about costume budget and whatever, and it always ends like this. Like, they're surprisingly reasonable with each other and just, like, direct. I fuck with it heavy. Anyways, he takes the measurements and leaves, and then Kazunari is like, wow, like, Taichi, you really love Yuki, huh? And Taichi is like, actually, he reminds me of my first love, which is like the girl that I used to live next door to when I was a kid. And so he explains that this girl used to always call him Tiny, which is something that Yuki literally just did before he left the room. And he's like, even though she was a girl, she would refer to herself with typically male Japanese pronouns. Literally everyone in the room realizes, and Muku is like, okay guys, let's not tell him. Let's just nobody tell him. Which is really, really funny. I, for some reason, misremembered this as, like, Izumi being the only person that realized he was talking about Yuki, but it's actually, like, a bunch of people. So, like, half the troupe knows at this point, or half the fucking, company. After this conversation, Kazunari is like, oh, everyone else, like, what were your first loves like, and whatever, and Izumi is like, I don't really remember my first love, to which Sakyo is like, okay, dodging the question, and she's like, you don't remember yours either, dumbass, and he's like, actually I do though, and she's like, oh yeah, who was it then? And he's like, I have the right to remain silent, I'm not telling you. Okay, bitch. Suspicious. Banri and Juza both say they've never been in love, and Omi says his first love was probably in elementary school or something, but he doesn't really remember it, and Kazunari concludes from this that they're all boring, which is really funny. And then the next morning, Matsukawa comes running in with a threatening, like, ransom letter looking thing that says, cancel the Autumn Troupe performance or tragedy will strike. And everyone is like, oh, it's probably just a prank, like, no worries, whatever. And they're like, also, like, if anyone tries anything, we'll just kill them. We'll just actually end their life. Which, again, hilarious. Just this whole situation, really funny. Then later, during practice time, Yuzo comes by, to which Sakyo is like, oh my god, who invited this fucking thing? Because of course they know each other, because Sakyo used to come watch practices when he was a kid, back when Yuzo was in the original generation of the company. So Yuzo watches their performance, and then he tells them all that he has a lot to say, but most importantly that they aren't showing enough of their personalities on stage, like at all. And he says acting is best when real people play out lies, but they're being fake people playing out lies, so it's garbage. And so he tells them all that they should do portraits, which is a one-man act where you use your own life as a basis for like a biographical piece, and you have to write and direct the whole thing yourself, and it can only be 5 minutes long. So he finishes by telling them that they're gonna have to do their portraits as the opening act for the play that his theater troupe is doing soon. And then he says that everyone here besides Sakyo is half-baked, so he decides to go easy on them and give them a theme, and he says the theme will be the biggest regret of my life, which is, by the way, insane. And so they're gonna all present their biggest regrets of their lives at this play that Yuzo's putting on. And then after they're done, the audience is gonna vote on who's the best one-man act about their biggest ever regret. So the next chapter then is Sakyo's portrait. So Sakyo's portrait explains how he grew up an only child with a single mom, and they were super poor, so he wasn't allowed to do anything like extracurriculars at school or like going to plays or anything. But Monkai Company was like right on his route from school back to his house, or like the dorm, not the theater. So he would always pass by and hear all the actors inside like practicing and having fun. And then one day, while he was doing his usual loitering outside and watching them through a window like a normal person, this little girl came outside and grabbed his hand and like pulled him inside, even though he tried to like pull back and refuse. And so she called for her dad, who of course is Yukio, because this little girl was Izumi. So he invited Sakyo inside, and he's like, oh, like, you want to watch the practice or whatever? So from that day forward, Sakyo would come and watch all the practices and try to learn about acting from all the troupe members and Yukio. And for that 1 week after that, he also kind of took care of Izumi because he's a bit older than her and she was running all over the place. And then a while after that, he started working for the Yakuza as a way to make quick money for him and his mom, but going to Monkai started to feel wrong and like evil because now he's affiliated with like crime. So he stopped showing up, but over the years he like watched from afar as the troupe fell apart and like Yukio disappeared and the whole theater fell to ruin, and he couldn't really do anything about it. So he tried to start loaning them money because he thought that's all he could do to help, until Izumi showed up again. And he says the biggest regret of his life is not acting on his dream sooner, which is to act on the Monkai Company stage specifically. So basically, I love him so much, and I crowed, and I'm mentally ill, and oh my god, bitch. So earlier, those two times where I was like, oh my god, this spoilers ass note that I had in the prologue, that was me talking about how Sakyo, the fact that he tried everything he could, he's so tight with money because he literally grew up poor, but he was throwing $70,000 at Monkai Company and paying the bills and trying to keep the place running from afar because he was so embarrassed about his job, but he loved Monkai so much and he couldn't do anything. And the fact that the first time we see him in the story is him looking at this place that he loves and being pretty much financially forced to bulldoze the place and turn it into something else is so sad. He was standing there, he was probably standing there staring at that sign, saying his final goodbyes to Monkai Company and seeing how it fell to ruin and there was just nothing else he could do. Oh my god, I'm tearing up thinking, just talking about it right now. It makes me so ill. And it's also just super important to me that his dream isn't just I want to be an actor, it's I want to be an actor in Monkai Company specifically because these people gave me a community when I didn't have anything else. It adds such an extra layer to how hard he is on everyone because he's we have to succeed because if we don't, this place actually goes away forever. And also we can't make a fool out of Monkai Company by putting on shitty performances because it means the world. It literally means the world to him. Ooh, bro, I'm actually gonna puke. I'm gonna throw up. I have brain rot. I'm so mentally ill about Sakyo. So anyways, we got to Banri and Itaru gaming together while the rest of Autumn Troop is talking about their portrait progress. And so Itaru's oh, how's yours going? And Banri's oh, I haven't started it, I don't care, whatever. And he's my life is super easy, I have no regrets, so I'm just gonna make something up and fuck it, do it last minute, whatever. And Itaru was yeah, well, you might be able to fool some of the other guys, but you're not gonna be able to get past Izumi with that bullshit. And Banri's nah, I'm literally built different, it'll be fine. Itaru was well, good luck. So we cut to another practice some other time. Yuzo shows up again and he's I'm gonna watch everyone's portraits one by one and give you feedback, starting with Juza. We skip the actual portrait practice because we've seen most of these, and we cut right to just Yuzo and Izumi giving the reviews and calling everyone back into the room to give them feedback and whatever. Yuzo says the best one out of all of them was Juza's, and he only beat Sakyo by a little bit. Banri is what the fuck do you mean that guy won? He's ass. And Izumi is well, yours wasn't even real, was it? You made that whole thing up? And Yuzo is oh, so you noticed that too? And Banri is what? What are you talking about? Get fucked, idiot. So Banri's you guys are just playing favorites, whatever. The audience is gonna obviously pick me over Juza because I'm way better than him. And then Yuzo is you're right that the audience may vote differently, but I can tell you one thing for absolute sure, you're gonna lose to Juza, which is so fucking funny. Get his ass. Fuck you, Banri, you're cringe. So Yuzo then tells Juza that his portrait was the best one, but his acting is still ass, so he should keep up the good work and stay on that grind to get better acting skills. And he says that the problem with Sakyo's that put him slightly behind Juzo? Tokyo Ghoul brain rot. I knew I was gonna do that at some point. The thing that put Sakyo slightly behind Juza is that he doesn't say anything hopeful at the end of it. So Juza's has the thing at the end where he's now I can be an actor just like my cousin and finally be someone different or whatever. But Sakyo's is just my regret is that everything sucks. And doom and gloom and whatever. So Yuzo is yeah, it gives the vibe that you gave up. And Sakyo is are you telling me to try to compete with high schoolers? And Yuzo is quit acting like you've wilted, which is so real, and that's what I'm saying. Often I am saying this. Cause Yuzo, by the way, is 40 something and he's still kicking, he's still at it. He's not going, oh, I'm past my prime. Oh, I can't compete with 17-year-olds. Oh, So he's get your shit together. Lock in. You're a baby. Then he tells Taichi that it didn't seem like his was fake, but he was like, there's no way that story was the actual biggest regret of your life. You only talked about like some girl you never confessed to, which by the way, Yuki. But he's like, there's no way that was like the actual biggest regret of your life. Like you gotta dig deeper than that. Omi's review is kind of similar to Taichi's, and then Yuzo tells everyone to polish them up before showing them on stage, and he heads back out. After practice, Omi asks Izumi to help him make some scones for everyone, and during that cooking sesh, he tells her that Juza reminds him of a friend of his that died 3 years ago, and Izumi is like, oh, like, what? But she's like, you don't have to tell me if you don't have to, and Omi is like, no, actually, like, could you listen to my story if it's not a bother, like blah blah blah. So then we get Omi's portrait. This one is probably the most like objectively depressing out of all of them because it's about a friend of his fucking dying. So his portrait talks about how he used to be the co-leader of a motorcycle gang with his best friend Nachi, and he says that Nachi once told him that he had an embarrassing dream, but he wouldn't tell Omi what it was. And like dream as in like aspiration, not like sleeping dream. Like he had this dream where he's like, oh, it's like cringe, so I'm not gonna tell you what it is. But then Nachi died in a fight, and Omi then destroyed the gang that was responsible for Nachi's death, and then cut all ties to his own gang, and then tried to just live life normally, but he always just felt guilty for everything. So this year, when he went to visit Nachi's grave, he ran into Nachi's parents, who told him that that like embarrassing dream he never told Omi about was to be an actor. And so Omi felt guilty for being the one that survived and Nachi didn't, because Nachi had a whole dream and like hopes for the future and Omi didn't. Then he decided to pick up Nachi's dream in his place. So now back in the kitchen making scones, not in the actual portrait mode anymore, Omi says to Izumi that he worries that Juza will hate him if he finds out that he's only acting for someone else, because he's like kind of projecting like Nachi onto Juza, and they do look really similar by the way, and just kind of have a similar vibe, I guess. He's like trying to be extra into it because he fears Juza being upset with him because he thinks of Juza as Nachi, so then that would by association be Nachi being pissed off at him. Which is like, what? But like I get it, but it's like, what? So Izumi is like, right, but don't you think acting is fun by now? Which means it's your dream too and not just his, and one day maybe it'll just be yours and not his at all. And Omi is like, wait, you know what, you're kind of right about that, like you're kind of true. So then he decides to add the part about Nachi to his portrait to hopefully make it seem more like genuine. And then right before the day of the show that they're supposed to do the portraits at, Bonri randomly decides that he's quitting. Bonri's reason for quitting is that he's clearly way better than Juza. He's gonna clearly win, so it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even have to stay here and see it through because it's so obvious what the outcome is gonna be, which clearly he knows he's gonna lose, so he's just quitting while he's ahead like a little bitch. So everyone tries to convince him to stay, of course, but he's like, no, like I don't give a fuck, like bye, whatever. So then Izumi goes to talk to Bonri alone, and she's like, if you're so sure that you have him beat, then watch his portrait. And Bonri's like, no, like I don't give a fuck about his portrait, like I don't care. And she's like, yeah, but if you run away now, it's gonna look like you're actually losing and you're scared of losing and you're just being a little bitch. And he's like, fine, fuck you, I'll watch his dumb gay portrait, whatever. So allow me to change the background. The stage is so big and I'm just a little turtle, you know? I'm just a little guy. This background is kind of weird because it's so gray, but this is like the random stage that they go perform. They kind of use this background for like any theater that isn't Monkai theater or Godza theater. So this is just a random stage. Random miscellaneous stage, but it's so gray. So anyways, Bonri of course watches Juza's portrait and he's like, ooh, that guy definitely has me beat because like I'm fucked. And so he asks Izumi how to get better and beat him. And he's like, I don't even have to see the results. Like, I know Juza won by a mile. There's no way. So he tells Izumi that watching Juza's portrait got him fired up just like before, as in when he got his shit rocked in that fight. So Izumi is like, okay, let's go back to the dorm then and explain this to everyone. And like, I'm sure they'll understand. Everyone but Sakyo anyways. So the next chapter is called Naked Bonding. And then my first note is just all caps, what? They just take a bath together, guys, okay? It's fine. So Bonri comes back to the dorms and he's like, guys, hear me out. And he says like he watched everyone's portraits and he's like, you guys are all good and I suck. And he's like, I'm serious this time. Let me rejoin. I'll lock the fucking, I swear. And Sakyo is like, bro, like swear on your mom. And he's like, no, I swear. Like, I swear. So Bonri is officially back in. Sakyo's kind of like, fuck you, bitch, but it's fine. They're back in. And then Taichi randomly is like, guys, we should go like take a bath together for bonding. And then everyone's like, what the hell? Sure. So a cut to them in the bath. They talk about how they gotta like get their shit together for the performance so that the theater can stay open. And they're like, at this point, if we fuck this up and we don't meet the conditions so that the theater can stay open, spring troop and summer troop are gonna kill us, which is true. We cut to the next morning. Bonri and Juza both get up early to practice, and then when everyone else gets there, they're like, wow, like Bonri's up early, he's like at an extra practice, like he's had a change of heart, he's serious, which is so funny. He is, but it is funny that everyone's like, ooh, the guy who sucks and doesn't give a shit about us suddenly gives a shit. Also, I would like to point out how gay it is that he was like, I don't give a shit about this, like I'm losing, or like I'm winning, like fuck you, whatever. And then he watches Juza's portrait and he's like, this guy got me passionate though. This guy got me passionate though? Like, you're gay. Bonri's like that blue Pikmin. Bonri's like David King waking up this morning. I can't even put that in because that's not even funny. To like anyone, like even if I put the tweet there, it's just straight up not funny. But it's funny to me. Anyway, so they do their morning practice and then Yuki comes in and he has the finished outfits. So everyone tries them on and they're like, oh my god, like we're slaying. And then Sakura comes in with a box of prop pistols for them. And when they go to throw away the bubble wrap that came with the pistols, Sakyo is like, give me that. So, as it turns out, he's a big fan of popping bubble wrap, which is really cute. And I'm gonna squish him like slime. Make Patrick. Izumi thinks this is cute also, and she's right. And Sakyo is like, if you say what you're thinking right now out loud, I'm gonna kill you. You guys didn't hear it from me, but he's kind of a cutie. Don't tell him I said that. Then we cut to Matsukawa showing up with yet another threatening letter, warning that from now on, something bad will happen if they don't cancel the play. These threatening letters look so unthreatening. Like when I said ransom note, I mean like fuck ass ransom note. Like it's understandable that they thought it was a prank because it looks like a prank. It looks like something a 16-year-old boy would make. Oh, interesting. Anyway, next chapter, by the way, is called Midnight Lesson, and I was like, why is that fucking ringing a bell? Like, why does that sound so familiar? It's because one of the plays in Jack Gian is called Weekend Lesson, so this is a Jack Gian reference. You'll notice I can't go a single video without referencing Jack Gian. Jack Gian is like if A3 was Ouran High School Host Club, but better. If you can imagine Ouran High School Host Club, but it's better, it's like that. I will make a video about it someday, I swear. So this chapter, they practice more, and then later, like, Bonri finds Juza practicing alone on a part that he's stuck on, so he helps him figure it out, and Juza says thanks, which causes Bonri, by the way, to blush and avert eye contact and be like, I'm not doing this just for you. I'm just supposed to work hard as the leader, okay? So, like, shut the fuck up. But he gets cut off by Juza sneezing and being like, sorry, I didn't hear anything you said. What were you saying? Can we roll it back? Bonri was blushing? What did I say? Gay. Anyway, this is the first of, like, many times, even just with Juza and Bonri, to be honest, but this happens with a bunch of people all the time, where, like, someone will be saying something that is a very, like, uncharacteristically heartfelt sentiment. Just something that one person wouldn't normally say to this other person specifically. So like Bonri with Juza, or like Suzuru with Kazunari, or like Yuki with Tenma, something like that. And every time they like sneeze or they fall asleep or something else happens and they don't hear it, and it's like the funniest fucking thing ever. But this one almost, it's like the opposite. He's not saying anything heartfelt. He's actually trying to cover up that he was being kind of heartfelt, and Juza's like, didn't hear ya, which is so funny. So they decide to go out and like hand out flyers. They're out advertising, but they decide to split off into pairs. So of course Bonri and Juza are a pair. So they give away all their flyers, and then a couple of Bonri's like shit-ass friends from school show up and they like corner Juza in an alleyway and they start saying how like Bonri's no fun anymore because he's hanging out with this guy, and Juza is like, shut the fuck up. And they start beating Juza up trying to get him to fight, but he won't fight back because he doesn't want to cause problems for the troop by like publicly getting in a fight. So Bonri comes in and he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And then a voice from down the alleyway yells, policeman over here, like there's a fight over here. And then the two guys are like, oh shit, a cop, and they run away. And so this guy who was just yelling from down the alleyway comes up and he's like, oh, are you guys okay? And they're like, yeah. And Bonri is like, what about the cops? And this guy is like, oh, there's no cops, I was just acting. And he's like, but my acting is pretty good too, right? Haha, can I have a flyer? So he takes a flyer, which I thought they had already passed out all their flyers, but whatever. And then a quote unquote flashy woman calls to him from down the alleyway, and he's like, oh, I'm coming, sorry. And then he tells them like good luck on their performance, and he leaves. I wonder if this guy is gonna ever come back again, if we'll ever see him again, or he'll play a major role in the story or something. Probably not. A little bit later, they find out that all of the tickets are sold out. So they start to get nervous for the show because they're like, oh my god, like there's actually gonna be people there, we have to lock in. But Izumi reminds them, like she did with Spring Troop, to just look forward to it and, you know, have a good time. It's the day before dress rehearsal, like whatever. I should also mention that by this time we've had several instances of like various people in the troupe noticing that Taiji seems to be acting weird. I just haven't been mentioning them all, but they have been happening, just so you know. So the night before the dress rehearsal, they all go to sleep, and Izumi goes to check on the theater one last time for some reason, and she finds that all the costumes have been ripped to shreds. So she runs back to the dorms to tell everyone, and they're all like, what the fuck, who would do this? Like, that's insane. And she says she found a note in one of the like ripped up pockets of the outfits that says like cancel the performance, like whatever. So Yuki wakes up because of all the ruckus, and he sees the ruined outfits, and he tells Izumi to give him just one day. And he's like, I won't have anyone standing on stage in half-assed outfits. And then he tells everyone he needs to get suits as a base for the new costumes as soon as possible. So Sakyo immediately calls Sakura in and tells him to go to a 24/7 like suit rental place or like suit store or whatever, which like, why is that a thing that exists? I don't know. But he's like, get one for each person, like here's all the sizing information, like whatever. So Sakura's like, of course, like I'm on it. So he leaves. So everyone else is like, okay, like we can help any way we can, like let us know. Omi apparently has some experience actually sewing. Nobody else does, but they're like, if there's anything we can do, we'll help as much as we can. Taichi though is suspiciously absent. So you can kind of see where this is going at this point, but we'll get there. Izumi decides to call off the dress rehearsal the next day to give them more time to fix the outfits, but she worries that even then they still won't be done in time. And then we cut to the next day, the next night. They do finish the outfits just in time, and the first performance goes well, but they receive another threatening letter in the dressing room afterwards, except only Izumi and Sakyo see it because everyone else is asleep after the performance since they worked so hard all night like making the costumes and everything. So Izumi is like, should we call the cops? And Sakyo is like, I think that would likely be pointless. And Izumi is like, what? But she doesn't ask. So we cut to the day of the third performance. The intermission is almost over and the pistol props that they need have disappeared. So Chuza is the next one that has to go up on stage for his scene, and so he thinks on his feet and just starts using his hand like in the shape of a gun, and so everyone else follows his lead, and the audience actually just kind of gets used to it and they don't mind it that much. But because of all this, Sakyo accidentally comes in at the wrong time for one of his scenes, but Juza helps him to fix the situation by like ad-libbing and doing a little improv, and the rest of the performance goes well. As soon as Izumi finds out that these props are missing, she goes and finds Sakura and gets him to find replacement props, which he successfully does right after the show ends, so they're safe for the rest of the run of shows. But Sakyo has now disappeared, so Izumi goes to find him. He's pouting and down and out because of his mistake, and he calls himself pathetic, and he's like, whatever. And Izumi tells him that she's actually really grateful that he joined the troupe, and grateful that he's taken a position similar to hers in that he's helping the guys get along and trying to lead them and everything. But she says it also frustrates her because he isn't putting himself on equal ground with them. So she says it's not a matter of age, he's just not competing with them like Banri and Juza or anything. It's like he's running away from changing himself by giving way for the younger guys to grow, but she reminds him that he still has room to grow too. And then he goes quiet for a second, and then he just goes, "You're gonna regret making me get serious," which is so funny. He does this like 3 or 4 fucking times throughout the story. He's like, "You're gonna regret making me lock in." It's like, bitch, just stay locked in. Like, just why would you lock yourself back out? But alas, that's not how mental illness works. So anyway, at the next autumn troop meeting, which is led by Banri, who now famously is actually acting as a leader and being kind of responsible, Sakyo tells everyone that he hasn't been going all out up until this point, but Izumi motivated him, so everyone else needs to watch out because he's gonna swallow them whole. So Juza and Omi are like, "I'll fight back with everything I've got." And Banri is like, "Oh, the old dude is gonna get me, I'm so scared." So we cut to the next performance where Banri, in Izumi's words, gets swallowed. So after the performance, everyone is like, "What the fuck? Like, you locked in." So they're all like, "I definitely won't lose to you," except Taichi, who just quietly excuses himself to the bathroom. And then we cut to him talking to Reni of Gods of Fame. Reni is scolding Taichi for not ruining their performance fast enough, since tomorrow is the closing night, and he tells Taichi that if he doesn't ruin this performance, he will never stand on stage again. And then after Reni leaves, Omi asks if Taichi is okay, and Taichi cries in front of him and confesses that he was the one who ripped up the costumes and stole the props and sent all the threatening letters, and Omi says that they should go talk to the rest of the guys, and says that he's partially also responsible because he knew Taichi was carrying a burden, but he didn't do anything about it. And Taichi insists that he should step down and leave because there's no way everyone's gonna forgive him and whatever, but they go talk to everyone anyways. So at their next meeting, Taichi confesses to everything, and he tells everyone that the head of Godza told him to infiltrate Monkai and ruin their performance, and if he did, he would be added to Godza's main cast. So Taichi was previously in Godza, but only ever allowed to be an extra because he just like wasn't that good or whatever. He had dreams of like being a star and like being popular and all that stuff, so he wanted to be an actual like cast member. So Reni, of course, exploiting this dream of his, was like, "Well, guess what? You can go do Sasya Mogus at the fucking other place, bring them down, and then easy peasy." And Taichi's like, "Sure." Sure, why not? So Banri is like, "Okay, let's all do our portraits." And everyone is like, "What?" And he's like, "Well, you guys didn't actually get to see each other's portraits because you were all just like performing them and practicing alone. So let's all do them again. But Taichi, this time, do your real one and I'll do my real one." So, famously, Taichi's one was not his biggest regret. Banri's one was completely made up in the first place. And here we go. So now we get Taichi's portrait, which, by the way, Banri's portrait, the one at the beginning of this whole thing about like him getting his ass beat, that is the real one. We never get to see the fake one because it doesn't fucking matter at all. So just so you know, that's his like actual / serious one. So Taichi's portrait is about how ever since he was a kid, he was always a random nobody and no one ever paid attention to him. And he even tried learning like yo-yo tricks after seeing a kid get popular for being really good at that. But by the time he got good enough at it to show off, they were completely out of style. But then one day he randomly appeared on TV in the background for just like 1 second, and one of his classmates saw it and told him he was so cool for being on TV. So Taichi then decided he would try as hard as he possibly could to become an actor. So he went to audition after audition, but the only roles that he could get were like background extra types. And then one day he was an extra in one of Tenma's shows. So Tenma became kind of the embodiment of Taichi's inferiority complex because they're the exact same age, but Taichi is cringe and Tenma is dumb Liddy, basically. So he managed to join Godza as an extra after deciding not to completely give up. But after so long of watching Tasuku and Haruto shine as the main leads, he started thinking about giving up again, until Reni gave him a chance by making him infiltrate Monkai Company. So Taichi concludes his portrait by saying the closer everyone else got, the more distant he felt from everyone, and the guilt was crushing him as he grew to love the Autumn Troupe, but in the end, he shouldn't be allowed on stage because he ruined it by committing a crime that he can never make up for. Bruh, I'm like, bruh. Bruh, you can't just say all that. You can't just say that. www.bruh.com/bruh. Banri then, of course, does his portrait, and Izumi comments about how much better it is, and then everyone's attention, of course, turns back to Taichi. So they all say they forgive him, and Banri asks where Taichi belongs, and Taichi's like, well, I couldn't possibly ask for this much. And Banri's like, just say it. Do you belong in Gaza, or do you belong here? Who are you? And Taichi is like, I'm Taichi from Autumn Troop, and everyone's like, yeah! So they all say they'll protect him and that he should stay here instead of hanging around with those freak-ass fuckers at Gaza. So he's, you know, accepted fully into the squad, which is like a little bit insane, but like also really understandable because clearly he's not like super evil. Like Rennie's clearly the evil one. Taichi, of course, evil, you know, for going along with it, but like could be worse, especially because Rennie is like probably the guy with the most influence in the entire town as far as acting goes. Later that night, which is the night before their final performance, Juza and Banri can't sleep, so they're talking, and Juza tells Banri that his portrait was good, and Banri was like, of course it was, but I still don't feel like I've won. In the end, you're the one who makes me passionate, so I'm definitely gonna beat you. But as he's saying that, Juza falls asleep and doesn't hear any of it. He literally just like confessed. In the end, you're the one who makes me passionate, so I'm definitely gonna beat you. Bruh. And Juza fell asleep. Bruh. That's actually so heinous. So then we cut to, like, right before their closing performance. Taichi sees Rennie with Tasuku and Haruto in the lobby. Because remember, Rennie was like, I'm gonna come to the show, whatever, when he was talking to Izumi. And of course, he would want to be there because he thinks that this is gonna be, like, Mankai Company's downfall. Rennie, like, sees Taichi and he's like, you understand, right? And before Taichi can say anything, Banri and Juza both show up, and they're like, fuck you, bitch. Like, whatever. So Rennie's like, oh, hello, like, I got an invite from your director, and Banri's like, shut the fuck up, freak bitch. We know what you made Taichi do, and he's sticking with us now, so keep your grubby hands off him. And Rennie's like, fine, let's go. And so he takes, like, Tasuku and Haruto, and then after they get away, I don't know, outside, Tasuku is like, oh, so that's what's going on. Like, I knew something was up when I saw Taichi on the cast list. You sent him in as a spy, didn't you? And Haruto is like, and what of it, so what? And Tasuku is like, you knew too? You guys are sick, I'm quitting. So, get fucked. He was literally, by the way, like, Rennie's top guy. Like, Tasuku was #1 at Gaza. So he's like, I'm fucking quitting Gaza too. I can't keep working for people who would try to sabotage the stage. So this is a common Tasuku W. He will return later. We know this. Come on. So then we cut to their final performance. It goes great, of course. Taichi's acting improves. Sakyo's acting improves. Banri and Juza get really hyped up and say that they won't lose to anyone and whatever. And then after the performance, Juza and Banri have this epic high five as a symbol of their gay love. I mean friendship. And then Muku accidentally calls Juza Ju-chan again because he's like all excited. And then the secret's out and Juza's like, yeah, that's right, Muku's my cousin. But he's like, I kept it a secret because I didn't want Muku's reputation to be damaged. And Yuki's like, wow, you guys really are related, huh? You think the same way. And then Juza gets a phone call from his little brother Kumon. And they go out to the lobby to see him. They being Juza and Muku. Do not get me started on Kumon, like I said earlier. He's weird as fuck. I had a friend once. This is like such a non sequitur because you guys don't even know Kumon yet, but just know he's like the weird Brokon type of guy, but he's not Brokon to like the Rin extent where he's like, yeah, I'm trying to fuck my brother. He's Brokon like he's really obsessed with Juza and he does some weird shit that's like implies kind of weirdness like that, but it's not so like explicit, but it's still really weird. Like there's one scene I remember where Kumon's like, oh my gosh, like I took one of Juza's shirts and I'm keeping it because it smells like him and I can sniff it. Like it's weird. But I remember telling this to one of my friends who I'm no longer friends with because of reasons, but I told this, we were both like fans of fans of A3, and I remember talking about this and I was like, I don't know, like nobody else seems to be uncomfortable enough with Kumon. Like, am I weird? And she was like, I don't know, like I've always really liked him because that's how I am with my older brothers. And I was like, what are you talking about? So anyways, that's a little anecdote from my personal life. Anyways, so Yuki comes in then and Taichi confesses to his crimes, specifically in the way of ruining the costumes. And Yuki is like, well, let me punch you just once And then you better start practicing your sewing skills like your life depends on it, because I'm gonna work you to the bone to help me make the winter troop costumes. And Taichi's like, got it. Like, we got this. So he gets punched, I think. And then out in the audience, we see the guy who faked the police incident to save Bonri and Juza is like, they're accepting new members. Interesting. And then we get the last episode of the act, which is Izumi in the theater looking at the stage, already feeling nostalgic even though the performance literally just ended. And Sakyo comes up and they're talking, and Izumi is like, do I still look like a little kid to you? And he's like, would you believe me if I said that that little kid was my first crush? And she's like, what? And he's like, lol, just kidding, dumbass. Me when I lie. Also, now Izumi remembers, like, meeting him because she saw his portrait, and she's like, oh, yeah, like, blah, blah, blah. So he's, you know, he's just kind of, he's like when you, did you ever have a dreams? Anyway, then also we cut to Reni and Haruto talking. Reni promotes Haruto to being the lead actor, which is the spot that Tasuku previously had, and he says they'll challenge Mankai to an acting duel, and then publicly humiliate them by winning so devastatingly.
We are winning devastatingly.
And then Mankai will be forced to close out of sheer embarrassment. So then we get a random cut again to Tasuku running into someone and being like, why are you back in town? Like, grr, like, fuck this guy. And then the scene just ends. That's the end of Act 3. Next up, we have the Winter Troop Act, Act 4, and then that's the end of the main story for now. And we'll be moving on to the events. Yippee! Alright gang, time for Act 4. I am recording this before I go to work, and I also just got up, so my voice probably sounds different, because every time that I get up, I'm like slightly sick for a little while. And it's allergy season still. Alright, so this one starts with just right into the Winter Troop auditions. 2 guys initially show up. One is the guy from the cop incident that I mentioned before. The other guy is the guy that Tasuku was beefing with in that random little scene we got at the end of Act 3. They haven't been introduced yet, but I'm just gonna start using their names. Cop guy is Azuma, and blue-haired guy is Tsumugi. Okay. So, Azuma says he has no acting experience, and Izumi and Sakyo tell him that the practices would probably overlap with, like, work times or whatever if he's the type to work, like, overtime or holidays. And Azuma says that he's on temporary leave from work anyway, so it's fine, it doesn't matter. And they ask what he does, and he says he's a sleeping partner. So everyone's like, what? Oh my god, he's a prostitute. But he's actually more like a therapist or like a professional cuddler kind of thing, like literally a sleeping partner. Like people pay him to like sleep in their bed, like literally sleep. And he actually has like a tragic lore reason for this, but we'll get into that later. So he clears that up, and then everyone's like, okay, that's only slightly less weird. And Tsumugi says he has acting experience, but only at like an amateur level from school, so they should treat him like a newbie as well. So Izumi goes on to give them their like audition task, which is to do a one-man act using your smartphone. So Azuma does a pretty simple phone call. I think he like calls his mom or something like that, which is actually kind of sad knowing his lore. So Izumi thinks like, okay, this is kind of a traditional approach to this task, but Azuma seems to have a basic grasp on acting, and he has a unique air to him, so she thinks that he'll be great for the troupe. Which of course it's not like she's gonna deny anybody anyway, they all pass the auditions every time, we know this. And then Tsumugi does his one-man act without saying anything. He just does a series of facial expressions and gestures to convey that he was waiting for someone, but then he got a message that something happened, so he had to run off and like go check on the thing. So everyone's like, bruh, yeah, okay, you're new to this. Oh, amateur level, bruh. Sakyo literally says, treat him as a newbie? Yeah, right. Which is so funny. So of course he's in. Izumi's like, oh my god, he'll be a huge help to the team. So she tells them that they both pass, and Sakyo is like, but there's only 2 of them, like what are we gonna do for the rest of them? So they decide to head out and try to attract people with street acts, the old-fashioned way. So they go and do some acting in the streets, and they attract this silly guy who's taking notes on phrases they use, which is shit like, your asshole's so small it's clogged up or whatever, and he's like, ooh, what a wonderful phrase, because of course Autumn Troop is helping with the thing. So it's like basically like Juzo and Vonri are standing there fighting for their street act, and one of them says like, your asshole's so small it's clogged up, and then this guy in the audience with his pen and paper, his quill, he's like, wow, what an interesting phrase, I'll write that down for my notes. He's really funny. This is Homare, top 3 favorite guy of all time. Thank you. So Izumi asks him if he has an interest in theater, and he says he has interest in anything involving art. And she says they're recruiting new members, and he's like, well, now that I think about it, I have no theater experience, so I shall join. And Izumi's like, wait, actually, like for real? And he's like, yeah. And then he introduces himself, like I said, he's Homare. They ask Homare what he does for work, and he says he's a poet, and everyone's like, what, like for real? Nobody's actually a poet, like come on. And he's like, no, like I'm actually a poet, I have like published books, like several published poetry books. So he recites one of his poems, and everyone's like, that made no sense, you're weird, like this guy's a freak. So of course that means he's perfect for Monkai Company. Then they run into Tasuku, you know, previously of Gods of Fame, and they're like, wait, like we heard you quit. What's with that? Are you for real? And he's like, yeah, and now I'm blacklisted because Rennie's a douchebag, so I can't act literally anywhere. And Izumi's like, well, would you look at that? We have an opening, you know, Winter Troop just started, and so you know, maybe like just, I mean, have you ever considered like, okay, listen. So he's like, wait, really? Like you'd have me? You'd allow me? Whatever. And she's like, yeah, of course. And then he sees Tsumugi, and he's like, is this guy joining? And Izumi's like, yeah. And he goes to Tsumugi, and he's like, are you gonna run away again? And Tsumugi's like, no. And so Tasuku is like, well, I already complained about Tsumugi, but I would like to join y'all since I have nowhere else to go. So that's 4 of the 5 members they need, and it's getting dark now, so they head back to the dorms. So, okay, this is where it starts to get crazy. I mean, Autumn Troop was crazy, but this, it gets crazy. They get back to the dorms, and they find a guy passed out on the ground in front of the front door. So Homare is like, maybe he's Sleeping Beauty, and Azuma's like, yeah, but he's a guy though. And Homare is like, the Sleeping King, which is another Jack Chian reference. Their first play is called Sleepless King. Thank you. So they bring him inside after deducing that he's just asleep, Suzuru style, he's not dead, and they manage to wake him up just long enough to discover that his name is Hisoka, and he does not remember anything else. He doesn't know where he came from, but when they're like, maybe we should bring him to the cops, he's like, no, not the police. So they're like, okay. And then while he's still awake before he falls back asleep, Izumi is like, do you have any interest in theater? And everyone's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Whole squad is like, bro, like you've actually lost your mind this time. Like for real, like Misumi was one thing, but dude, like bro. So he's like, yeah, acting, like I kind of know about it, but like I'm not sure. And Sakyo is like, well, if you're gonna be here anyways and you've got nothing else to do, you can join in. And Azuma is like, yeah, sometimes it's better to be able to do something to keep your mind off of things. What an insane bunch of guys. Like what? But I guess it is in character for Sakyo specifically to be like, yeah, you know, some guys just have circumstances and you can't really bring them to the police. And of course Azuma is just weird. So they ask if he's hungry, and then Taichi happens to be like, oh, someone left behind this bag of marshmallows, you can have these. And Hisoka just like downs the fucking marshmallows. So this is what we know. Name, Hisoka. Memories, gone. Acting, not sure. Likes, marshmallows. So next we have the dorm discussion. Everyone, again, decides to dorm because duh. They're all adults, so none of them need parental permission. They room as follows. Homare rooms with Hisoka because someone needs to be able to wake Hisoka up, and Homare figures that since he sleeps so much, he won't bother him while he's writing poetry. Tsumugi and Tasuku room together because they're gay, and by that I mean actually not that at all. It's because Izumi naively was like, oh, you guys know each other so you'll get along, right? You should be in the same room, haha, right? And Tasuku is like, right, yeah. Which means Azuma gets a room to himself, which is not good actually, but we'll find that out later. So after this, after they figure this out, Tasuku leaves, and Tsumugi asks where he's going, and Tasuku is like, none of your business. It pisses me off just to see your face. Okay, bruh. Like, you chose to join, okay? Despite the fact that you saw he was gonna be here, now you're just being an asshole. relax. Like, relax. So we jump from there to their first practice. This is my favorite first practice because it's just lit. So Izumi tells everyone to do a one-man act with the theme of shop assistant. This is kind of her, like, you know, improv exercise to see where everyone's at. They get to choose the type of shop and whatever, blah, blah. Tasuku goes first. He acts as the doorman for a high-end hotel. Of course, he does great. No surprises there. Tsumugi goes next, acting as a hairdresser. He does well, but everyone can tell that he seems to be kind of, like, not confident in his acting. Homari goes next, acting as a potion seller.
Potion seller. I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions.
Selling someone poison, and he does well, and he has what Izumi describes as a confident theatrical air that serves well for theater. I would agree with that. He definitely has a theatrical air. And then Azuma goes and he plays a vendor selling cigarettes. So he has this like fuck you kind of vibe, which is great because that's not his normal vibe. So he does well also. And then finally, Homari pokes Hisoka awake and Hisoka asks who he's acting as. And Izumi tells him again, like, just be a shop assistant. But he's like, I can't do it if I don't know anything about the character. Like, I can't just make someone up. So Izumi gives him more specifics and then he pulls it off flawlessly, like really well. And Izumi's like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, what? So she's like, maybe he was an actor before the amnesia. Nope. It's not that easy, not that simple, but we'll find that out later too. Tasuku, after this, goes to ask Hisoka if he, like, knows martial arts or something, but he's already asleep again. So Tasuku just mentions it to the rest of the guys, and he's like, his footsteps are completely silent. And Homari's like, yeah, I noticed that too. So everyone is like, but he's just a sleepy little guy. Like, he can't be sinister at all. He's, like, normal and just, like, tired. Tasuku's like, yeah, guess I'm just tripping. And then Izumi is like, oh, right, we need to decide who the leader's gonna be. So Tsumugi hesitantly steps up, saying that he'll do it if nobody else wants to, but if someone else wants to, he won't. And Tasuku is like, geez, like, do you want to or not? Like, whatever. So they end up deciding on Tsumugi because he is one of the two most experienced members after Tasuku, who pointedly did not volunteer. So Tsumugi's the leader now, and we have all four of our troop leaders being Sakuya, Tenma, Banri, and Tsumugi. Yay! And they have pretty much color-coded hair for all of their seasons. Then we cut to about a week later. Izumi is thinking about how to get Winter Troop to bond because they don't seem to have much interest in, like, getting closer to each other like the other troops. The other troops more or less had that, but they ended up getting close of their own volition anyways. But she finds them talking about how Hisoka has nothing in his room. And Azuma's like, yeah, it looks pretty sad compared to Homari's side of the room. He has, like, a brick wall and everything. And Izumi's like, oh, what? And Homari's like, yeah, I paid a construction crew to renovate my room the other day. And they added a brick wall. I don't know how nobody noticed that, but, like, there was just guys making a brick wall and nobody thought, what are all these bricks for? Who are these guys and what are all these bricks for? So they all decide, we can't take it, we need to go buy furniture for Hisoka's room because it's too sad that he just doesn't have a damn belonging. So everyone except Tasuku is gonna go. He ends up getting roped into it anyway because he's the only one that can drive. So everyone's like, please drive us to the furniture store, please, pretty please. And he's like, okay, fine. By the way, just for context, Hisoka himself does not care that there's nothing in his room, but everyone else cares, so they're going to buy him stuff. On the drive, Hisoka, who is looking out the window, suddenly insists that Tasuku stops the car. So he stops the car, and Hisoka gets out, and he's like pondering at the beach that they've stopped at. And then he's like, I washed up here. And everyone's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I don't know why, but I just washed up on this beach. And so Homari's like, were you a diving instructor? And everyone's like, with no gear? And Azuma is like, then I guess he's just a man of the sea. And Tasuku's like, what the fuck even is that? Like, what are you talking about? So Tasuku is like the straight man of Winter Troop. Again, definitely not actually straight, but he's the straight man. Okay, so everyone is like, okay, if he can remember that, then maybe he can remember everything else. That's good. We can have hope for this. Guys, I don't know if you want to hope for that. So they go and buy Hisoka a bunch of furniture, then they come home. Nothing really relevant happens. We get to, like, see a bunch of information about each guy's, like, taste in furniture, kind of, but it just, like, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna cut back to the dorms later, Izumi finds Kazunari, Citron, Azuma, and Sakyo playing mahjong. Interestingly enough, Azuma immediately picks up on Citron having a princely air and starts calling him the prince or like young prince or whatever, which is lit. And Azuma is like one of those guys who's just really observant about everything. By the way, I haven't said that Citron is a prince, but like, I mean, Azuma immediately notices that, which is lit. Upon seeing all this activity in the dorms with, 20 people in it, Matsukawa is like, wow, like, I'm starting to get nostalgic for the olden times back during the first generation. And he talks about how this theater has been open for 26 years and it has lots of history. And then he once again brings up the 7 mysteries that he's mentioned a couple times before, and he says that there's the infinity doll, the locked room, and the magnifying glass of truth. So people start asking like, well, what the fuck are those? Like, what are you talking about? So Matsukawa explains that the infinity doll is a doll that traps people who aren't getting along in quote-unquote incessant hell until they make up. And the locked room is a locked room that traps people inside of it, and then the room itself disappears. And the truthful magnifying glass is just a magnifying glass where if you look through it at someone, you can read their mind. I wonder if any of these things will come back later in the right now. So they decide again to go do some street acts as practice, and Haruto of course sees Tasuku and he's like, what the fuck, like you're with these cringers, whatever. And Tasuku gets upset and calls him by his actual name, which is apparently Yamada Genta. And then Haruto gets pissed off and he's like, don't fucking talk to me like that. And he starts talking in like a punkish dialect, like a little delinquent kid. Then Reni shows up and tells them to like quit fighting. And he's like, Tasuku, you fucking traitor. Are you leading Winter Troop now or whatever? And Tasuku's like, no, Tsumugi's leading Winter Troop. So Reni sees Tsumugi and seems to recognize him. And Tsumugi seems to be scared of Reni. So Reni says that they need to repay the debt of stealing gods as members, so he challenges them to a showdown performance where both theaters put on an act with the same theme and the audience votes on the winner. He says that if Monkai wins, Godza will give them like all the money from the run of their play for that theme, and if they lose, they have to immediately close down. Reni, of course, purposefully made this announcement outside on the street in front of passers-by to attract all this attention so that, looks like we can't say no, we've got no choice, which in this case, they kind of do have no choice, like I kind of get that, but it is one of those classic, we have no choice moments. Top 10 we have no choice moments. Top 10 things you may have missed in A3. So basically he's like putting them in this high pressure position, but he's like, I'll give you 1 week to consider it anyways. So he leaves and they're like, we definitely need to talk to the rest of the guys about this because we can't just decide this on our own because literally we might have to shut down, like what? So they immediately go back to the dorms and they like have a whole meeting with everybody, and pretty much everyone also kind of does we have no choice, but a few members are still hesitant, so they decide to think it over more and decide later. So they do a few more practices, but the deadline for their answer is getting closer and closer. So Tsumugi says that he thinks they should do it, but he doesn't have the talent as an actor to be the lead, so he thinks that Tasuku should be the lead, but Tasuku gets pissed off and he's like, if you keep acting like this, you'll just run away again, and I don't want to stand on stage with someone irresponsible like you. Tasuku and Tsumugi have been ruining the vibes because Tsumugi is so nervous and Tasuku is so /serious all the time. So they just end practice there, and Izumi says that they should turn down the offer after all because the state they're in is not going to be productive for such a huge responsibility like that. And then we cut to Tsumugi in the courtyard thinking about how he just wants to be able to perform with Tasuku again like old times. So they're childhood friends and they used to be in the same like theater circles in school, and that's how they know each other. They used to act together specifically all the time. And then this random plushy doll falls out of the fucking sky and a flash of light happens and Tsumugi's like, weird, like I wonder whose doll this is. I'll have to ask people about it tomorrow. Funny you might say that, it's never gonna be tomorrow. So this was, of course, the infinity doll. And now Tsumugi and Tasuku are stuck in a time loop until they can start getting along. So they have to relive that same day over and over again until they make up. So the first day they wake up, the first of the replays of the day. They wake up and obviously they don't know yet that it's not tomorrow, it's today still. Tomorrow today reference in 2025, but they go to practice and like all the guys are saying the same shit that they said yesterday and whatever, and they're like, are you guys fucking with us? Like, you did all this yesterday. And everyone's like, no, like we didn't. So they both like leave practice and they're like talking about it and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And so they check the TV and they check their phones and all the dates are the same day as before, and they're like, this is either a really elaborate prank or we're actually stuck in a time loop. And Tsumugi is like, no way, maybe it's the doll. And Tasuku's like, don't say that, don't even say it, there's no way that's real, shut up. They go about the rest of their day like the same way that they did yesterday. So they have the same argument and whatever, and it hasn't changed at all. Then they just go to bed and they're like, it'll be tomorrow, obviously, right? No, the next day, it all happens again. So they regroup to cover the situation. Tsumugi tells Tasuku about the doll, and it's in his bed still, so that means that the doll is like outside of the time loop, and they're figuring this out, and then suddenly Misumi shows up. And he's like, oh my god, so it's your guys' fault that my triangles keep disappearing? And they're like, wait, you're free from the time loop too? And Misumi's like, yeah, I keep gathering triangles and then they all disappear the next morning. And so he sees the doll and he's like, that must be the infinity doll, which means you guys need to make up to fix it. And Tasuku is like, how do you know this? And Misumi is like, well, it's what the manager said, but also this stuff happens all the time. And it's like, what? What are you... What? How many lives has this kid lived? What do you mean, oh, this stuff happens all the time? Why is he immune to time loops? How does he know that? Why, what? I don't think that's ever explained. I really hope it is at some point later, and I just haven't gotten there. They just gave Misumi this trait, this throwaway trait for a bit of like, oh, he knows about time loops and he's immune to time loops. No. No, you can't just do that. So then they're like, okay, he leaves and he's like, I'm gonna go find more triangles. And they're like, okay, bye. And then they try to pretend that they've made up. So they like put the doll on the couch in their room and they stand in front of it and they're like, what if we pretend to like laugh like we're having a good time? Or like, what if we hold hands or something? And obviously it doesn't work. So they go to bed that night and then they wake up the next morning and it's still the same morning. They're like, fuck. Misumi shows up again and he's like, guys, you didn't fix it, my triangles are still gone. And they're like, we tried a whole bunch of stuff and it just didn't work. And Misumi is like, well, making up is simple, you just have to say what you're really thinking, so you better do it today because my goddamn triangles. And so Tasuku is like, okay, Tsumugi, follow me, like I have an idea. So they go out into the street and Tasuku starts doing like a street act and Tsumugi just kind of goes with it. And so they end up like conveying their feelings as an act in actor form, which is so like them and really adorable. After the crowd disperses and their act is done, they have an actual discussion about everything for the first time since like fucking college or whatever. So Tsumugi says that acting with Tasuku is fun, and Tasuku is like, I always think about your acting and it motivates me to improve. So basically, they're gay. Really, really gay. Tsumugi says that even back then, he wanted to get into Godza with Tasuku, but it didn't happen, so he ran away. But years later, he just couldn't shake the desire to be on stage and still be an actor, so he returned to Voluto, and now he's in Mankai, etc., etc. The rest is history. But he says he does want to play the lead in the play, but he's worried about it. And Tasuku is like, we're on the same team, you dumbass. Just tell everyone, and they'll support you even more, and then you'll have more confidence. So they made up and they made out, easy peasy. They didn't make out, unfortunately, but they did in my head. I think they just cut the cameras before that happened, you know what I mean? Which is fine, they have the right to privacy, whatever, you know. Tasuku is then about to say something else, something uncharacteristically heartfelt, I would figure. But Banri and Taichi randomly show up and they're like, oh, what are you guys doing here? And they're like, oh, we were just like doing a street act or whatever. So they head back to the dorms together. When they get back, Tasuku tells Tsumugi to just tell everyone what they had talked about. So Izumi rounds up the entire company and Tsumugi says that he had actually auditioned for Godza at the same time as Tasuku back in the day. But Reni told him that he has no talent and he should quit. So Tsumugi just believed him and ran away. but he still loves theater, so he came back, and he wants to prove to everyone that he's capable by accepting the deal and beating Godza in the act off. So everyone, of course, agrees to support him in this and agrees to do the act off. So everyone's like, okay, time to lock the fuck in. Like, we gotta pull this out of our actual ass. Because remember, most of us don't have acting experience, and it's Godza that we're talking about. And then after this, Matsukawa is like, you know what? We should hold like a social gathering to deepen all the troops' bonds, and that'll make it better for acting. He's right. So he organizes a troop versus troop old maid tournament where the losers have to do chores. And so everyone gets like unexpectedly riled up for this because they're like, I don't want to fucking do chores. Hell no. But before they start, Izumi notices that Hisoka is missing, and she finds him outside. So she tries to sneak up on him to scare him as a joke, but he instantly pins her hands behind her back and warns her not to stand behind him. So he's kind of sussy amogus right now. He's kind of spooky ooky. So they have their little old maid tournament. I don't think anything really happens there that matters. And then we go to the next morning, where it's actually the next morning. So Tasuku and Tsumugi are like, are we gonna tell everyone that we just lived that day 17 times or no? And they're like, nah, no one else would ever believe that that happened, so we're just not gonna mention it. So to everyone else, it looks like they randomly just made up yesterday out of complete nowhere. So after this, we cut to Izumi getting a phone call from Reni because it's like the last day before like they have to decide if they're doing it or whatever. So she's like, yeah, we'll do it. And then he's like, okay, the theme is going to be angels, because apparently in the official rules of an acting duel, whoever challenged the people gets to choose the theme. Like whoever proposed the act off gets to choose. So of course he's choosing something that's gonna like fit well into Godza's like high budget flashy shit that they can do, and he knows that Mankai doesn't have as much money to do flashy shit where there's people flying around and whatever. So Izumi holds the first leader meeting with just the leaders of the 4 troops, and so they talk about strategy, because all the troops are gonna have to help like support Winter Troop for this duel. And then after that, they have a Winter Troop meeting where Tsumugi says it's important that they get closer outside of just acting too, so that they can like, you know, and be better at acting together. It like they keep saying they're gonna do this and then they don't, but they're trying still to figure out how to do this. So they all decide to like carve time out of their schedules to like hang out basically or whatever. Then the next day they have another meeting with Winter Troop, but Suzuru and Yuki are also there, and so they're talking about, you know, what theme they're gonna do within the theme of angels, and so they decide they'll go with a more subtle and mature feel to set themselves apart from like the high budget flashy stuff that Godza usually does, which this is intel that of course Tasuku has of like, he pretty much knows what they're gonna do because he's the one that's been doing it for so long. So they have that going for them for sure. And so during this meeting, Tsumugi and Tasuku keep like disagreeing about stuff, and Izumi thinks they're fighting, but they're not, because they don't actually seem to be getting upset. They're just saying things that sound harsh to each other, but neither of them are taking it as harsh. So basically they're awesome. So that's how close they are. And immediately after they make up with their feud of several years, they just go back to like being close. And it's like the gayest thing I've ever seen in my life. So at the end of all their like discussing, Tsumugi's like, oh, Tasuku seems happy, and Izumi is like, his expression didn't even change a little bit. And Tsumugi's like, I can tell, bruh. Like, Tasuku is like, yeah, I am happy because I'm excited to play a different type of role, because when I was at Godza, I only got to do like the flashy princely types over and over and over. And Suzuru is like, it'll be fun like writing Mankai's first tragedy, because all the plays thus far have been lighthearted and kind of whatever, but the OG Winter Troop did more like sad shit. So then we cut to script is done, Suzuru's passing out on the floor and dying. Everyone's like, oh, let's just bring him back to his room, and Winter Troop can read the script. So they read the script and they're like, wow, it's really beautiful and touching and epic and awesome. And then Tasuku is like, oh, actually, Suzuru, can you change like blah 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 about the lines? And Suzuru is like, oh, right, it's my first tragedy, so it's probably kind of ass. And Tsumugi is like, no, Tasuku's excited, he just has ideas. And so everyone's like, that's what he meant by that? My next note says, autism creature and his interpreter. Tasuku really is autism creature. So the next day, they start practice, with the script for the first time, and Izumi is like, damn, like Tsumugi and Tasuku are definitely the best acting pair in the whole company. This is crazy. Like they've got mad acting chemistry. But everyone in this troupe has pretty good acting skills, like definitely better than where the other troops started. So she's like, I should probably call Yuzo in right away to give them harsh criticism so they can get a head start, because we need as much as we can get. And then later, after practice, they hear Homari randomly yell in the courtyard, and everyone goes and they're like, oh my god, what's going on? Turns out he got jump scared by Tetsuro, and he says like, a dark shadow brought confusion upon me, or whatever, which is insane. And so Matsukawa comes and he's like, oh, it's just Tetsuro. He just wants to have a meeting about the set design for the new play. And Matsukawa is like, oh, I thought it was gonna be one of the 7 mysteries again. And everyone's like, dude, shut up about the mysteries. Nobody gives a fuck about the mysteries. And then, you know, more time passes, more practicing, more blah, blah, blah. Azuma has been leaving early and coming home really late, so Izumi and Tsumugi start getting worried, and they go track him down while he's out one day, like normal people, and he's at a bar with some lady, and they ask him what time he's coming home, and he's like, oh, I'm actually not going to be back tonight. So then the next morning, he comes home and Azuma tells everyone that he's actually been thinking about going back to work. So he's gonna move back out of the dorms, and Izumi and Tsumugi are like, you don't have to move, like it's fine, you can just work from here or whatever. Everyone else is like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter, like he can move out if he wants and then just still come to practice, like it's fine. But Izumi is like, I don't know, like I think Azuma looks kind of gloomy for some reason. Like it doesn't seem like he actually wants to move out. It seems like he's kind of sad or something. She doesn't say that, but she's picking up on it. She's noticing. And so they throw a going away party for Azuma, and Misumi is like, oh, I got you these triangle glasses that I stole off of a shady guy outside. And everyone's like, what? Like, what? You can't just do that. And also, there's a shady guy outside, but he's like, yeah, I don't know. So the party goes on, and then afterwards, everyone goes to look for boxes to help Azuma pack up his things, and Azuma and Izumi get locked in the storage room. Dun dun dun. It's actually this storage room that I'm in. And like, I thought that this was the locked room, and it is. This is the locked room, because after they get locked in there, the door closes behind them, and then it won't open. It's like locked from the outside, and so they wait for someone to come, and nobody ever does. Like the door disappears, like so no one outside can see the door anymore. But dude, I thought this background image was used only for the locked room, but this is actually just a random storage room. Like they use this background for a normal storage room later on. It like came back up and I was like, wait, no, wait, what? So I don't know. I don't know why there's a coffin in here. I don't know if that's ever explained. So they're like waiting for someone to show up, and no one ever does, and it gets late enough that they're like, we should just go to sleep, honestly. So they go to sleep. Azuma has a nightmare, so Izumi wakes him up, and then he explains that he can never sleep alone because he gets this specific recurring nightmare from his childhood where his family where his family leaves and never returns. So he explains that when he was in elementary school, his parents and his older brother, which is like his entire immediate family, they all died in a car crash after Azuma had decided to stay home. So he became a sleeping partner to combat the fact that he can never sleep by himself. But ever since he moved into the dorms, of course, he is in a room by himself, so he's been having the nightmare again. He tells Izumi that he thought being in Monkai would like cure his loneliness, but now that he has connections with everyone, the moments that he spends alone feel even more lonely than before. And Izumi is like, but you're not alone, like you have acting. Which like, she doesn't say it, she says that in like more moving words, but that's the sentiment. And then suddenly, the rest of Winter Troop finally find the door, and they open it, and Izumi and Azuma are like, oh my god, thank god, like finally. By this point, it's the next morning, right before morning practice, and Azuma is like, you guys were looking for us? And Izumi is like, see, you aren't alone, I told you. And so Azuma is like, okay, I'm not gonna move out, like, I'll stay here. And everyone's like, yay? But also, what? And then they realize that the door they just opened is now gone. So everyone's like, wait, wasn't there just a room there? Like, weren't you guys in a room that was right there? And then Tasuku and Tsumugi just look at each other and they're like, oh Jesus, not again. So then we cut to the practice that Yuzo comes to. He says basically the only big problem with this troupe's acting is that it's obvious that they aren't close as friends. So once again, this being brought up. So he tells them they should all go drinking together soon. So then that same night, they all go to the bar. Welcome to the bar. Welcome to the club. I'm drunk at the bar, getting slizzard, some may say. So they get to this bar and they start talking about their love lives. I don't remember who brings this up, but they're like, let's talk about love or whatever. Izumi says that she dated someone once, but it didn't work out, and now she's devoted to Mankai, which is cute. And Tsumugi says that he had a girlfriend for a whole year when he wasn't doing theater, but he broke up with her to move back to Voluto, and Tasuku was like, what? You had a girlfriend? Gay. Tasuku also actually is surprised that Tsumugi never had a girlfriend before that, but Tsumugi's like, you know I'm not as popular as you are, come on. And Tasuku is like, I've had 3 girlfriends, and they were all, like, good, long relationships, which is boring. So Hisoka, of course, doesn't remember. So they ask instead about his type, like if he did have a girlfriend, what would he want her to be like? And he's like, I want my future partner to be someone who's independent and like not clingy, which is lit. He's just like me for real. Azuma's answer, of course, this freak, he's like, I don't know, there's a lot of people, I'm not sure whether or not to call them lovers, so I don't really know how to answer that question. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, I mean, you know, it's like how with some people you do XYZ, but like with others you only do like XY and like, I don't know, like stuff like that. And everyone's like, oh, okay, we get it, you're a whore. Like, relax, like, please be normal. Really funny, really iconic. Love him so much. And Homare is just like, I don't know, I've got nothing. And everyone's like, what? Like, you seem like the type who would have lots of thoughts on something like love and romance. And he's like, I don't know, not a single thought, actually, none. Don't have one. So everyone's like, okay. But he does randomly mention that recently he's felt like he's been watched all the time, like he's being monitored or something. And everyone's like, you know, actually, yeah, me too. Like, I've also been feeling that. Girl, I totally forgot about this whole part of the thing. Like, so much happens in Act 4, I just, like, completely... We got to this part when I was reading it, and I was like, wait, oh my god. Before we get to the explanation on that, we get a little bit of, like, costume situation. So they finished the costumes. Yuki and Taichi both are working on the costumes, remember, because Taichi is enslaved now because he's a traitor. So they finish the costumes, they try them on, they're cool as fuck, etc, etc. And then we cut to the guy with sunglasses, the sussy guy that Misumi stole from. Well, there's multiple sussy guys, but like this is one of the sussy guys. Anyways, he is returning to Rennie, of course, to tell him about the information that he gathered on the Winter Troop guys. So Rennie sent out spies. There might actually only be one, I don't know, but at least one sussy guy with sunglasses has been spying on the Winter Troop guys and trying to dig up, like, rumors and dirt on them. So we cut to them out passing out flyers for their show. This sussy guy, the sussy Amoga sunglasses guy, shows up, and he comes up to Azuma, Hisoka, and Tsumugi individually, and he tells them that there's like bad rumors starting about them on the internet. So Azuma's rumor is that he's a prostitute. Tsumugi's is that he started the fight with Gadza because he's mad that he failed the audition back in the day. And Hisoka's is that he's an illegal immigrant who used to do dangerous work. Winter Troop like regroups and they're like, what the fuck? And Azuma is like, I mean, like Tasuku used to be in Gadza, like maybe he said something while he was like chatting with his old colleagues or whatever. And Tasuku is like, what the fuck? Like, why are you suddenly doubting me? So they end up kind of fighting, which is exactly what Rennie wanted. He wanted the group to fall apart from the inside. So we cut to the next practice. Super awkward. Everyone's like, okay, like, I don't know. And Homare is like, oh my gosh, let me get this fixed. So he reads everyone to filth. He's like, Azuma, you're self-conscious about your shady job, so you're being whack. Tasuku, you're self-conscious about having previously been in Gadza, so you're being whack. Hisoka, you're self-conscious about your lack of memories, so you're being whack. And Tsumugi, you're self-conscious about failing the Gadza audition, so you're being whack too. And everyone's like, dude, what the fuck? You can't just say that shit. So everyone's like, that was rude as fuck, like, you're a piece of shit. And they all, like, storm out, and Izumi is like, okay, so you might not have been wrong, but sometimes people don't really want to hear stuff said to them like that, just straight up. And Homari's like, oh shit. So he's like, oh no, I made a mistake again. And he tells Izumi, he's like, I cannot understand people's minds. I'm just like a broken cyborg. So this is Homari lore. This is Homari time. He's so. They continue talking, and Homari tells Izumi that his ex-lover called him a broken cyborg, and he's like, they were actually right. And he says he can only think in artistic thoughts or logical thoughts, but he can't understand like emotional thinking, so he can't understand other people's emotional trains of thought, and so he ends up hurting people's feelings. So first of all, he's so me, and second of all, he's autistic. And so he says it seems like he has no empathy, and that's why people hate him, and nobody ever wishes to have a deeper connection with him. And you can hear in my voice that I'm smiling. It's just because I love him, okay? This isn't a happy moment, obviously, but I'm such a big fan. I love that I get to talk about him, okay? And that I get to talk about all of this on this little silly corner of the internet that I have. So Izumi tells him that everyone actually does want to get to know him, just like how Tsumugi was saying. That's why they went drinking together and everything. So she tells him to just talk to everyone, and she's sure that they'll understand if he just explains this to them. So Homari's like, okay, and he goes in, he's like thinking about it, and he's looking around, wandering around the dorms, and he finds this magnifying glass that may or may not help you read minds. The next morning at practice, Homari explains that he loves everyone in his own way, and he wants them to be good colleagues, but his insensitive choice of words tends to hurt people, but he's just trying to help because he loves them. And so he uses the magnifying glass to read people's minds during the discussion that follows, and he manages to lead a productive conversation and get everyone to stop suspecting each other and feeling self-conscious and letting it get in the way. So this is a common Homari W. And so after that practice, he decides to put the magnifying glass away, and he's like, I have to learn how to do this without any magical tools. After this, we cut right to their dress rehearsal. They fine-tune some final stage things, and then we cut to the first performance, which they actually have a run of performances at Mankai Theater, and then there's only one at the Gaza Theater that's like the showdown one. So this is the first performance, like debut performance at Mankai Theater, okay? So they have a successful debut performance, and then after that, Tsumugi and Tasuku go out shopping, and they're practicing their lines a bit as they walk, so a little crowd gathers, like thinking it's a street act. So they like finish it, and they get like some tips from the crowd, and they're like, thanks guys, like come to our show, blah blah blah. And then they part ways to head back, and Rennie shows up to tell Tsumugi that he's actually still cringe fail and he still sucks and he should still quit. And Tsumugi tells him that they're definitely gonna win, but it seems like Rennie's words did like get to him a bit. He just was like pretending to still be confident, be like, fuck you, actually like Mankai Company's better. And then later that night, Hisoka randomly disappears in the middle of the night while Homari's asleep, and Izumi finds Hisoka trapped in the locked room, so she goes in to get him, and she gets trapped with him, and then he randomly wakes up, and he looks out the window at the moon, and he starts crying, and he's like, oh my god, like, I remember everything. He's like, August, I did the unthinkable to you. And so Izumi's like, what the fuck? Like, who's August? What does that mean? What? And so Hisoka's like in tears, and he's like, I'm so sorry, and then he just falls back asleep. And so then the rest of the troupe finds them later, and Izumi is like, wait, like, Hisoka, you woke up and said you remembered everything. And he's like, I don't remember, I forgore. It's like, bro, you can't just forgore. You can't just forgore and then remember and then forgore. But he did. So he doesn't explain anything to anybody. We'll find that out later. It's like, just bruh. Bruh. So we cut to after their next performance. Tsumugi hears some Godza fans talking about how they came to watch Tasuku, but his acting is so dull when he's not playing a lead, and like also Tsumugi's acting was too plain to be the lead, and so Tsumugi's like getting more self-conscious again. So now it's the second to last performance, and the last one before the showdown act at Gaza. Tsumugi is like, guys, like, can I try something? And everyone's like, yeah, of course, like, we trust you. He completely changes his style of acting to try to be more flashy like Tasuku used to be in Gaza, and the audience seems to still enjoy it, but Izumi and the rest of the troupe definitely think it's worse than it used to be, and everyone's like, what the fuck was that, dog? Like, relax. So Izumi later tells Tasuku to go talk to Tsumugi, but Tasuku says he can't be the one to do it because it would be a repeat of before. So he explains that back when Tsumugi failed the audition, he could tell that Tsumugi was acting weird, but he thought if he said anything, it would just seem like bragging because he did, of course, pass the audition. So he didn't say anything, and then Tsumugi quit acting, and Tasuku deeply regretted not talking to him, but instead of reaching out, he just pushed the regret down and grew to resent Tsumugi for quitting instead. And so Izumi is like, well, if you regretted it back then you shouldn't repeat that now. And Tasuku is like, oh, true. So he agrees to go talk to Tsumugi. So Tasuku tells Tsumugi that whole thing, and he apologizes for back then, and he tells Tsumugi that he should act like he normally does because that's the him that Tasuku wants to act with on stage, and that's the him that Tasuku is proud of. Tsumugi's like, oh my god, okay, you're right. So they go back to the rest of the squad, and Tsumugi apologizes to everyone for suddenly going rogue, and he explains that he got caught up thinking that he just needed to improve quickly and thought that that was the best way, but obviously it isn't. So they do some more last-minute practice, and then everyone leaves but Tsumugi and Tasuku, and they talk about how they want to keep acting together and how they'll definitely win tomorrow at the showdown so that they can keep acting together forever. Bruh. We cut right to the final performance, the showdown. I'm so scared, even though I literally know how this goes, obviously. Like, every time that I read this or talk about this, I'm, like, nervous. I'm like, are they gonna win? Obviously they do, but, like, still, you know? So, right before they go on for their final performance, on the Godza stage, we get a series of flashbacks to poignant lines from each of the members of the previous troops, and these are Izumi flashbacks, and she's thinking about how she wants this to keep going on forever, and then she just tells Winter Troop to have fun and not leave any regrets on the stage, and it's like the most beautiful shit ever, and I'm crowed. So, of course, all the rest of the Monkai Company guys come to watch, and they silently cheer Winter Troop on from the audience, and the lights come on, the curtains go back, and it's time. At the end of the play, after they finish, there's a moment of complete silence from the audience before everyone goes crazy. Like, complete standing ovation, screaming, crying, throwing up, like, just insanity. So, of course, Monkai wins the showdown, only by 2 votes, but they do win the showdown. So everyone cries and celebrates, and Rennie comes to tell Izumi that he'll admit defeat for now, but he's gonna crush them next time. And Tsumugi actually thanks Rennie for giving him a chance to rethink his life and remotivating him to still act. And then Sakyo immediately, by the way, is like, hey, so where's the money? And Rennie's like, I'll get it to you later. And Sakyo's like, no, give us the money now. So Rennie writes him a check for just the right amount of money to pay off the entire Monkai Company debt. So they did it. There's no more debt. This is kind of the end of the first arc. So, of course, everyone goes ham, everyone's celebrating. We did it, we paid off the debt, we get to keep acting, like, Monkai Company gets to still exist, and also we beat Rennie in a fucking showdown, fuck that gay bitch. And then Izumi and Sakyo, during this little celebration moment, they talk amongst themselves about how they should aim for the Fleur Award next. The Fleur. The straight up Fleur. After this, we cut to an actual party, like they throw an actual party at the dorms, as they should, by the way. They like give a toast and stuff, and then we get a bunch of just like cute little interactions between characters, most of which are like not too important, but I did want to mention that Sakyo and Azuma drink together, and they're talking about like their similar taste in alcohol and everything, and they're like, yeah, we should like go for drinks and blah blah blah. They are gay. Thank you very much. The other important thing, mysterious important thing that I have to mention is during this, Yuzo, who is at the party because he helped them out during this whole thing, he gets a phone call, okay, from Izumi's dad. Huh? Bro, you can't just Izumi's dad. You can't just Izumi's dad in part 1. Bruh. We don't hear what Yukio says. Yukio, Izumi's dad. We don't hear what he says. But Yuzo says, your daughter did a good job, but there's still a long road ahead of her. What does that mean? Hey, what's that mean? Hey, question. What the fuck? Thanks. Also, Hisoka gets a letter, and everyone's like, ooh, a fan letter. But it's from someone calling themselves April, and it just says, I'm watching you, December. Okay. surely this doesn't mean anything sinister or weird at all, even a little bit, and nothing insane is gonna happen anytime soon. All right? So then we get the last chapter of the first part of the main story, where Izumi and Sakuya have a conversation after the party, where Sakuya asks why the Fleur Award is called that. So Izumi explains that fleur means flower, and it's called that because when actors get on stage, they bloom life into the role that they're playing. So Sakuya asks if Izumi will continue to help them all bloom, and she says she'll do it time and time again forever. And then that's the end of the thing. Roll credits. Literally roll credits. So, slay. This is like the flower symbolism thing. It doesn't like really come up in the story that much, but like every Monkai actor has like a symbol flower, and they all, it's like, you know, it's all flowers. The whole thing is flowers, okay? So yeah, that's the end of the main story for now. It will continue in year 2, but for now, we have like 18 events to talk about. So let's get to that. Oh my god, there literally is 18 events. Send help. Yo! First event is Boy Alice in Wonderland. Have I mentioned that actually Homare goes by Alice sometimes? But this event has nothing to do with Homare because this is the Spring Troop's second play. So the way that the events usually go is there's 10 chapters and then an epilogue. Way shorter than the main story parts. The main story parts have 35 chapters. So we'll kind of fly through these, especially since I'm not doing the cards. So let's get into it. So this one starts with Suzuru telling everyone that the next Spring Troop play is going to be Alice in Wonderland themed, except Alice is going to be a male college student instead of a little girl, and the Mad Hatter is going to be the co-lead and also is going to be Alice's like college professor. So the roles get decided like this. Masumi is the lead playing Alice, Itaru is co-lead playing the Mad Hatter, Citron is of course the Red King, Suzuru is the White Rabbit, and Sakuya is the Cheshire Cat. Citron seems to have some hang-up about playing a king, but he plays it off by just saying he doesn't like people who act like they're celebrities, and Izumi is like, okay, but the king is a celebrity, and he's like, well, whatever. But he goes with it anyway, and it's fine. Masumi is, of course, in typical freak fashion, excited to play the lead because he thinks this is a good chance to get Izumi to fall for him all over again, and Izumi is like, oh my god, what? And also, Izumi establishes a rule that whoever is playing the lead in the current play has to also be the temporary leader of the troupe. So Masumi is the lead for this one. The lead and the leader. And Izumi is worried about this because Masumi kind of sucks. So she's worried that he's not gonna do very well having to lead anyone. So after their little play meeting, their role assignment meeting, Masumi happens to randomly find Taichi reading a magazine, and in this magazine there is like a section with like 5 tips on how to win over older women, and so Masumi's like, give me that shit. Surely nothing weird is gonna happen from this point onwards at all. So we cut to their first practice after Suzuru finishes the script in his usual fashion of dying and then being resurrected like Jesus Christ. They start their practice by Izumi telling Masumi to give some words as the leader, and everyone is expecting him to say something very Masumi-esque and kind of rude and shitty. But instead, he says, I'm still inexperienced, but I'll use the experience I gained in our debut play and work hard. And everyone is like, what? Who the fuck is that? So Masumi continues to act weird and like strangely mature throughout practice, and then afterwards, Suzuru goes to Izumi and he's like, that was weird, right? Like that was like worryingly strange. And Izumi is like, yeah, that was definitely weird. So Izumi starts to worry that he might be taking on too much responsibility and it's like getting to him or something. Obviously we know that he's just following those fuck-ass guidelines from the magazine, but why would anybody else know that? Izumi then asks Itaru what he thinks, and Itaru's like, I don't know, I don't really know Masumi that well. And she's like, well, since you're co-leads, you guys are gonna have to be really in sync for the play, so you should try to get to know him better. Then, after the next practice, Izumi tells Masumi and Itaru to try to think of a way to make their dialogue feel more fresh with each other. So Itaru then tries to talk to Masumi about it, and Masumi is like, I don't give a fuck, like, get out of my face. I'm just doing this for Izumi. He says, last time I caused problems for her, so this time I want to show her that I'm an adult too, and then she'll fall for me because I'm an adult man. And Itaru was like, oh, so you're just like insane still. Okay. So he tries to tell Masumi that he should just be himself because sooner or later this whole act is gonna blow up in his face. And Masumi is like, you're always hiding your real personality too, so I don't want to hear that shit from you, bruh. And then he leaves. And then right after he leaves, Kamakichi calls Itaru stupid, which is really funny. So Kamakichi's like, don't fight, like, whatever. And he's like, you should be an adult, like, you're the adult here, you should act like one. And Itaru is like, Jesus Christ, like, why does everyone keep reminding me that I'm an adult? And then we cut to their next practice. As per usual, lots of cutting around, jumping around to things. The next practice is the one that Yuzo comes in to watch. His only complaint is that Itaru and Masumi aren't playful enough with each other, but by this point, everyone had basically given up on trying to get Masumi and Itaru to get along. So they're like, well, fuck. So they're like, maybe we should like try to put in some ad-libbing or something, but Masumi stubbornly insists on just doing everything exactly as Izumi says to do it. So therefore not ad-libbing, which is weird because Izumi's like, you could do some ad-libbing, and he's like, no. Okay, dude, all right. Now we cut to randomly, they're halfway through the performance run and they have like a day off before the next half. And so they talk about what they could improve, and they come back again to Itaru and Masumi's acting as a pair. And they ask Masumi, since he's the leader, if he has any thoughts on anything. And he almost says something, but then he just goes, never mind, everyone's doing well. And everyone is like, that's fucking insane, dude. Like, you used to just fuck us up. Like, why are you being weird now? So Izumi is still worrying because Masumi's being weird. And Itaru seems to also be worried, and he's trying to figure out what to do as well, but he's not really thinking of anything. Like, he's struggling with this too. So during this day off, Itaru goes to Hanasaki Academy, which is the school that Sakuya and Masumi go to, and he goes to pick Masumi up from school, and Masumi tries to leave on his own, but Sakuya is like, no, like, go talk to him, like, whatever. And Sakuya tells Masumi that when they started Romeo and Julius, he didn't understand Masumi at all, but as they got closer, it became more fun to act with him, and he wants acting with Itaru to be fun for Masumi as well. And Masumi's like, Jesus Christ, fine, like, whatever, fuck you. So when Masumi gets to the car, there's people already around wondering like who Itaru is. So Itaru announces that he's Masumi's older brother, and everyone's like, oh my god, like, cool, like, Masumi has a cool older brother or whatever. And then Masumi gets in the car and he's like, what the fuck was that about? And Itaru is like, bullying, hee hee, what a freak. So Itaru brings Masumi to an arcade, and Masumi is like, bro, Sakuya said to understand you more, but I just don't get you. And Itaru is like, you can understand me with this. And then they play this fighting game. They get on the topic of like adulthood, and Masumi says like, adults are like this and like that, and he lists like a bunch of shit. And Itaru is like, why do you have a list? Like, that's weird. And he's like, listen, you don't just magically become an adult when you turn 20. I'm proof of that. And Masumi is like, well, that's true. Itaru explains the hypothetical scenario where Izumi does become interested in Masumi because he's acting like this. And then that means Masumi would have to keep this act up for the rest of his life. And eventually it would break down, like it would blow up in his face. And Itaru says he's also proof of that. And Masumi asks why Itaru puts up his mask anyways, and Itaru says that when he was around Masumi's age, a lot of things happened, and Masumi is like, it sounds complicated, I don't actually care, which is funny. And so Masumi decides that he won't make the same mistake Itaru made because he doesn't want to be like him. He's like, Itaru's cringe and a loser. So they head back to the dorms, and Masumi is back to being normal style. By the way, love this moment, like Itaru giving someone advice and being correct. Yeah. So right before they go up for their next performance, after, you know, they had a day off, now they're back to performing, Masumi finally shares all of his thoughts, and he gives everyone pointers and blah blah blah, and Itaru also seems more at ease. So Itaru's arc during this event was a bit more subtle, but basically he was conflicted about the responsibility that everyone was putting on him as the adult to have to deal with Masumi, thinking that just because he's older doesn't mean he should have to do all this shit. But in the end, he thought of his own way to figure out the issue instead of like, oh, I have to act like an adult. Masumi's arc, of course, was more obvious with deciding to act like an adult and then having to realize maybe I shouldn't do that. So anyways, they go up on the play. Masumi starts ad-libbing a whole bunch during the play, and it turns out really funny and really fun. And then the performance continues without any problems, and Izumi realizes that somehow Masumi and Itaru are having more fun than usual, so they must have made up or something, which makes her happy because they're the two people in the troupe with the least amount of passion for acting itself. So then we go to after the final performance. They talk about what happened with Itaru and Masumi, and they're like, I don't know, we played a game at the arcade and just came to understand that we don't understand each other. And everyone's like, what? Like, your understanding is that you don't understand? Okay. And then later, Izumi finds Itaru standing outside, and so they talk about everything, and Itaru explains that he was trying hard to think of what to do since he's the oldest in Spring Troop, but he's a poor communicator, so he was just really worked up trying to figure out what to do. But in the end, he realized that he didn't need to bear all of that responsibility just because he's the oldest, and he should have just done what he wanted to do from the start. Like I said, basically both Itaru and Masumi were trying to act more mature than they needed to for this event, but for completely different reasons, which is cool and interesting. And then Izumi finds Masumi at the theater, and she asks him how he felt about the play, and he explains that at first he was just acting for her, but after a while it became fun on its own, and even if Izumi wasn't praising him, he was still enjoying it, and he's never felt that way before. So that's really cute and awesome and yes. Which of course he still makes it weird by saying something about how him and Izumi are soulmates or whatever. And Izumi is like, haha, well, how about you fall in love with acting instead? Please, please, please. And then we get the epilogue, which is Itaru's payback. I totally forgot about this, and it's really secondhand embarrassment, and I hate reading this part, but it's also really funny because Masumi sucks and he deserves it. So Itaru basically, he's like, as payback for Masumi messing with him a bit during the play and like calling him cringe or whatever on stage, he like inverts a dating sim. So he gets this game where like the girl, the like love interest is similar to Izumi somehow, and he mods it so that the affection meter goes up with the wrong answers. He shows it to Masumi. He's like, play this game like it'll be training for winning over Izumi or whatever. And Masumi's like, oh my god, what? So he like locks in and he's playing this game and he's like taking notes and shit. But it's all just weird shit, like peek under her skirt, like look, like comment about her body, like weird inappropriate shit. Or like sniff her hair, or like just weird shit. So then the next day, Masumi like totally buys it, and he starts doing all this embarrassing shit in front of Izumi, and she starts laughing thinking it's some silly like form of acting practice or something. And then Masumi is like, oh my god, it worked. Like she's laughing, like that's awesome. So he tells Itaru thanks for the tips, and Itaru is like, oh my god, the director is so silly, like this is beyond my wildest expectations. And Bonri is like, so it hit the spot for you too, huh? And Itaru is like, should I make a wiki guide for Izumi? And Bonri is like, I can't keep doing this. Weird, just weird little epilogue. Weird. Weird. I have to go to my job right now, and I'm gonna be thinking about this. I have to go to work fresh off this. I made a bad decision. Oops. All right. Time for event number 2. This is the Adventure for Sardines. This is Summer Troop's second play. As you can see, it's a very silly time, comedy time, silly time. The story starts with Suzuru and Izumi trying to figure out what the next theme should be for the Summer Troop second play. And they cannot come up with anything. Suzuru's having a hard time. And they find the entire Summer Troop together in the courtyard playing with a bunch of cats. And Suzuru's like, oh, cats. Actually, it's not a bunch of cats, it's one cat, okay? Whatever, sue me. So Kazunari is like, maybe you should write a story about cats. And Suzuru's like, you know what? Alright, bet. So we cut to a few days later, the script is done, Suzuru's passing out and dying, but before he passes out, he makes sure to tell everyone that cat ears are mandatory for the costumes. And the reason for this, I forgot to mention in the last event, he, if you recall, was playing the White Rabbit, so he had to have bunny ears. And when they revealed the costumes, they tried the costumes on, and he had to put the bunny ears on, he was like, this is kind of rough, I'm 20 years old. You know? He's like, little rough, because I'm a college student. And so this is his payback. They all have to do cat ears now. This time, the roles weren't written with specific people in mind, so we get this little meeting where they're like, okay, who's gonna play what? Like, what are we doing? So they decide amongst themselves that Yuki will play the lead and Kazunari's gonna play the co-lead, which is a little bit crazy because Yuki was the co-lead in the first play, but it's fine because I guess technically they were all protagonists, but whatever. Just a little crazy to have Yuki in the top 2 twice in a row. So since Yuki is playing the main character, this means Yuki is going to temporarily be the leader of Summer Troop as well. Izumi, meanwhile, is like proud that they've all grown so much from the first play because if you recall from the first one, they all wanted to be the main character, so they were like fighting, but this time everyone was like, oh, I want to play so-and-so, like I want to play so-and-so, so it wasn't hard to decide who would be the main leads. So they do their first practice and they notice that the relationship of older brother and younger brother between the 2 main characters isn't really showing very well between Yuki and Kazunari, so that's kind of their first thing they're gonna have to figure out. So they continue practicing, and like a couple days later, Izumi and Tenma notice that Yuki has no like concepts yet for the costumes, which usually he's like fast as fuck with this, so they're a little bit worried. So Izumi asks if there's anything that she can do to help, and Yuki is like, oh no, it's fine, like I'll figure it out, like I always do, no worries, blah blah blah, whatever. And Tenma decides to kind of take the back seat because he's not the leader, so he's like, all right, like I'm not the leader this time, so I'm gonna just trust Yuki and like leave it up to him to figure out. And he also decides to kind of take a step back on giving advice about the like brotherly relationship dynamic as well, which I think is kind of a crazy Tenma development, like crazy in a good way, like character growth, crazy style, because obviously before he would not shut up, like he was just constantly criticizing everyone. So to now have the understanding of when is a good time to let people figure it out themselves, kind of crazy. Then we cut to another practice. This is the one that Yuzo comes to watch, which I guess he's doing that for every play for the rest of forever. So he comes to watch and basically tells Yuki to get his shit together because he's clearly pushing himself too hard, trying to be the protagonist and the leader and make the costumes completely by himself. And then we just randomly cut to Izumi and Omi out buying like groceries for dinner when they find Yuki and Misumi in an alleyway, once again playing with cats. So Misumi explains that the cats in this area like meet here every Thursday evening. So we find out that Misumi can literally talk to cats. Like actually he can understand cat language. I don't know, he just has all these character traits. He's just such a guy, you know? Then later, back at the dorms, Yuki puts on like an animated movie that is all like animal characters, hoping to get some inspiration for costumes and more inspiration for like acting vibes. And he does actually have a couple ideas, so he starts finally making progress on the costumes a little bit there. And the whole summer troupe like watches the movie together. It's really cute. Later that night, Tenma goes to Kazunari's room because Yuki is up sewing. Yuki and Taichi actually both are sewing and making a lot of noise, so he's like, I can't fucking sleep. So he goes to Kazunari's room only to find that Muku is gone and Kazunari is in there trying to practice by himself. So Tenma's like, okay, I'll help you practice, whatever. And then Misumi shows up, which by the way, Misumi is showing up to bring Kazunari some triangles because he noticed that Kazu is not being so slay. So he's like, oh my god, I'm worried, I'm gonna go bring my boyfriend some triangles, because they are boyfriends because I said so. So all 3 of them end up, instead of practicing, they all like draw cats together. And so Kazunari, being the art student that he is, literally by the way, he's in art school, he like gives them tips on how to draw cats better, like how to improve their drawings. And Tenma is like, see, you can share your opinions and lead like a big brother. Interesting, do that more in the play. And Kazunari's like, oh shit, you right, like okay. So then we cut to later again. Yuki brings the costumes in to practice and everyone tries them on, and it's kind of like I don't know, it's kind of giving it's kind of giving So Kazunari says that it seems like Yuki's regular touch isn't there, his little like, sparkle, you know? So Yuki gets fucking pissed that Kazunari said that, and he leaves. And then Tenma's like, well, it's good that you shared your opinion, and you're not wrong. And Izumi is like, yeah, it seems like Yuki was also sort of unconvinced of the quality of these costumes, and so it probably was just like a sore spot. But Izumi's like, I'm glad you said something, because it probably wouldn't have been, like, he would have regretted it if you guys went on stage in those costumes and they weren't lit. So, just would like to point out that it's cute that both of them, Tenma and Izumi, know that Kazunari has a hard time sharing his opinions because he's scared people are gonna get mad. And so when they saw that someone actually did get mad, they were like, oh, we should like comfort him and remind him that it's not his fault and that he was right, actually. However, Kazunari still feels bad anyways, and he's like, well, I should probably try to help in other ways anyway, instead of just like complaining and being an asshole. So he's like, I'm gonna try to see if there's anything I can do, or like think of something to help. Because he knows just asking if Yuki needs anything, Yuki's gonna be like, oh, no, it's fine, I'm good. Because that's what Yuki always does. So Kazunari ends up making Yuki a picture book based on the play to hopefully expand on the aesthetic and kind of like world build, the vibe. So he goes to Yuki, and Yuki is like, I just don't have time to make the costumes perfect because I don't want to give up on the acting part, but clothes are my precious sense of pride, but I've loved to grow. Yo. He looks perfect sitting on this chair, by the way. This plushie looks so good at this angle. What the fuck? Anyway, but I love to grow, but I act to grow. He says he's grown to love acting too, so he's like conflicted because he doesn't want to give up either thing, but he doesn't have time to do both of them at the same time. Kazunari is like, dude, I told you before, like, just let me take the lead on the acting front and I'll help you out, like, we got this. And so Yuki finally gives in and asks Kazunari for help, like point blank. He just goes, help me. And it's like so emotional, TBH, because Yuki, don't be doing that. So then Kazunari gives him the picture book, and they have a solid brainstorming sesh and come up with great costumes outside the room that they're in, of course, which I think is Yuki's room, but it doesn't really matter. Izumi and the rest of Summer Troop are eavesdropping on this very important conversation, which I kind of love that they just throw this in. Like, every time someone's having a conversation that's like pretty important, and you're like, wow, I hope the rest of the troop members hear about this at some point. It's just like, oh yeah, they're outside the door. They're watching outside the door. This time though, they can't actually hear them, they're just watching, and they're like wondering if they should call them over for dinner because it's dinner time, but they're like, no, I think they're like up to something special and important, so we're gonna not do that. And then we randomly cut all the way to the first performance. They of course finished the costumes, and everyone is like, wow, oh my god, they're really good this time, like they're slay, they're so sick, they're so lit. So they have their first performance, and of course it goes well, the audience loves it, and the rest of the plays go well also. There's like not really anything that happens. Most of the time something kind of happens between the first one and the last one, or like something happens during the play run that's of note. This time not really, all the conflict was before it, so it's just kind of a couple chapters worth of like the play, but I don't really explain the plays because they're not super important. Then the epilogue is Kazunari and Yuki going to buy gifts for everybody at the mall, because Kazunari thinks that he wants to thank everyone for like looking out for him during the play and helping him figure out how to help Yuki. So he's like, I'm gonna go get gifts for everyone, but I can't decide what to get. So he talks to Yuki about it, and then, well, Yuki finds him pondering. So they end up talking about it. And so they end up going shopping together, and they find a bunch of stuff for everybody. And you get to like see the gifts that they choose and why, which is cute. Like, for example, the funniest one to me, they were gonna get Izumi something curry related, but then they're like, no, because then she's gonna make curry even more at the dorms. We don't want that. So let's buy her a mug instead. And then, this is the important part, on the way home, they run into those bullies, Yuki's old bullies, remember? And they're like, wow, like, you guys were so cute. Like, Yuki, you were so cute as a cat in the play. We can't stop talking about you. And then they ask if Kazunari is Yuki's boyfriend, and Yuki's like, what the fuck are you talking about? No. And Kazunari is like, I was in the play too. Like, I played the co-lead, and those guys are like, oh, cool, like, awesome, cool. So, of course, these bullies are the classic example of, like, if anyone's ever shitting on you, they're just jealous. Because now they're, like, fanboying so hard they don't even recognize Kazunari off stage. They're like, I was just locked in on Yuki the whole time. I don't even recognize the co-lead. These guys couldn't tell you anything about the plot of that damn play. Ain't nobody looking at that damn zebra. Okay, anyway, that's the end of Adventure for Sardines. Next. I'm under the pergola. I'm allergic to the word pergola. Alright, the next event is called the Great Camp Bonding Strategy. This one has yaoi. Not really, but kinda does. Kinda do. This one is the one where Suzuru and Kazunari become gay for real. So let's all be excited for that, and let's get into it. Starts with Izumi and a bunch of the spring and summer troop guys trying to think of what to do while autumn and winter are busy practicing. They're pondering what to do, and Kazunari comes in with a scrapbook he made from the time when summer troop went camping. And Misumi is like, oh my gosh, yeah, I helped with that scrapbook too, I remember. So this sparks an idea, and we cut to later that day, the next day, the day after that, sometime, okay? Izumi gathers the entirety of spring and summer together to tell everyone that they're gonna go on a joint training camp. So they decide that they should have like a camp secretary from each troop. I don't really know the context of this, if it's like something that people do on camping trips in Japan or like school trips in Japan. I have no idea. But basically it's like they chose a couple people to kind of lead the camping trip and like to organize the activities, right? So these people ended up being Muku and Citron. And Muku, during this meeting, notices that Suzuru and Kazunari seem to be like weird around each other right now, like weirder than normal. So he makes a mental note of that, and then we cut to Izumi has a meeting with Citron and Muku and Tenma and Sakuya because they are still the leaders of the troops. It's kind of weird how often they're like, okay, you're gonna be the leader now, but there's still another leader actually, and so everyone's involved. So they're trying to figure out and decide where they should go and like what the vibe should be. So they decide that they're gonna do like actual camping this time, out in the woods, sleeping in a tent type of camping, which the past couple times they've gone camping or like they've gone to camp, it's been like, obviously summer troop, they rented a house. Actually, I guess that's the only time. There's a lot of times where they like go on camps and they call it camping, but it's like, this is the only one that I know of in the first couple years where it's actually camping. But there's another one, like literally 2 events after this is another like training camp. So just, I don't know. Muku also brings up that Suzuru and Kazunari are beefing. He says he heard from Taichi that they got into a fight about something, and he tells everyone that like he's noticed that Kazunari seems down recently. So he thinks they should try to like orchestrate a plan to get them to make up at the camp while they're camping. So that is why this event is called the Great Camp Bonding Strategy, because that's what this is, the Great Camp Bonding Strategy. So everyone of course agrees to cooperate with the plan, and they put their genius big brains together, and we cut to the camp. So we get to the campsite, they're setting up their shit. Itoru is making comments about how there's no Wi-Fi, and Kazunari is like, oh, like, don't worry about it, but Itoru immediately realizes that Kazunari is like less hype than normal, and for this reason, I do think that they also should kiss. I think, yo, my mic is doing the Springtrap thing. What the fuck? So they get their shit set up, whatever, like, people are noticing that Kazunari's weird and cringe and sad right now. Izumi says that there's an outdoor stage at this campground, so that's where the acting comes in. They're gonna be doing like some improv practice on the stage, which also like they're camping, but it's at a public park like campground, so there's other people around, so there will be an audience when they're like doing their improv practice. This thing that I'm sitting in is the stage, by the way. So Citron and Muku say that they're gonna draw names to decide the pairs for the improv practice, but of course they rig it so Suzuru and Kazunari have to be a pair. So they go up and do their their little skit. But it ends up devolving into a real fight where Suzuru says he detests Kazunari, and Kazunari's like, yeah, I hate you too. And then they like storm off the stage. But it was like really embarrassing because they went from calling each other whatever random names they had decided for their characters to Suzuru actually calling him by his real name. And like someone in the crowd was like, wait, who's that? Like, I don't remember a character with that name. It's like it's so bad. I feel so bad reading this every time. I'm like, I don't like that I witnessed that. I don't need to know about that. You keep that to yourself. So they of course apologize like right afterwards, and they apologize to everyone for like being weird, but Tenma is mad. He's like, don't go on stage when you're like that. Like seriously, you're gonna ruin the fucking fun. Like you're ruining the stage. Don't go up. So great camp bonding strategy. Number 1 failed. Number 2 is they send Kazunari and Suzuru to go catch fish in the river together for dinner, which is hilarious. Because like since when do either of them know how to catch fish in the river? Like Kazunari definitely doesn't, Suzuru might, but probably not. But they fall into the river. So obviously they fall into the fucking river, but it's not summer anymore, it's kind of cold out, so they're cold and wet. They go back to the camp to get warmed up and dried off by the fire, while everyone else is like playing camp games and like making dinner. So the other guys, randomly by the way, I do need to mention this, the other guys are playing this game where you have to like wink, I guess. I don't really know what the game is, but Itaru winks and Citron makes this comment saying that like, oh, Itaru's wink made my heart skip a beat or whatever. So like, hey. So of course plans A and B failed. Suzuru and Kazunari just were fighting by the river and now they're drenched. So they have plan C. They set up a test of courage through the woods, which is a classic, absolute classic, you know, just you gotta walk through the woods in a pair. This happened, when did this happen? Which event was this in New Carnival? Uh-oh. Like I remember this. I remember they had to do the thing and like each of them, I was trying to think of like a Halloween event or something. No, it was Desert Island Knockout. Jesus, it's the same thing as that, you know? Pair up, walk through the woods. It's like a haunted house, but without the house. Test of courage, through the woods at night, shit your pants, come back to the campfire, cuddle up, kiss a little, you know, it's like just the usual kind of thing. So Suzuru and Kazunari end up going last. Right before them is a group of 3, Izumi, Masumi, and Misumi. Misumi notices a sign and he's like, oh my gosh, a triangle, and he knocks it over, which then causes Suzuru and Kazunari to go the wrong way, which means they are now out in the woods by themselves, okay, which gives them more time to talk to each other about their feelings. This is top 10 Misumi moments for me. Not really, but like it is a Misumi moment because I think he knew. I like to think that he knew. He's like, these guys need more time to make up, so I'm gonna knock over the sign. And they're not going to know which way it was originally pointing, and then they're going to go the wrong way because they're idiots. And then they're going to go kiss in the woods. Speaking of kiss in the woods, have I told this story on my channel before? Probably not, because I don't really tell a lot of stories about my personal life. But this reminded me of my, I think, 8th grade birthday party, okay? I don't know why I even insisted on having a birthday party. This was past the age where I was still doing birthday parties. Like, there had been several years in a row where I did not have a birthday party, but this year I was like, no, I'm gonna do it because I have enough friends to, like, have a party. I did have enough friends to have a party, but they were all annoying and weird. So, and of course we had planned it for just, like, a public park, like, in our little town. But it's raining that day, so we were like, we're just gonna do it anyway, like, fuck it, we ball, whatever. But my birthday's in the spring, so it was raining and also cold. So just whatever, we were stuck under the pergola, the enclosure, the pavilion, like we were just under there, and we couldn't actually go on like the playground or whatever. But then eventually everyone got sick of it and we were like, no, we're gonna run out in the rain and like be silly. And it was right next to a forest, so there was like some little trails in the woods, and a few of my friends were like, we're gonna go walk through the trail in the woods. And I was like, okay. I think I went with them for a little bit, but then I was like, this kind of sucks, and like my shoes are completely soaked and like it's ass. So I turned around and went back to eat more cupcakes and wait for my friends to come back. They came back, well, one of them came back, and she's like, oh my god, I thought everyone else was behind me, what? And then she ran back out to find people, and she found there was 3 other people with her, 2 of which were dating, the other one was just like somebody. So the two that were dating had gotten lost in the woods. And they were like making out in the woods. And then the other one, I found out the next day at school, she had walked all the way to the end of the trail, which like went all the way to like a nearby street, and then walked all the way back and got frostbite, like minor frostbite on her hands. So just kind of a really weird birthday party. But this is kind of, Kazunari and Suzuru are like walking, getting lost in the woods and making out at my birthday party right now. Kind of reliving middle school with this event, which is cool. Might leave that in, might cut that whole part out, you never know. So anyways, they're out there in the woods. Suzuru starts awkwardly trying to apologize to Kazunari, but Kazunari is like dying of an illness. So he now has a fever because he fell into the cold, wet river, you know. So he's like spacing out and like barely even manages to respond. So we get this, another one of those classic moments where Suzuru was like saying something abnormally heartfelt and Kazunari was like, achoo! You know? That was a really good sneeze. That was a really good silly sneeze. So Suzuru has Kazunari get on his back and he carries him back to camp before he dies of the plague. And we get this really gay CG of them being cute. And as Suzuru is carrying Kazunari back, Kazunari's like, oh, I'm remembering how we first met now. They met at school when Kazunari had accidentally gotten blisters on his feet from walking too much in a pair of brand new shoes. And Suzuru noticed that he was in pain and he was like walking funny. So he was like, oh, I have some bandages, like if you need them. And so Kazunari talks about how funny it is that Suzuru is now saving him once again. And he thanks Suzuru for the band-aid back then, because if he never would have met Suzuru, he probably never would have found Monkai Company and made all of these great friends and great memories, which is really kind of crying, kind of really emotional, and kind of really cute and adorable, and he's great. So Suzuru is like, well, I'm thankful too for everything, and I'm thankful for you for always making all the cool flyers and posters and stuff. So now these fighting gay people have made up, and life is beautiful again. So they get back to camp, and everyone's like, okay, so where the fuck were you? And also, why are you carrying Kazunari like that? And they're like, okay, so basically, like, okay. And then Kazunari gets set back down, like, next to the fire, and he, like, goes to Muku, and he's like, okay, like, you noticed we were fighting, and you tried to get us to make up, didn't you? So he thanks Muku for that. Then they apologize again to the rest of the squad for being such an inconvenience, and, like, well, as in Suzuru and Kazunari apologize again to the rest of the squad, and everyone's like, oh, like, it's okay. And then Itaru is like, okay, so I'm not like really certain what you're talking about in the first place, but also, where the fuck is Citron? So as it turns out, Citron had no idea that those two got lost, and he was still waiting in the woods, like dressed up as a ghost or something to scare them. So he's just, it cuts to this scene of like him just being like, all right, any minute now. They'll come by, guys, right, guys? And then the epilogue, we get to figure out what the fight was about. So it turns out the fight was because Kazunari had a picture of Suzuru from high school and he wanted to share it with the troop or like put it in that scrapbook or something. But Suzuru was like, fuck no, like that's an embarrassing picture or whatever. So that's what caused the beef. And then Kazunari, upon everyone else finding out that this is what caused the fight, ends up showing everyone the picture anyway. And Suzuru's like, dude, did you not learn anything? Like, what the fuck? We were just fighting. So that's the end of that event. Next. This should be good, right? Like, pretty much. I'm gonna leave him there. Hey guys, welcome to Stranger. This is Autumn Troop, second play. Woo, woo, woo. There's not really any comfortable places to sit in this sci-fi lab room area, so I am sitting on the floor. And I have to explain this event really fast because my tailbone hurts. Because yes, turtle plushies named Rootbeer do in fact have tailbones. So this event starts with an Omi flashback to a time when Nachi, remember his dead bestie that used to co-lead the biker gang with him? Nachi was having all of the members of Wolf, the name of the gang, take group photos. So he told Omi to take like a ton of them, and everyone was like, you only need one, like why do we have to take a million pictures? And Nachi was like, because the me of today only exists in this moment in the picture. So like Omi takes pictures, and this is like the first time that Omi's taking pictures. He's like, I don't even know how to use a camera, like what are you talking about? But Nachi's like, no, you got this. And so then he shows them the pictures, and he's like, are these good enough? And Nachi's like, ooh, you have a talent for photography. So that's what sparked Omi's interest in photography, was this moment. But Omi doesn't actually remember this. So we're seeing this flashback, but I don't think Omi actually is. Like, we just have this context for later. And then it cuts to the day that Nachi died, as Omi thinks about how, like, he lost all of his friends that day, and the members of Wolf all went their separate ways after Nachi died. And Omi thinks about, he's like, I sealed away the film from that camera and never developed it, and I never rode my bike again after I went and dealt with the guys that killed Nachi. So, he might have killed people, you know? I'm not really sure what dealt with means in this context. So, like, he might have killed someone. But anyway, then Omi wakes up, this flashback having actually been a nightmare. But again, he doesn't actually remember, he doesn't wake up remembering the whole thing. So just like keep that in mind. He didn't actually just like word for word have this flashback that we saw. He's piecing this together for the rest of the event, pretty much. So he wakes up, he's like, oh my god, I just had a nightmare. Taichi's like, oh my god, so did I. But he explains his nightmare, and it's like some stupid, it's like not, you know, it's like a silly nightmare where he's like, oh my god, I had to do my homework, or like something. So then we jump to Taichi and Omi organizing some pictures the next day. They're looking through old pictures because Kazunari decided he's gonna help everyone take new, like, profile shots. So Omi figured they should organize some of their other ones too, and then they can make an album after these new ones are developed. And Izumi comes in, and she starts looking at the pictures too, and they make the observation that there's little to no pictures of Omi because he's always the one taking them. So Taichi and Izumi then insist on taking some pictures of him, but he's like, no, it's fine, like, you don't have to take pictures of me. And then Sakyo comes in, and he tells Izumi, like, dude, get your ass over here, it's time for the meeting to talk about our next play. He then is like, oh, also Omi, by the way, I've prearranged with Suzuru that you're gonna be the lead for this one, just so you know. And Omi is like, wait, what the fuck? Me? Like, you didn't fucking tell me that? You gotta pass that by me first? So Sakyo explains that he chose Omi because he noticed that Omi is quick to put himself last and like let everyone else run ahead, and Sakyo doesn't want that to become like a bad habit and eventually disrupt Omi's swag and his abundance of aura. So he's like, you're being the lead this time, and everyone else is like, yeah, that sounds good to me, like, sure. Which also, by the way, I think in between the last scene and this one, we cut to like the meeting with the rest of Autumn Troop. So Sakyo's explaining this whole thing. Omi's like, what the fuck? Everyone else is like, sure. And then Omi's like, well, okay, I guess if everyone else is okay with it, sure. Then we cut to Taichi and Izumi doing some shopping. They stop at a stationery store because Izumi has like a planner or like a notebook or something that she has all the cute like colored pens and stickers and stuff. So she buys a bunch of stickers, and Taichi is like, what are they for? And she explains that she uses them for different plans or like reminders of stuff, and she gives Taichi a sheet of traffic light stickers where like each color means something different. And so Taichi is like, okay, I don't really have anywhere to put these, but like I'll try to figure out something to use them for. This will come back, trust. When they're on their way back, this guy named Ryo yells at them to ask them if they're from Monkai, and he's like, is Omi in your like theater troupe or whatever? And Izumi's like, yeah, he is. And Ryo is like, oh, he's an old friend of mine. He seems kind of upset, and then he's like, okay, bye. And Izumi's like, I wonder if he's like one of the guys from the gang. But she also notices that he seems upset, so she's like, okay, probably kind of a tense relationship. Maybe they left things on a bad note. So she asks Omi about it when they get home. But before he can really answer, Suzuru comes out of his room and passes out with the script again. So they all read the script. So the play is called Stranger. It's a sci-fi story set in the future, as you can tell by this Subnautica looking ass room behind me. So Omi is of course playing the lead, and they decide that Taichi's gonna play the co-lead, but the problem is the co-lead is actually a girl. this time. So Taichi is like, oh my god, like I have to figure out how to act like a girl, which is a Jack Jian reference. Kind of, because in Jack Jian, she has to figure out how to act like a boy. It's actually really cool. She has to figure out how to act like a boy after the first play, but then she gets so good at acting as a boy that she forgets how to act as a girl. Like, she doesn't forget, but she has to, like, relearn how to act as a girl then in a later play, and everyone's like, dude, what happened to that, like, raw femininity you seem to have when you showed up? And she's like, fuck, my gender's gone. It's a really good game, okay? So they start practicing, yada yada. Yuzo randomly shows up to one of their like first few practicing to one of their first few practices, and he tells them that it's absolutely ass. And then after he leaves, Omi is like, well, like you've all definitely been improving and blah blah blah. And Sakyo's like, dude, lock the fuck in. Like, remember why I told you that I made you the leader this time. And so Sakyo is so the homework. So. I don't know why, but when I reference that video, it's like, it gets higher and higher every time I say it. So this is like, this is an example of Sakyo doing this thing that he does, which I love so much about him, where he'll notice like someone's weak point in their acting, or like he'll notice that something's up, but he doesn't want to just say something, so he tries to like give them hints so that they figure it out on their own, which I just think is really fun, and I just think he's great. And he does this like either because he thinks it's more meaningful that they figure it out themselves, or because he's like, oh well, no one would listen to me anyways, I'm just some old fucking fart, or both. After this practice, Izumi is doing some pondering, and she thinks about how like Omi has in fact seemed like he's holding himself back, which is something that Yuzo said, like, Omi, get your shit together. You're like clearly not putting your whole self into this. So Izumi's like, yeah, like he's kind of right. Like, I wonder what's up with that. And so she's like, it seems like he was scary and people feared him back when he was in the biker gang. So he should for sure be able to pull that off. Because his character this time is like, you know, kind of a scary, tough guy. So she's like, maybe he's purposefully repressing that part of his personality because he has bad memories from that time of his life. So she figures whenever she gets a chance, she should talk to him about it. And then we cut to Omi having another nightmare. This time, it's a nightmare where Nachi is talking shit to him about how his acting sucks and he's a bad leader and he's evil because he stole Nachi's dream and like acting was never even Omi's dream in the first place and whatever. So he wakes up and he's like, dude, like Nachi was always nice. He would never say shit like that. You know, what's going on with my nightmares? But then he starts wondering, like, I wonder what he would say if he saw me now. Like, would he be mad? Would he tease me? Like, whatever. So he goes out for a walk because he can't sleep. And he finds Bonri, who is awake because Juza was grinding his teeth really loud. And so they have a chat about Omi being the leader this time. And Bonri is like, well, even though you're the leader for this play, I'm still the leader of the troupe. And so if this play does bad, it's going to look bad on me too. But I didn't oppose Sakyo's idea to have you as lead because I trust that you can do it. And I know Sakyo does too because he wouldn't put someone up to a task that he didn't believe they could complete. Which is so cute, like Bonri being secretly thoughtful but only saying it in moments where he really needs to like pull through. Something I love about him, because usually he's just like, he thinks everything is cringe. Like, he's the type of guy where he's like, I can't be thoughtful. Like, he's like, he's one of those guys that like needs to be nonchalant all the time. But sometimes, you know, when duty calls, he has to be chalant. And right now he has to be chalant. So of course this reassures Omi a bit and he's like, okay, I'll lock in. Like, I can do that. I got this. Everyone trusts me and they put this in my hands because that they know that I'm lit. So we cut to some other amount of time later, probably the next day, probably not, whatever. Izumi and Omi are getting groceries for dinner. This is when Izumi takes the opportunity to ask if he's like holding himself back because of his bad memories or whatever. And he's like, damn, you really see right through everything, huh? Like, I can't get shit past you, bro. And so he tells Izumi more about his past and how he has a lot of regrets about how that gang split up and like how everything ended. And he's like, this could be like the root cause of why I'm holding myself back. I'm not sure. And as they're talking about this, Ryo comes up to them again and he's like pissed at Omi and he's like, dude, like the gang fell apart because you disappeared right after Nachi died and now you're suddenly just reappearing as an actor like nothing ever happened. So he's like, the Omi that I knew is dead. Like, the wild wolf Omi from the gang died and like you're just some little bitch, right? And Juza happens to randomly show up, and he's like, hey, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck's going on right now? And Ryo is like, wait, that's Nachi. And then he's like, no, Nachi's dead. That's some other guy. So remember how Omi said that Juza reminded him of Nachi, and I said they look alike? Yeah, they look similar enough that, like, people who knew Nachi really well still confuse Juza for him, even though he's not even alive. So Ryo has that moment of being like, wait, this guy's Nachi? Nope, just kidding. And then he's like, okay, anyways, fuck you guys, bye. But Izumi takes off after him. So Izumi's running off. Omi is like, oh, I'm sure nothing weird's gonna go on with that. Anyways, Juza, yeah, that was Ryo, one of my old biker friends from my gang days. And Juza is like, oh, yeah, right, I was gonna ask you, like, I wanted you to teach me how to ride, but you said that you hadn't ridden lately. Is that because you don't want to remember the past? This is a perceptive Juza moments, which is lit. He also sometimes has these. Every so often. Also, the idea of Omi teaching Juza how to ride a motorcycle, kind of sickening. The idea of Juza on a motorcycle in general, kind of sickening, really sickening actually. Kind of in love with him. Omi tells Juza, like, yeah, pretty much, I don't want to remember that, and like that gang had to go because that version of myself, like that wild wolf version of me is what ruined my life. And Juza is like, but did it though? And so he's like, what exactly was it that gained that life in the first place? Yeah, think about that. So he says, I don't know what you're seeing in me. I've never met the you from back then, so this is all I can say. Remember the reason that you were able to live strongly. Bruh. And so he's like, by the way, like Taichi realizes this too, and Taichi had said before that he hopes the day will come where he can ride behind Omi on his bike, but as in like ride on the bike, like Taichi wants to sit behind Omi and like hold on to him and ride because he wants to practice for his future motorcycle date with his future girlfriend, is what he says he's doing here by wanting to practice on the bike with Omi. Bruh. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, Juza is like, hey, so just remember, remember what made you strong, and also remember that I want to go riding with you someday, so get your shit together, bro. Like, lock in. So we cut to Izumi catching up with Ryo in like an alleyway or something, and she asks him what Omi was like back then, and he's like, you could just ask him, you know that? And she's like, yeah, but I want to hear it from you, because he's weird champ. Ryo says that he was like Omi and Nachi's like number 2, and he was really proud to be someone that they could rely on, and after Nachi died, he had hopes of becoming someone reliable to Omi like Nachi had been, but Omi just disappeared and decided to become some lame-ass actor instead. So Izumi explains to Ryo that the reason Omi is acting now is because he found out from Nachi's parents after Nachi died that Nachi had wanted to be an actor. And Ryo is like, oh my god, what? Like, I had no idea about that. And he gets kind of sentimental because he's like, I thought I knew these guys so well and I just had no idea that he had a dream like that. That's so sad. And then Izumi is like, can you do me a favor and put me in touch with Nachi's parents? What? What the fuck are you talking about, bitch? That's an insane move. That's such an insane move. But this is why Izumi is the queen, because she's so fucking nosy. She always gets shit done. She's insane. Top 10 most insane bitches of all time. So we cut to later that night. Taichi asks Omi to go to the beach with him for like a change of scenery and whatever. So, but he's like, we have to go on your bike though. And Omi's like, no. And he's like, no, we have to go now. And we have to go on your bike now. So Omi's like, okay, fine. So they go dust off the bike and they head to the beach. And as they're riding, Omi wonders why he's not super like mentally ill on this bike ride right now, because normally, being on his bike would just remind him of everything that he's ever loved being gone. Reminds him of the good old days that are no longer and can no longer ever be. But then he hears Taichi behind him yelling something about like, wow, like the view is beautiful, or this is so fun, or whatever. And then Omi's like, oh yeah, that's why. Which is so cute. So they get to the beach and Taichi asks Omi to take a picture of him, so he does, and then Taichi is like, wow, like you really do have talent for photography, and like this pic is super cool and whatever. Omi is like, oh, maybe back then when Nachi was insisting I take pictures of him, it was pictures he was going to try to use as like headshots to become an actor. So he is piecing that together. And then Taichi is like, by the way, we need to take some pictures together. Like, Omi, you gotta be in the picture sometimes too. He, I think, brought a tripod or something. Like, he's prepared. He's like, we gotta take pics.
I'ma snap a pig.
He explains to Omi that he thought that their portraits were pretty similar. Like, their portraits, like, their acting portraits that they did for, like, Act 3. Since both of them were about regrets they had towards their friends. And he's like, I'm an idiot, so I don't understand difficult things, but this is all definitely connected to how you've been acting lately, which is he's so cute. So Omi is like, yeah, you're right. And he talks about how he wonders if he deserves to live Nachi's dream after he threw the gang away and whatever. So he has all this guilt and he can't move on from it. And this play is just reminding him that he's so guilty. And Taichi is like, well, yeah, but there was happy times back then too, right? So let's take more pictures and then we can put these stickers on them that I have from Izumi that I got at the stationery store. So he says that the 3 colors of the traffic lights can represent the mood of the day. So yellow is for happy days, red is for angry days, and green is for sad days. Not really sure why he chose those colors. That is not exactly the colors I would be choosing for those emotions. Green definitely seems like the happy one, but okay, all right. Then he makes some offhanded comment about how like this moment only exists right now. And then Omi remembers how Nachi had said that same thing before. And after he thinks about this, he's like, oh my god, right. That's why I got inspired to join the photography club in college, because of what Nachi had said about photographs preserving single moments. So they take a picture together and they put a yellow sticker on it to represent that today is a happy day. And Taichi is like, okay, we should have a secret like strategy meeting on how to get you back in the game, get your head back in the game. So they have their secret strategy meeting. We don't get to see it. It just cuts to them riding back to the dorm with Taichi like yelling, being like, all right, let's go surprise them with our genius secret plan. So then Omi says that it's thanks to Taichi and the rest of Autumn Troop that he's going to be able to pull through and pull off this play, which is so cute. So they have this like, I don't know, I'm just picturing like a really cinematic moment where they're just riding, it's like sunrise, they're riding back on the motorcycle and they're yelling these like, I don't know, it's just kind of cute. It's like coming of age movie vibes where it's like, wow, like everything's gonna be okay actually, and we're like really cinematically riding down the street on a motorcycle right now during the sunrise. just picture that in your mind, you know what I mean? Maybe I should be a movie director. I can direct this movie. So as they're riding home, Omi has another flashback, but this time it's just to what Juza said the other day about remembering why he was able to live strongly, and he realizes that the reason the wild wolf could live strongly was because he loved Nachi and his gang members. So now he's realizing he can live strongly again because he loves Autumn Troop and everyone else in the company just as much. And Taichi is like, I love everyone too! And then they like ride off into the fucking sunrise. Just really great and just so sick and awesome and cute. So we cut to their next practice. It's time to enact the secret strategy. The secret strategy, or at least part of it, is Omi asking everyone to change his character's name at the last second to Wolf, because he's like, if you call me by the name that people used to call me by when I was in the gang, it should be easier for me to like lock in. And then also it can be like a symbolic metaphor for like I'm, you know, reuniting with my past self and moving through my traumas. Okay, cool, awesome. So everyone's like, by the way, you're literally fucking insane for making us change one of the characters' names like right before the play, but okay. All right, we got you. So he locks the fuck in. His acting completely changes. Also, Taichi seems to have suddenly gotten better at acting as a girl. I totally forgot to talk about this, but like, but like Taichi had this whole struggle of like every time he would try to act as a girl, he was acting as a very stereotypical teenage girl, and everyone was like, that's not how girls act, like you're insane. And he's like, I don't know, that's what girls act like in my head. And everyone's like, yeah, you're like wrong though. So he had this whole struggle trying to figure out what women are like. And so Izumi remembers a conversation they had the other day where Taichi was like, well, like my image of girls isn't the same as the way that this character acts, so I can't really understand it. And Izumi was like, like wasn't there a girl in your life before who was kind of like this, wink wink, like sort of more boyish than girlish, you know what I'm saying? And Taichi's like, oh yeah, my neighbor that I was in love with as a kid. So that's gonna go ahead and be Yuki. So he recalls during this conversation how his first love acted, and he's like, yeah, she was like a boy and a girl mixed together. He just invented non-binary people. He really said, yeah, Yuki was like if a boy and a girl had a baby. So Izumi's like, yes, I see. Yes, this girl that you knew. But in her head, she's like, yeah, so that was actually definitely Yuki. And like, he literally is a guy. But for the sake of this argument, he should not have been a guy. Like, we're just gonna gloss over that. So she had told him to maybe like draw some inspiration from that. And he was like, oh my gosh, right. So that's why he's suddenly better at this. So they do another practice for Yuzo. And he's like, damn, like, I can't even bully you guys anymore. Like, you fucking popped off. And he tells them to do it just like this for the actual show. And then after practice, Izumi tells Omi that she's evil and she invited Nachi's parents to the show and they said they're gonna be there opening night. She tells Omi this because she's like, yeah, I was gonna keep this a secret, but I realized I sort of have a criminal record from the time I did this with Tenma's parents. So she's like, I'm sorry, by the way, that I'm insane and I was like acting on my own. And he's like, no, I'm actually really happy because now I'll be able to show them the best performance that I can and like whatever, which is cute. So that night he has another dream about Nachi, but this time they're riding their bikes next to each other and Nachi is telling Omi to go on ahead and like speed up and be the greatest he can be and show everybody how strong he is. Oh my god, I'm tearing up, bruh. Crying talking about this. So he's like, go, like prosper, you know, like go bloom on stage without me. And so Omi starts speeding up and Nachi keeps like shouting reassurances at him from behind him. And so Omi goes to turn around and like look back at Nachi, but Nachi's like, don't turn around, never look back, like just keep going on ahead from now on. Oh, sorry, I'm like actually I'm actually crying. I'm actually crying and you guys can't even see it, so it probably sounds insane. Now I'm laughing, but I'm crying also. It's just good. Like, again, I can picture it so well. So, Omi wakes up from this dream and he decides that after this play is over, he's gonna go develop the pictures from back then along with the new ones that he has recently taken from now. So we cut to right before their first show. He has everyone huddle in a circle and he shouts out a chant, which this is the first Autumn Troupe hype circle, and then we get their fucking first show, which again, I don't really explain the plays, but they of course pop off and then they have their like series of touching moments after the play backstage. So Sakyo tells Omi that he thought Omi would rely on him sooner, but he really pulled it together. And he says Omi's acting set a fiendishly high bar this time around. So Omi is like, huh, this guy's being nice. And Sakyo is like, you're mistaken if you think all I can do is scold people. Like, if you do good, I'll praise you a little bit too. Which is insane, by the way, that he said it like that. But, like, he's lit. And then, of course, Nachi's parents come in to say hi and also sob their eyeballs out, and they say that it's like their dream of watching their son in a play has finally come true because, god, I'm crying again, because Omi is like a son to them. Bruh. Like, dude, I can't get through this event. Oh my god, bruh. And then Ryo shows up and he's also crying and he tells Omi that it's just like back then, and then they hug and everyone is like, oh my god, this kind of looks like how Sakura is with Sakyo. Just like, ugh, bruh. I've just decided, by the way, in this moment that Ryo and Sakura are now my favorite A3 rare pair, and I think that that's a really funny idea, and somebody should get on writing fic about that, please. Thank you. Cheers. So, epilogue time. After Omi develops all those old pictures, he goes with Izumi to Nachi's grave, and he puts the pictures there, and then he introduces Nachi to Izumi. He's like, bro, I'm gonna cry again. Lock in. He's like, Nachi, like, I have someone I wanted to introduce you to, or whatever. And Izumi notices that there's a yellow sticker on the pictures that Omi put there, and she's like, what's that? Like, I recognize those stickers, and Omi's like, oh, it's just a little something something. And then when they get back just in time, and Taichi is like, it's time to take a group photo with everybody in Autumn Troop, like, pull up. So they get in the picture, and Omi and Taichi are standing next to each other, and Taichi is like, hey, so what color sticker are we putting on this one, right? And Taichi's like, well, that's obvious. Roll credits. This one, like, plays out in my head like a movie. You know what I mean? Some of these are just kind of, like, silly, but this one was, like, so cinematic in the way that they explained everything, and, like, the order of stuff. Like, it starts with the flashback that Omi doesn't actually know, and then we get to see him remembering. Like, they could make that into a movie. It's really good. Anyway, slay. That's the end of that event. Moving on to their next one. Women have never done anything wrong, you know, not a single one of them. Next event is called Enjoy, Adult School Trip. It's another one of those ones where they go on a camp. So that's why I'm sitting on a ping pong table right now. A tennis table. Okay? So this is kind of the reverse of the last one, because the last one started with like spring and summer troops being like, oh my gosh, like autumn troop and winter troop are practicing now for their next plays, like we're bored, let's go camping. This is kind of the opposite of that, even though I do believe technically winter troop should be practicing right now, but whatever. So they decide autumn and winter are gonna have a joint camp, but they're like, we're not the types to actually go fucking camping, so we're not. So they're going to a hot spring instead. Of course, Sakyo, being the guy that's in charge of the money, he's like, I'm gonna make the arrangements, like whatever. So they get to the hotel, and it's like, oh, just a shitty hotel, fuck ass, cheap ass, rundown hotel. But it is at a hot spring, so you know, it counts. And we find out that all of the guys are staying in one big room together, and Izumi is the only one that has her own room, which is reminiscent of the summer troop training camp situation from before. Not super relevant though. Well, I guess it kind of is. And so they're like in their big room, putting all their shit away, and everyone starts talking about like, wow, this has school trip vibes, like everyone's sleeping in the same room and stuff. And so everyone's like kind of recalling different memories they have of going on school trips, except Hisoka, because he forgore. But Sakyo and Azuma are like, yeah, I've never gone on a school trip, which of course Azuma's is because his whole family died before he got to the age where he'd be going on school trips, and Sakyo's is because his mom didn't have money to send him on one. So then we cut right to Izumi later that night coming into this big bedroom, and she's like, oh, I need to ask Sakyo about something. But Sakyo isn't there, and neither is Azuma, so she walks in on everyone having a secret strategy meeting about the two of them. So Taichi informs Izumi that they've decided they're gonna try to like focus this camp on Sakyo and Azuma and try to like get them to have like a school trip type experience because they never got to, which is really adorable and really sweet and really thoughtful, and love him and love everyone else because they all were like, yeah bitch, like we're on board for the plan, let's do the plan. So Sakyo and Azuma come back to the room. Azuma was at the hot springs, Sakyo was like making practice arrangements with the manager of the hotel or something. So we find out that in exchange for staying here, I think pretty much for free, they have to do performances for like the drunk ass hotel guests in the banquet hall. So we cut to the banquet hall, they're doing their performances, and everyone's like, damn, this is like not our usual kind of audience, so I'm not really sure like what to do. So they try to do some like regular kind of improv exercises, but the audience is like demanding more banquet type shit, which I don't exactly know what that means. But then Azuma is like, maybe I'll like show some skin for once to like satisfy the crowd. And so he does, and it works, but I don't know what exactly he does, and I don't know. So Azuma's kind of a stripper now or something. which is cool. And then afterwards, everyone's like, damn, like Azuma's so cool and also sexy. Now we're gonna all go to the hot springs together because this is a hot spring trip and we just finished our acting shit. So they pull up to the hot springs. Of course, they all get goofy silly in the hot spring partially because they are goofy silly and partially because they're trying to channel school trip energy. So they're like cannonballing into the hot springs and like fucking splashing around and shit. And Sakyo is like, Jesus fucking Christ, can't you people just be normal for 2 minutes? So after this, after they all get out and like spread out, do whatever the fuck else, Sakyo's complaining to Tsumugi about it and how like everyone's being so annoying and cringe. And Tsumugi is like, I don't know, like I think it's fine because it's fun, right? And then Azuma comes in and he's like, Sakyo, by the way, it seems like we're allowed to drink sake in the hot springs. So he invites Sakyo to drink with him the following day. And this is gonna go ahead and be one of my favorite CGs. We don't get there yet, but it is gonna go ahead and be one of my favorite CGs because they are gay. Yes, I am going to say that about every single pairing, and it is going to get really old, and, you know, but that's just how this is. That's how A3 goes. So we cut to Taichi, inviting Izumi to join the pillow fight that they've planned in their big bedroom. So everyone's like goofing during the pillow fight. Azuma's having fun too. Sakyo isn't there because he's off, like, again, doing some business shit with the hotel manager or whatever. And when he randomly does come back into the room, not realizing there's a pillow fight going on, he happens to walk right into the crossfire and get hit straight in the fucking face with a pillow. This is his last straw, so he yells at everyone to like chill the fuck out and start acting like adults or whatever, and then he just leaves the room again. He's like, fuck you guys, whatever. So Izumi then goes to find him and talk to him, and Azuma comes with because he's perceptive and he knows that things are going on. So while they're on the search, Izumi explains to Azuma exactly what's going on and why everyone's acting like this, and Azuma's like, oh, that's so cute, like, they're so thoughtful. So he tells Izumi to leave it to him and he'll go find Sakyo and talk to him and explain it himself. So he does, and he explains to Sakyo this whole plan that everyone has like had and whatever, and he's like, sorry, like I got caught up in it and I've been letting myself get a bit carried away too because everyone was having so much fun. So we don't get to see the rest of their conversation. We cut right back to everyone back in the room, besides Sakyo and Azuma, who are still having this conversation. So everyone else in the bedroom is like reflecting on their actions and being like, oh no gang, like we fucked up. Like we should have thought this through. Of course Sakyo wouldn't be like super thrilled by us having pillow fights and like fucking around during the training camp. So they decide to all apologize once Sakyo comes back. And then when Sakyo and Azuma do actually come back, Sakyo is the one to apologize first. And so Azuma tells them, you know, Izumi told us about the plan, and Sakyo says, it's my bad for yelling and stepping on everyone's feelings, which is really cute and sweet and thoughtful. So then everyone else, of course, apologizes too, and they're like, sorry, like, we should have not done all that shit, like, my bad. And then Azuma is like, well, we're already here, like, do you guys have any other plans that you haven't got to do yet? And so they all go to the tennis table that I'm on, and they decide to have like a bracket tournament. So everyone pairs up and they do epic bracket showdown, table tennis table style. Really stressful time for me because I had to dodge a lot of ping pong balls, some marshmallows too, I think, kind of got mixed up in there. Really just, you know, couple bruises, a black eye or 2 or 3. Really stressful day. Still waiting on compensation. I did try to sue Monkai Company, but I was informed that they actually have no money, so they can't pay off the lawsuit. Kind of whatever. Kind of sucks. So you guys should donate to my, I have a GoFundMe link in the description because it's really tough, the medical bills for my ping pong marshmallow bruises. Just kidding, guys. There's no GoFundMe. I'm not even real. So yeah, they lock in for this 10-mold table, blah, 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 you know, the thing. It's late at night, so they're like being irresponsible by staying up late and it's school trip style. So the final round ends up being Azuma and Sakyo versus Hisoka and Juza, but Juza runs out of marshmallows because he had to like toss marshmallows into Hisoka's mouth during the table tennis game, and he ran out, so Hisoka just stopped trying. But while he still had marshmallows, Hisoka was surprisingly really good, and everyone was like, damn, like, why is he kind of nimble with it? Why is he kind of crazy? He ends up eating the ping pong ball when Juza runs out of marshmallows, so they have to go make Hisoka throw up, and Sakyo and Azuma win by default. That's real. That did actually happen. Isn't that funny? That's one of those things where, like, I'll have a vague memory of shit like this and I'll go, no, that wasn't real. That was definitely from like a fic or like someone's incorrect quotes type of shit. No, actually, that's a real thing that happened in the game. So after this, Azuma and Sakyo go have their little date night in the hot spring with their drinkies. Once again, the CG does make me mentally ill, and I will be thinking about it for a long time and have been thinking about it for years. Sakyo is like grumbling as per usual, and Azuma is like, okay, but it was fun, right? And like they did all of it for us and for you, and like, so it's fine. And Sakyo is like, yeah, I guess you're right. It was pretty nice of them. And Azuma is like, hee hee, so you're nice too sometimes, huh? Bruh. Leave it to Azuma to hit someone with the hee hee. He's always hitting that tee hee. He's hitting the foo foo. Bruh. Like, he's on that foo foo shit. He really is. Constantly. So anyways, epilogue time. The next day, everyone's tired. Whoa. Everyone's tired from the table tennis, and also from, they like stayed up late afterwards telling love stories and stuff. Classic. So Sakyo is apologizing to Izumi because he's like, damn, like these bitches can't like act if we're all eepy sleepy. And she's like, no, it's fine, you guys had fun, right? And he's like, yeah, I guess stuff like this is okay every once in a while, which is cute. And then the final shenanigan they try to pull the next day is they try to get up early and like so they can see Azuma and Sakyo's like sleeping faces and like take pictures and then make fun of them. But Azuma and Sakyo are of course always 2 steps ahead, so they get up first and then Sakyo catches them and he's like, boo. He doesn't actually say boo. What he does say is everyone has to do morning practice now as punishment for being little shits. So that's the end of that one. Okay, I think I remember which background I was going to use for the next event. Can I put the turtle in the chair, or is he too... He's too fat. It's alright. It's alright, I'll put him over here. Next event is The Master Likes a Mystery. This is the second winter troupe play. I'm not sure why there was like spring and then summer back to back, and then like an event, and then autumn troupe, and then an event in between autumn and winter. I don't know, but there was. So now we have this one. Yep. I don't know what else to say. I'm like still talking like I'm trying to say something and I'm not. So this one starts with Homare getting sent a bunch of stuff from his family home. And so he's like sorting through all of it, and there's a ton of it. So there's nowhere to put it. And so he's like, okay, fine, like let's all help open these and I'll sort through it and get rid of a bunch of stuff. And everyone's like, why? What do we have to help you? Like, this kind of has nothing to do with us. Specifically, Tasuku is like, why am I getting roped into this? I just happened to be walking by. Like, leave me alone. And Homare is like, well, you have to help me because I can't possibly do it by myself. Duh. Which is so funny. He's so spoiled and I love him. So everyone, of course, does agree to help, and they all start going through Homare's stuff. And so they, like, hold up items and they're like, what about this one? What about this one? And so he's deciding, like, per item if he wants to keep them or not. But a lot of them are, like, sentimental items from his family or from, like, his childhood. And he refuses to get rid of them, but he does try to keep giving them away to, like, members of the troupe, which I do think is kind of adorable. Like, for example, he has his first like rubber ducky that he ever played with in the bath or something, and he again refuses to get rid of it, but he's like, oh, Tsumugi, you can have that. And Tsumugi's like, wait, no, like I can't accept that, this is like a sentimental item, like what are you talking about? But I do think it's cute that like Homare doesn't count giving it to someone he cares for as getting rid of it. They happen across this fancy looking box that Homare says contains a pocket watch that he got from his grandma a long time ago. And so Tsumugi opens it and he looks at it and he points out that the pocket watch is broken. And Homare's like, yeah, no matter how many times I reset it, it always starts showing the wrong time. So Tasuku is like, well, you can just bring it to like a watch store, like they'll fix it. And Homare hesitates for a moment and then just is like, it's fine the way it is, like whatever. I have a note here that just says, oh, of course you have purple hair and clock motif. So anyways, Homare gives Tasuku and Tsumugi an entire collection of all of his published books to display in their room, which is one, really funny, and two, kind of important for later. Speaking of later, we cut to Izumi on the way home from shopping when she sees Homare standing outside of a watch store for a moment before just continuing on. And then we cut to whenever the fuck Suzuru has finished the script for their next play. It's a murder mystery about a butler and his master trying to solve the case. Hisoka plays the master and Homare plays the butler, making Homare the protagonist of this play. So they do their first run through, and Homare seems to be having trouble connecting with his character, so his movements and emotions aren't coming off well. Tsumugi tells him to work on it, and Homare says he just doesn't understand this character no matter how many times he reads the script. So that sort of sets the tone for like Homare's mini arc is going to have to do with figuring out this character. So the next episode that begins after this starts with a Homare flashback to when his grandma gave him this pocket watch. Homare back then pointed out, oh, it's broken, and his grandma said that his grandpa used to always repair it, but since he died, it can't be fixed anymore. And Homare's like, well, what's the point of having a broken pocket watch? Like, why not replace it? And his grandma says, Homare, you're just like the pocket watch. And then she gives it to him. So now, present-day Homare is thinking back to this and thinking that she surely was saying something similar to his ex-girlfriend, like, oh, you're a broken, useless piece of shit. So he's like, yeah, I am just a machine that's broken and doesn't understand human feelings. And he thinks about how, like, everyone always leaves him because of that, because he always ends up accidentally hurting people. So we're getting kind of like just a more Homare-focused, more in-depth version of part of his arc from Act 4. Then we cut to their next practice. Hisoka now is acting kind of weird. So Izumi is like, what's going on? And he explains that he doesn't like his positioning with someone standing behind him. He's like, I just reflexively can't relax if there's someone behind me. And so everyone's like, well, that's weird because you're the master, so you have to stand in front of your butler. Like, if the butler was in front of you, that wouldn't make any sense. And so Hisoka is like, okay, like, I'll just try my best to get used to it. And Izumi is like, I wonder if this has something to do with his like dark, tragic past. But obviously she can't really ask him that because he doesn't remembers. So we just cut to later when Yuki comes in to take measurements for the costumes, and Homare discovers then that his pocket watch is missing. So he insists that this is a real-life mystery and he intends to solve it, and that the watch was actually stolen and it didn't just go missing. So he summons a bunch of people to a meeting. The suspects in question are Misumi, Matsukawa, and Kamakichi. He accuses them all for individual reasons. I think, if I remember right, Matsukawa's was just like, you don't have any money, you're a broke fucking flop, so of course you would steal my fancy pocket watch to sell it. And Kamakichi's reason was just like, birds like shiny things. Duh. Misumi's reason was because he knocked Homare over on the balcony earlier before practice, so Homare's like, oh, well, that was clearly on purpose, and you were trying to steal my watch while I was distracted. And Misumi is like, yeah, but it's a circle, not a triangle, so I don't give a fuck about your stupid pocket watch. And Homare's like, that is a solid point. Misumi would never touch anything that's not triangular. You're dismissed. So he's like, surely Misumi is innocent. And then Matsukawa and Kamakichi also have alibis, and Matsukawa says some shit like, well, the watch is broken anyways, right? So what's the point in even finding it? Nobody wants something like that. Rude, 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 rude. Thumbs down. Incorrect buzzer. At that exact second, before Homare can spiral into a mental breakdown, Tsumugi and Azuma come in, and they say that they asked around, but nobody has seen it. So Homare is like, well, let's give up. And everyone is like, what? Like, after all that, like, you went through all this, and now you're just giving up? And Homare is like, well, I just wanted to try solving a real-life mystery. Like, hee hee, I don't know, whatever. Clearly, he's lying. Like, hello, me when I lie. So Izumi is like, yeah, something's not sitting right with me. Like, he still definitely cares about that pocket watch. So she, on her own, continues to look for it. And then she remembers that she saw him outside that watch store the other day. So she goes to ask him, like, oh, maybe, like, you brought it for repairs and then forgot that it was, you know, at the watch store. And then he's like, oh, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't do that. So Hisoka, now, who is in the room asleep, because this is Hisoka and Homari's room that they're in, he wakes up having been asleep for the entire crime-solving part of this past few minutes, and he's like, what's going on? And Homari's like, oh, I lost my pocket watch, but it doesn't matter, I didn't need it anyways, I don't care, blah blah blah. And then we cut to, randomly, one of their practices, the one that Yuzo comes to watch. Hisoka is still clearly being weird when Homari is behind him, and Homari is still obviously not truly understanding his character, so that's what Yuzo calls them on, and that's what everyone still has to work on. So they all decide to go do some last-minute street acts as a way to hopefully get better with this. Also, it is opening day literally tomorrow, but they're doing their street acts outside, and this man with glasses asks Izumi for a flyer. I think actually in this moment she should have probably just killed him. She should have seen this guy coming and been like, I don't like his vibe, I'm gonna kill him with a gun. So, but she didn't. And so then the rest of the things occur. But anyways, this random guy, inconsequential, actually never shows up again. Just some guy with glasses. He has a sprite just because, like, I don't know, like, I think they wanted to focus on, like, world building, making it feel like a more real kind of universe. But don't worry, he never comes back again. We never see him again. It's fine. So they finish their street acts, and Izumi returns to her room for the night, but Hisoka comes in before she's asleep to ask about the watch. And he says he doesn't understand if Homari wants the watch or not, since he's acting contradictory. He says, Arisu is always simple, and he's an idiot, but I don't understand, which is really funny. Also, he calls Homari Arisu, which is like the beginning of his last name, but in the English version, he calls him Alice, because Homari's, I think his, like, social media handle is Alice something, because the first part of his last name can be pronounced like Alice, sort of, but like slay. That's cool. So Izumi's like, okay, personally, I don't think there's any chance that he truly doesn't care about the pocket watch, because after he received it from his family, he's been keeping it in his pocket. So she's like, there's no way he doesn't care about this if he's been carrying it around with him. So Hisoka is like, well, why is he saying he doesn't need it then? And Izumi is like, I really have no idea. He must have some, like, complicated feelings about it or something. And she says she still gets the feeling that the best thing to do is to find it and return it to him, but she's not sure if she's right about that or not. So we cut then to Homare walking around in the garden where Tsumugi is gardening as per usual, and Homare is like, I would like to talk to you about a novel I wrote once. And Tsumugi is like, you've written novels too? And he's like, yes, of course, yes. So he explains that in this novel of his, there was a guy who was really bad at empathizing, and he had a girlfriend who was really upset. So he wrote her a poem hoping that it would help, but it just made it worse. And then he talks about how no matter how much he tries, he just can't understand his play character this time around. So Tsumugi says that everyone is like that guy in the novel, and he says that he's hurt people in the past too, and sometimes he even still makes Tasuku angry, even though they've been together since they were kids. Excuse me, they've been what? They've been who since they were what? So Tsumugi tells Homari that he should do his own interpretation, and Homari's like, what are you talking about? And Tsumugi is like, instead of trying to figure out what your character would think, try and just think what you would think if you were the character. Because you are him after all, he's not real. Like, you're the guy playing him. So Homari's like, huh. So he goes to reread the script one more time, and Tsumugi returns back to his room where Tasuku is working on some, you know, suspicious project at his desk. And Tsumugi asks him if any of those books that Homari gave them were novels, and Tasuku is like, no, I skimmed through them all and they're all just poetry. And Tsumugi's like, you skimmed through them all? So yeah, Tasuku is kind of gay for Homare, even though he acts like Homare is a piece of shit, and he acts like he's cringe. He's actually, they're all gay, okay? He actually does care. He just has autism. Thank you. So of course, this confirms Tsumugi's suspicion that Homare was just talking about himself. So he's like, wow, like Homare's a pretty awkward guy too, huh? And Tasuku's like, what are you talking about? Tsumugi's like, oh, nothing. And then Tsumugi's like, oh, by the way, is that like project you're working on gonna be done anytime soon? And Tasuku was like, oh, you weren't supposed to see that. Oops, that's a secret. And Tsumugi's like, man, you can be so careless. Which is so funny. Tsumugi's like, yeah, you thought I wouldn't see that? I'm not stupid, bitch. I have eyes. So, next episode begins with another Homare flashback. This time, a flashback of his grandpa repairing the watch. And Homare was like, I want to try to do that too, but he was like a little kid, so his grandpa was like, no, like it's a bit too difficult for you, like go play with your grandma. And Homare was like, I don't like my grandma, like I can't deal with her, she's weird, she's awkward, she's always brooding, like whatever. And his grandpa is like, well, that's just because she's an awkward person, but she loves you all the same. And then Hisoka wakes Homare up from this dream flashback. Homare having been napping like in some random location in the dorms. By the way, not super important, but it is kind of actually really important. Hisoka had like draped a blanket over him while he was napping. Cute. He went actually to get a blanket from Azuma, an extra blankie, so he could drape it over Homare because Homare was taking some nappy time. Cute. So Hisoka wakes him up and he's like, you've been weird lately, like what's going on with you? You're always brooding and now you're sleeping in random places like this. And Homare's like, yeah, and you're draping blankets over me, you gay bitch. I mean, so he's like, that's not like you either. And Homare says, you're more like a shiki who's always bossing his butler around. And Hisoka is like, yeah, and you're more like a Sageshima who's always reciting poems. So that is, of course, their two, like, respective character names. So Homare is like, now that I think about it, I have taken a considerable detour. And he realizes that his version of his character was always right around the corner. Because it's him. Like, hello. So the next morning, Homare is back to his normal, silly, goofy self when Tasuku comes to give him the pocket watch, which is now not only found, but also repaired. So that's what he was working on. Hisoka confesses that he was actually the one that stole it, and we get a flashback to that time that Misumi knocked Homare over on the balcony. Hisoka was there, and he saw the pocket watch fall out of Homare's pocket, and he was like, oh, like, I don't know if this is important, so I'm just gonna take it and return it later, because they were about to be, like, late for practice or whatever. So then we get kind of a replay of a few important conversations, this time from Hisoka's point of view, and it's basically him deciding that he's gonna have Tasuku repair the watch because he concludes, based on like his conversation with Izumi and watching Homare, that it is actually important to Homare. And we get a Hisoka flashback also to when he brought the watch to Tasuku's room, and Tasuku was like, I don't know how to repair a watch. And Hisoka was like, well, I heard you fixed the TV one time, so you should be able to figure it out. And Tasuku was like, yeah, but this is a pocket watch. Like, it's not the TV. And Hisoka was like, well, we need this for opening day tomorrow, so figure it out. And Tasuku was like, oh, now I have to fix a clock, and I only have one day? One night? Okay, bitch. And Hisoka is about to start, like, offering him marshmallows or something in return. But before he even says anything, Tasuku's like, I don't want your marshmallows. Fine. Like, I'll try my best, whatever. So we cut back to present day. Homare is like, oh my god, what? Like, you had it repaired for me? And Hisoka is like, I don't understand your feelings, but I figured this was something you needed, and I wanted you to go back to normal. Which is so Hisoka to say, like, well, I don't care about you. You were just being annoying to me. And it's like, yeah, okay, me when I lie. He's like, well, I don't really care that you were having a hard time. I just care that your hard time was sort of interrupting my vibe and getting in the way of my sort of relaxation. But I don't give a fuck about you, though. It's kind of Masumi-core. So after this little interaction, Tasuku is like, why did you never have it repaired? Like, it wasn't actually that hard. And Homare explains that he never brought it in because if it ended up being impossible to fix for real, then the watch truly would be completely useless. And Tasuku is like, okay, but it still has sentimental value, so it's not useless, you dumb bitch. And then he shows Homare an engraving that was inside the pocket watch that says, to the mechanical you with love, from Homare's grandpa to Homare's grandma. So Homare then explains to everyone where he got this watch from and like what his grandma said when she gave it to him and stuff. And he's like, yeah, she's right, like I'm just a broken watch, whatever. And Izumi's like, no, like I don't think that's right. So she realizes that Homare's grandma was the same as he is, so when she gifted him the watch, it wasn't because he sucks, it was because she loved him because they were the same. So Izumi tells Homare to think about like what he would have been thinking if he was his grandma, and Homare then also realizes the same thing. So as we find out, Izumi had told Hisoka earlier when they were talking about Homare's watch in private that even if they can't understand what Homare is thinking, they can put themselves in his shoes. So Hisoka then recites this to Homare when he's trying to figure out what his grandma was up to. So Homare concludes that maybe he got this from his grandma because she was trying to show him that even awkward people like themselves can find love because of the engraving in the pocket watch being a declaration of love to her. So it was like a physical reminder of the love that his grandparents shared, which is really cute, and that's also like a really romantic way for Homare to think of it, and I think that's really beautiful as well. So then, of course, we cut to opening day. Homare came up with the huddle this time because he was, of course, the leader, but it is his like weird Homare style. I think he makes them do like ballet or something. The play, of course, goes great, and after the play, Hisoka is like, hey, like, why did you add that last ad-lib? Like, my lines increased for no reason, you didn't have to say that. Because, of course, Homare added an ad-lib. And Homare's like, well, it's because I was thinking about why I continue to carry around marshmallows for you after all this time. And he's like, I've concluded that surely it's because I am fond of you more than I thought I was. I don't really think I even have to say anything. Just kind of like, what the fuck? Also, Azuma literally calls Homare cute in response to this, so he's just like, me for real. And then Hisoka's response is like, well, I don't really care about you that much, so get fucked. Me when I lie. And then Homare doesn't give a fuck at all and immediately starts reciting a poem about friendship. So I love him. He's like undeterred by the fact that his little boyfriend is annoying. Then we cut to an absolute jump scare. It's Itaru talking to that guy with glasses. I think at this point he's showed up like a bunch of times. It's just random, like, oh, I'm in the street asking for flyers. I'm in the street looking at information about the auditions. I'm in the street talking to Itaru. Whatever. But they're co-workers, Itaru and this guy with glasses. This guy is thanking Itaru for getting him tickets to the show, and he's like, wow, like these guys are so cool, they did so good, like can you give them this gift for me? And so it's like a bunch of flowers or something. So Itaru was like, yeah, like I'll do that, and then also I'll get tickets for you next time too, because like you seem to be a big fan, whatever. I will tell you this right now, these two are gay. This freaky guy with the glasses then says, thanks, like I feel like I'm gonna be in your care in many ways soon anyway. But he's not though, like he's actually wrong about that. Again, we never see him again, never comes back, you know? So then we get the epilogue. The winter troupe goes out drinking. Izumi comes along as well. And then they're on their way home, and Homare's like, can I say something? And everyone's like, are you okay? And he's like, I don't understand people's feelings, and I accidentally hurt people a lot. But acting as Sageshima made me think that despite that, I am fine the way I am. I still don't understand people's feelings, but now that I can put myself in others' shoes, I feel much more at ease. And that is thanks to Hisoka, Izumi, and the rest of Winter Troupe, so thank you all. Slay! He's so. Then he goes, as a display of my gratitude, I have composed a poem for each of you. And everyone's like, no, shut up, stop talking. And that's the end of this one. The bench, sitting on the bench. All right. Welcome to Midsummer Sparkle Memory. This one has also been translated as like Sparkling Summer Memories, whatever, you know? All of these events have multiple possible titles because they've been translated by 17 million people. This one centers around a summer festival, and kind of the main character is Taichi, but also sort of Masumi, kind of, sort of. So it starts with a Taichi flashback of a girl, of course Yuki, but it's a girl from his childhood, helping him find his mom at a fair when he was a kid, and also giving him a candy apple. So then, in the present, Tenma, Yuki, and Izumi are in the kitchen when Taichi comes home and tells them that Voluto is holding a 3-day-long summer festival that he thinks everybody should go to because it would be super fun. And then we find out from Matsukawa that this summer festival also hosts an acting contest, and the winning company gets all-you-can-eat tickets for the food stalls and premium seats for the fireworks show. So that's, you know, that's where the acting comes in. We are in Voluto. Everybody please remember this. Please always remember this. So they obviously apply for the contest. The squad that applies for the contest ends up being Taichi, Yuki, Tenma, Masumi, Sakuya, and Tsumugi, since everyone else was busy or missing. Missing being Misumi and Citron, because they are always out prowling. You could say they like to prowl. Tsumugi mentions also that Hisoka has a part-time job, so I figured I should mention that here. I think I probably mentioned it again later because I forgot that I mentioned it already, but somewhere around this point in the story he has begun having part-time jobs, and that is a thing that he does for the rest of the thing, I think. Conveniently, also, the required team size for this event is 6 people, so they have exactly 6 people, and they're like, wow, how convenient, yay, we can apply for the contest. So we get some explanation to how the contest works. Basically, each group is given a theme 30 minutes before they have to go up on stage, and the groups that have matching themes go against each other, and the winners are decided by audience vote. So they decide to do some practicing to get familiar with the members they have in this group, since they're all cross-troop and everything. And while they're getting ready to do that, Tsumugi chats with Masumi for a second about why he's decided to sign up for this. Of course, Masumi has signed up for this because he wants to watch the fireworks with Izumi as a date. Tsumugi sort of ignores this, and then he's like, well, is this the first time you're like going to a festival? And Masumi is like, yeah, it is. But he seems like he's kind of embarrassed about that, or like hesitant to say. So they do a bunch of practicing, and then Taichi and Tenma walk home together. And while they're walking, Taichi asks if Tenma has any like festival memories, and Tenma says that he does, but only like fake ones for like shooting TV and movies and stuff. And Taichi explains that he has a memory of going to a festival with his first love when he was a kid. I really do think it's funny how much they bring this up. Like, I don't know if that continues, obviously, after the first year or two, but it is really funny that it's like, it's not just like a one-time bit for like when Taichi and Yuki meet. It's like a pivotal character trait, like a very foundational Taichi trait. And I think that's really funny. Like, they were like, okay, one of his really prominent traits is that he's gay for Yuki, but he doesn't know it. He does actually find out, by the way. We get to watch him find out eventually. Not this year, though. I think next year, but we'll get there. So he tells Tenma that he vaguely remembers that when he was at the festival with his first love, he was crying really hard, but he can't remember why. So we, of course, know that he was crying really hard because he lost his mom, but, you know, he'll remember that later. So they show up for the actual, like, on the actual day of the acting competition. This is the stage, by the way. I'm sitting on the benches watching the performance right now, except there's kind of nobody here. It's kind of a ghost town, a little bit Flop City, but whatever. So, of course, Haruto is there, of Gods of Fame, and it turns out that this competition is organized by Godza. So Haruto keeps giving them handicaps. The first one is that Tenma has to wear a mask, like this goofy ass mask on his face because he's famous, and Haruto's like, well, like, we can't have a TV star competing because you'd win, obviously. So Izumi's like, well, Haruto does kind of have a point. No, he, like, doesn't, though, but, like, whatever. They still, of course, win the first round anyways, even though Tenma has the mask, because they're lit. And then they win all the rest of the rounds until it's time for the final round, but Haruto, of course, has one more trick up his sleeve. So he gives them the wrong theme, so they have their 30-minute practice period, but they're practicing the wrong thing. So the actual theme is Ghost Party, but he gave them a, Ghost Party? Hold on. Ghost Story. Oh my god, I have Jack G and brain rot. I had to double check that it wasn't actually Ghost Party. I'm like, there's no way it's Ghost Party. Because what the fuck is a Ghost Party? Oh my god. They got the theme swimming pool, but it's actually Ghost Story. So it's like really far off. But since it's the final, they are the only two teams left. So they're like paired with each other by default. Monkai team. And I don't think Godza is competing because since they organized the event, that would be kind of crazy. So it's like Monkai versus whoever the fuck, I think. Doesn't really matter. But anyways, once they realize the other troop that they're competing against goes first, and they're like, wait a minute, what do you mean Ghost Story? Like, that's not right. So they're like, shit, like, Haruto gave us the wrong theme on purpose. What a piece of shit. And so they have like 2 minutes to come up with like a rough outline of a story, and they just kind of take some deep breaths, and they're like, well, it's fine, like, even if we don't win, whatever. So they go up there anyway. Masumi freezes up during the play, and Tsumugi cuts in to save the day, which is lit. Love to see that happening. They of course win, because why would they? When would they not win? So they go to settle in at their premium fireworks seats, but then Taichi wants everyone to go use their food tickets, so they have to decide who's gonna go get food and who's gonna stay and like guard their stuff. So Tsumugi's like, oh, it's fine, like, I can stay behind, like, you guys go have fun. But Taichi's like, no, we have to decide randomly, like with rock, paper, scissors, or whatever. So they play rock, paper, scissors. Tsumugi and Masumi are the ones that lose, and so everyone heads out to get food besides the two of them. And Masumi immediately is like, so you lost on purpose, didn't you? And Tsumugi is like, oops, like, I'm caught, I'm busted, which is so funny. But he figured, like, since he's the oldest in the group, that he should just let all the younger ones, like, go have fun and be silly and make memories. And Masumi says that Tsumugi reminds him of his grandma, which is really sweet because Masumi's grandma is, like, the family member that he's spent the most time with because his parents are always gone. And he says that Tsumugi always feels at ease, just like his grandma. Again, so adorable. Very cute dynamic to have. And then he tells Tsumugi that he actually just remembered he was at a festival once with his grandma and he just forgot it until just now. He also mentions, this is important for later, he mentions that his grandma's name is Hatsu. And then he thanks Tsumugi for saving him during their play in the final round. But Tsumugi, of course, doesn't hear this uncharacteristically heartfelt sentiment because the fireworks start going off right at that second. So this is that, you know, common A3 moment, top 10 A3 moments. And then the squad comes back, except Yuki and Taichi are missing, and Izumi is like, wait a minute, what? Like, we got separated, but I thought they were gonna just meet us back here. Like, I hope they're okay. So as it turns out, Taichi went to look for candy apples for Yuki because Yuki said that his favorite fair food is candy apples, but he got lost. So Yuki went to find him and ended up bringing him a candy apple instead, which is when Taichi remembers, oh shit, this is the almost exact same thing that happened when I was a kid with my first love that isn't Yuki at all, but it was just like this girl from my neighborhood. And so they do get back to the squad because Yuki knows how to find shit and Taichi does not. But now that they're reunited, Taichi can follow Yuki's lead back to the fireworks. So they get back to the thing and they watch the fireworks together, the rest of the fireworks together, and it's awesome and cute. And then in the epilogue, they are back at the dorms and they tell everyone about their time at the festival, and then they buy a bunch of their own fireworks and they light fireworks kind of like Summer Troop did in Act 2. So they're outside goofing, playing with the fireworks. And so Tenma decides he's gonna get revenge for the fireworks incident from, you know, when they did fireworks before. And he tries to light a firework under Taichi's feet, but he can't even figure out how to light it, so Taichi catches him, which is really funny. Also, like, I don't know why Tenma was trying to specifically get revenge on Taichi, because Taichi wasn't even around yet. He wasn't even made. They didn't even finish crafting him in the lab yet when Tenma was getting attacked by fireworks. I don't know, classic, but that's the end of that event. Then the next one begins our third cycle of plays already. I don't know what the hell kind of crack they were on. Year 1 A3, Year 1 Monkai Company. Insanity. Rawr. I'm Frankenstein. I'm Frankenstein's monster. Ah! Next event is Spring Troop's third play, Clockwork Heartbeat. This is another Suzuru Yaoi event. I forgot about this. Okay, so this one starts with a letter, okay? It says, "Dear Sir, the sudden arrival of a letter like this must come as quite the surprise to you. Even now, I wonder whether it was right to contact you like this. But I so wanted to apologize that I was unable to set aside my pen. I have always, always regretted that time. It may be that despite my apology, it cannot be forgiven, yet there is something I have to tell you at any cost. Until now, and from now on, I am your #1 fan." Okay. So this is Suzuru's #1 fan. We'll get the lore on this in just a minute. But they're gay. Honestly, like, just bro. Alright, we'll get into it though. Let me not dilly-dally for too long. We then cut to a guy named Mizuno talking to Izumi and Sakyo about supporting the troop financially in some way. And Sakyo is like, dude, Mizuno Enterprises is the biggest name in entertainment. Why would you want to invest in a little fuck-ass theater like this? And Mizuno is like, cause to be honest, I'm a fan, lol. So I pressed my case really hard with my dad and he finally agreed. So he randomly asks them if their playwright has an office. And so he's like, well, like, one of your biggest charms is the scripts, so surely the playwright has a nice office with no distractions, like, you know, a great writing environment. Izumi is like, no, he writes on his laptop in like a 2-person shared dormitory room. So Mizuno is like, what? Are you out of your mind? He's like, that is insane, shoddy, so I'm gonna give you some money to build him an office. And Sakyo is like, no, like, absolutely not. He's refusing because, in his eyes, if they start funding anything, then they have the right to, like, goof around, you know, or, like, make demands with their shit. So Sakyo's like, we don't want investors getting involved in our plays, like, we don't want any of that business, okay? And then, before Mizuno can say anything else, Suzuru shows up to tell Izumi and Sakyo about the theme for the next play, and Mizuno, as soon as he sees Suzuru coming, fucking leaves fast as hell. He's out of there. He's like, well, okay, bye. See you guys later, bye. And he's gone before Suzuru even sees him. So the play that Suzuru's writing is about friendship again, but Suzuru is worried that it's going to become a boring theme eventually because every play is about friendship when you have an all-male cast. But Sakyo and Izumi are like, no, it's okay, like, kind of hard to do anything else since we're just dudes. And plus, like, your stories have interesting variations in the motifs and stuff, so, like, it's fine. And Suzuru is like, okay, like, I'll trust you and I'll write another one about friendship. Okay. So he finishes the script, mostly, but he's stuck on how to finish it, like how to end it, because originally it had a happy ending. Now this version has a tragic ending, but Suzuru doesn't really feel like either one quite feels right, and he thinks maybe there should be some sort of bittersweet ending, but he can't really come up with anything that feels solid. So they just are like, well, maybe we can start acting it out and then, like, it'll kind of come to you then. So they decide who's gonna play the roles, because again, he didn't write this with specific people in mind. They decide that Suzuru will play the lead and Citron will play the co-lead. And as they finish deciding this, Matsukawa shows up and tells them that there is a creepy man outside, like a suspicious guy, and he's been loitering around the dorms. So he's like, he ran away when I yelled at him, but like everyone should just be on high alert because there's a creepy guy. So then Citron gets appointed by Sakyo to be Izumi's guard while she goes to get groceries. So now we cut to them just like chatting about the play while they're on their way to get groceries. Izumi asks Citron what he thinks about like what the ending should be like, and Citron is like, I don't know, like I wonder if there can really be friendship between two people in such different situations like that. Because, by the way, this play is about an alchemist and the like homunculus creature that he made. It's like a guy who made a guy, okay? And he made the guy in order to be his friend. But of course the guy that he made doesn't know shit about fuck. So it kind of causes some disaster. So Citron is like, yeah, I wonder if like two people that are so different can be friends like that. And Izumi is like, huh, like what an interesting thing to say. Then they talk about how Suzuru is still spending all of his time trying to work on the script, and Citron randomly comes up with a plan to help, but he tells Izumi that it's a secret, so we don't get to hear his plan. And then we cut to them arriving back at the dorms, and they see the suspicious person outside looking up at Suzuru, who's writing on the balcony. It's Mizuno. He's just like being weird at the dorms. So Citron is like, oh my gosh, he's a scooter, which he means stalker, but he's like, make no mistake, he was just watching Suzuru, he's a scooter. And Izumi thinks to herself, okay, as I thought, Mizuno is a fan of Suzuru, but I wonder why he was being so secretive about it. Like, if he's not just a fan, then what exactly is he? Ma'am, he's a gay. He's a queer. So they go in and they ask Suzuru if he's okay, like if he noticed anything, and Suzuru's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, what? And then they're like, well, alright, nothing then, no worries. And they notice that he's still completely stuck on the end of this play. So Citron is like, as I thought, it's time for my secret play. His secret plan is, he announces it at dinner that night. It's the first annual Man Grand Prix. This is a Manzai comedy duo tournament. So Manzai is a specific genre of Japanese comedy, which I guess since it's Manzai, it would probably be Mon Grand Prix, but I don't really care. But anyways, basically it's like they're gonna pair up and do comedy, and whoever wins, they win for their entire troupe. They decide that the prize is that whoever wins gets a like one free favor from Izumi ticket, but Masumi is like, no, that's insane. So they change it to one free favor from Izumi and Masumi, which is even funnier. So of course Citron and Suzuru are gonna be the spring troupe pair, with Suzuru being made to write the comedy script as like a breather and a change of pace from his other script. The summer troupe pair is Kazunari and Tenma. Autumn troupe is Omi and Sakyo, who are doing like a husband and wife act, I guess, which is gay of them. And then Homare and Tasuku are the winter troupe pair, with Homare volunteering and Tasuku being dragged into it. Matsukawa also decides to join with Kamakichi as his pair because he has a bunch of receipts that he needs to sort and he doesn't want to do it. So he's like, I'll make Izumi do it if I win. So they get to working on their scripts and acting and such. Suzuru ends up chatting with Itaru about the script, and he explains to Itaru that when he wrote Romeo and Julius, he's talking, by the way, not about the Man script, but the actual one. He explains that when he wrote Romeo and Julius, it was about one of his own past experiences, but this time he wonders if that's becoming a problem, meaning he's worried that he's using the play scripts to, like, right the wrongs of his past. So basically he's writing fanfiction about his own past, and he worries that he's being too self-indulgent, right? So Itaru is like, okay, but who cares? And Suzuru's like, what? And he's like, well, even if you're writing from a place of self-satisfaction, it doesn't matter as long as the story is good, and you can write from any emotional place. Like, who cares? He also says that since Suzuru has had these experiences in the past, that he's the only one that can write stories like this from that specific state of mind. And Suzuru is like, huh, I guess you really are an adult. And Itaru is like, oh, ew, it's kind of scary when people start to rely on you all of a sudden. Which is really funny. And then Itaru tells him that someday he's going to use his pocket money to commission a play script from Suzuru that's just like Itaru's the main character, and he's surrounded by a lot of his favorite character archetypes, which is really funny. And he's gonna be like strangely OP for no reason. So he's gonna commission Suzuru to write some self-insert fanfic for him, which is lit. Then we cut to Izumi meeting with Mizuno again, and she says that they can't accept their offer after all. Mizuno's offer of like financial support. She does ask Mizuno to be honest with her about his relationship with Suzuru and like what's going on here. So he explains that they actually met in elementary school because their last names are right next to each other, so they had to like stand together in line and like sit next to each other in class. And Mizuno was raised by rich people, and he's supposed to take over like the big family corporation, so he wasn't really allowed to be a silly goofy kid. And he says that Suzuru was his first friend that's like his age. He also says that Suzuru used to write stories back then too, and Mizuno was always a fan of Suzuru's scripts the whole time. He recalls a memory of one time Suzuru was troubled over what to get one of his brothers for his birthday, and Mizuno was like, oh, like I can chip in some money and we can buy flowers or whatever, but Suzuru was like, no, because there's no heart in it just because it's more expensive. Like, we have to think of something that's actually good. So Suzuru decided they would go pick dandelions themselves to make their own bouquet. And while they were doing this, Mizuno was like, oh, maybe we could like perform a play with one of the scripts you've been writing. So that's what they did. They gathered these dandelions, and then they also gathered Suzuru's younger brothers to help them as characters in the play. And so they practiced every day until the birthday party, and then they performed the play, and it was a huge success. So Mizuno has really fond memories of this, and Izumi realizes then that Mizuno is the reason that Suzuru started writing play scripts, or like kept writing play scripts. The sad ending though to this story is that Mizuno continued to be a big fan, of course, of Suzuru's plays, and he was super honored that he got to always read them first. But then he told his mom about that party and the play they did for his brother, and his mom was like, what the fuck, you can't play with poor people? So then Mizuno was forced to change schools and everything, and he then became too ashamed to face Suzuru from then on and has not talked to him since. Not ashamed because Suzuru is poor, but ashamed because he wasn't able to fulfill an earlier promise he had made, which was that he would help in another play for another one of Suzuru's brothers. I think I've mentioned this. Suzuru has like 6 or 7 brothers or something. So Mizuno continues by explaining that after he saw the showdown act that Winter Troop did against Godza, he discovered that Suzuru was the one writing the plays, and he's been a huge fan of Mankai Company since then, and trying to financially support them is his way of trying to support Suzuru despite still not being able to see him, because he still highly values those memories from his childhood and wants to like repay the favor somehow. So Izumi tries to convince him to meet with Suzuru, and she explains that he's probably not angry because she realizes that Romeo and Julius was about Suzuru, so he's like, well, you wouldn't write some gay shit like that if you were mad. But Mizuno's like, no, like, I made up my mind all the way back then, like, I can't talk to him again. And she's like, no, but like, you should, like, really. So she tells him maybe he could write an anonymous letter to him, like just an anonymous fan letter. She tells Mizuno that he's actually in a slump right now and can't figure out the end of the last of the new script. So he's like, okay, all right. Like, I'll write a letter. So that's, of course, the letter that we read in the first scene of this event. So we cut to Citron and Suzuru talking about the play. Citron asks Suzuru why he's been writing on the balcony so much recently instead of in his room, and Suzuru explains that if he writes in their dorm, Masumi starts being extra careful not to disturb him, which makes Suzuru feel bad and therefore he's disturbed. But if he writes in the lounge, everyone else starts doing it too, like looking after him and being like, do you need anything and whatever, which also makes him feel bad, so he's been writing alone on the balcony, which I love that, again, Masumi is kind of like Hisoka. They're like silently looking after people, but then if they're accused of looking after someone, they're like, what the fuck, no, that's lame. I would never care about anybody in my life. I'm too nonchalant. So Suzuru then asks Citron if he thinks the ending is too cruel, and Citron says that just because people aren't close doesn't mean that they stop being friends. And Suzuru is like, oh, huh, like even if you're apart, you're still connected. And Citron is like, well, that's what I like to believe anyways. And Suzuru is like, oh, so Citron has circumstances. And that's when Izumi shows up with this anonymous fan letter. The anonymous gay fan letter also comes with a bouquet of dandelions, so Suzuru immediately knows who it's from, even though it's technically anonymous. So this, of course, gives him the inspiration to finish the script. So we cut then to the opening day of the play. This play, I don't usually explain them, but this one ends with the homunculus, who is actually like a mechanical doll, telling the alchemist that made him to take out his key and escape from the guards that were chasing them down, because artificial life is illegal in this world. And as the protagonist does that, like removes the key, the doll starts to cry despite not being human. And this just reminded me of that specific Lies of P ending. Lies of P spoilers, by the way. Warning, warning. That Lies of P ending where you kill Geppetto. I couldn't remember his damn name. You kill Geppetto, and as Geppetto is dying in your arms, he's saying some shit about like, I just wanted my son back, and the puppet starts crying, like shedding a tear, and Geppetto realizes that actually this whole time, that puppet really has been his son. So he's like, I'm sorry, and then he dies. Bruh. So anyways, back in the A3 verse, as the doll is shutting off, he says that they'll still be friends even if they're apart. So this is the bittersweet ending that Suzuru decided to go with, instead of either of them actually dying or it being just like a kind of sunshine and rainbows, like happy ending. And then the last scene of the play, you skip ahead a bit in time where the alchemist is walking with his apprentice, and the apprentice notices that he's wearing a key around his neck, and the alchemist says something about like, oh, this is an important key that I need to keep safe. So he's hoping of being able to meet his old friend again someday, which I don't usually explain the plays, like I said. The reason I did mostly is because I wanted to make that Liza P reference, but also because the way that this play ended, with Suzuru's character literally being like, wow, I am longing for my old friend and I hope I can see him someday even though our circumstances are crazy. I can't believe Mizuno's like, I could never talk to him, like, he hates me. He's yearning. He's literally yearning on stage. So, of course, after the play, Suzuru notices Mizuno in the crowd. So he goes to, like, confront Mizuno. He's like, wait! And Mizuno is like, okay, like, I can't face you, but I will talk to you turned around, because he doesn't want Suzuru to see him crying, which is, oh my god, like, bruh, like, they're so. So Suzuru tells him that, like, you know, love you, miss you, and Mizuno is like, I'll come to each play from now on, and I will keep sending you letters if you want me to. And Suzuru is like, okay, thanks, I'll be waiting. Bitch, what the fuck do you mean thanks, I'll be waiting? Bruh. So, the homework. Suzuru thinks to himself after this, he's like, well, we might not be able to hang out like normal friends, but even so, we'll always continue to be friends. So just, like, bruh. Like, just bruh. Then, we randomly cut to a mysterious person saying, I see. Keep up the watch. Soon, I will go directly. I will contact you again. Citronia. Bruh. Citronia? Like, I don't know. Like, his name, he's a fruit. He's a fruit, but that's not the fruits. Citronia? That's not the fruits. This is, you know, implied. This guy is like keeping an eye on Citron, like surveillance from the distance or something. Like, I don't know. We don't know who this guy is. We don't know who this guy is yet, but we will. So anyways, then we cut to the epilogue, which is the official first annual Mammon Grand Prix. Do they call it the first annual in this one? No, but we do find out that it is the first annual because they do it again next year, okay? So Sakyo and Omi lose the first round by 1 vote on account of Masumi voting against Sakyo because they're love enemies, according to him anyways, and like nobody else. Matsukawa and Kamakichi end up winning the whole thing because they are unfortunately really fucking funny. So Izumi now has to help them sort receipts. And then later, Izumi catches Suzuru looking at Mizuno's letter again. The same one, the first one. He doesn't have a new letter, it's the same letter. He's looking at it again. And Suzuru is like, I've already reread it a lot of times, but I know in the future it'll help me again whenever I get stuck. It's a precious treasure. So. Is that the first one that I just read and it took me 30 minutes? Yikes. No? Yeah. Alright, Dazzling Beachside Passion, let's get it. This one will not take me 30 minutes, okay? Trust. So that's the end of that event, okay? Moving on to the next one. I don't know if there's anywhere I can really put myself, in Omi's fuck house or whatever. Here it is. I'm sitting on the cat. Doink. Yeah, put that ass on the car, boy. Why does the car look like that? It's so beach. Alright, this event is called Dazzling Beachside Passion. It's one of those kind of in-between random events, not a play. So it starts with everyone talking about how it's like so hot. They're like, oh my god, it's summer, it's so hot, we should go to the sea. And Izumi is like, well, there's a sea in the dorm courtyard. And everyone's like, what? Like the pool that Tetsuro built? So apparently Tetsuro built a pool in the courtyard. What? So Omi shows up around this time, and he says that actually a friend of his has requested their help at their beach house. So the squad decides to go along to also help, and so they have an excuse to visit the beach. The squad in question is Kazunari, Citron, Muku, Juza, Omi, and Tasuku. And of course Izumi's going along as well. So we cut to everyone getting in Tasuku's car, besides Omi and Juza, who are going on their motorcycles. Okay, which means Omi did teach Juza how to ride a motorcycle. Yay! It's probably in one of the cards and I just like didn't see it, but it happened. So Izumi, before they left, noticed that Juza seemed like he was upset about something, but she didn't get the chance to ask him because everyone was like in a rush to leave. So now we know that the mini arc of this event centers around Juza. Little random tidbit, but in the car on the drive to the beach, okay, Kazunari puts on a song and they start singing, and the song is one of the actual summer troupe songs that exists in real life. Now, the songs that we can hear with our ears, okay, I don't think they're canon in the game because it's canon in the game that Omi can't sing. Like, he's completely fucking tone deaf. So I don't think the songs actually exist, as far as I know. But I like to think that they do because I think it's really funny to imagine them like in the studio cooking up bangers. I also like to imagine that Matsukawa wrote or produced all the songs because he is a musician. I just think that's fun to think about. Okay, so I decided to take this opportunity to put you guys on my brain rot. And I think I did tell you guys about the songs, right? That you need to go listen to them. If I didn't, then this is me saying go listen to the songs. Anyways, back to the story. We cut to Omi and Juza, who are taking a little break from their bike ride to eat some lunch. Omi mentions that Muku seemed really excited to go to the beach with Juza, and asks if they've ever been to the beach together before, and Juza like hesitates for a second before saying that they did once, but then he quickly like changes the subject to something else. So now Omi is also aware that Juza is being weird for some reason. So they get there, and Omi goes to check in with the owner of the beach house that they're helping at, which for some reason is called Omi's house. Like, I don't know why, but it's called Omi's house. And then he comes back and tells the group that it'll be a little bit before they actually have to do anything, so they have some time to goof around and play on the beach. So everyone changes into their swimsuits, and then they all freak out over each other's muscles and swimsuits, and like everyone calls Izumi cute and stuff. And Citron says in perfect Japanese that everyone has really well-built biceps, and Tasuku is like, why are you strangely fluent right now? Which, like, as we know, he's been fluent the whole time, but I do think it's really funny that he is using this moment to sort of comedically imply that his foreigner weirdo character is like kind of gay. Which, like, actually that's probably not what he's implying at all, but I just think that it is because yeah. So they go yippee skippy around on the beach. They play some beach ball, and like Juza and Muku keep like uncharacteristically fucking it up, so now everyone else is also aware that they are like having a problem. But then it's time to go help out at the beach house, so we cut to the beach house. So we get like an episode or two of them just helping at the restaurant. It goes about as you would expect, you know, Juza putting too much sugar in the shaved ice, Kazunari and Citron being good waiters, Muku being insecure about his ability to recommend good menu items, etc., with a little bit of added tension between Muku and Juza because of some unknown reason. At one point during this day, the beach house randomly gets like way less busy, and so Citron goes outside to discover that there's another beach house on the other side of the beach, and they're performing street acts right now to draw in customers because duh, obviously. So they're like, well, we have to fight back and draw our customers back, so they do their own street acts with an extra side of Juza and Muku awkward tension, and it does work, and they get more customers to come back over. But the other people from the other beach house that were doing street acts first come over, and they're like, excuse me, like, you're stealing our customers and also copying our swag. And Omi is like, well, we kind of need to make money too, so, like, don't see how that's my problem. And the guy that was, like, leading the other acting troupe was like, all right, well, we're gonna do, like, an acting showdown, improv battle, and whoever loses has to shut down for the rest of the day. So they, of course, do their little improvised play, battle, blah, 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 blah. I do think it's really funny that in this universe, people can just like challenge you to an act off and like everyone suddenly knows the rules. Like in this case, it was like, yeah, okay, whoever loses has to shut down. Also, the winner is decided by audience vote. Also, blah, 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 whatever. It's like, yeah, like that's just a thing people do. Like, not only does everyone that's an actor know what the fuck is going on, but also all the audience members know what's going on. That are random customers at the beach house. Right. Like, yeah, duh. Upon hearing that the rule for losing is that you have to shut down your beach house, not for a day, by the way, I was mistaken, it's actually for a whole week. Omi and Izumi both are like, that's literally insane. Like, how are we gonna make money then? Like, that's nuts. And the other guy's like, well, what, are you scared you're gonna lose? And so then they're like, well, guess we have no choice. Oh my god. Brother. There's, let me say it, literally a choice. You have one, okay? They go inside to check with the owner of the beach house really quick to make sure that, like, you know, betting an entire week's worth of fucking customers isn't, like, against the company policy or whatever. And of course the owner is like, yep, I trust you guys, like, go do it. So the battle is on. They have a while to come up with the play. It's not like an on the spot, so it's not really an improv battle, but it's just like an acting battle, whatever. So they have a little while to come up with the play. Muku randomly leaves and says he's going to go do some research on the customers and hope that he can come up with some better ideas. So Izumi goes after him while Juza stays behind with the others and they talk about their sides of this story that's causing the tension into different parallel scenes. So Muku explains to Izumi that Juza hasn't been talking to him since they got here, so he's worried he did something to Juza without knowing, and now Juza hates him and is gonna hate him forever and he's evil and stuff. And then back at the restaurant, Juza is telling everyone that last time him and Muku went to the beach together, they were a lot younger and Muku was still kind of scared of him, and Muku had made a sandcastle, but then it started to rain, so everyone went inside. But as they were going inside, Juza realized that the sandcastle was going to get destroyed by the rain, so he tried to like fix it somehow, but he ended up actually breaking it even worse, and Muku happened to see him, so it looked like Juza had smashed the sandcastle. So Juza was then like too awkward to apologize in time before Muku walked away, and so he still feels bad about it all these years later, which is so funny. Like, he's a fucking idiot. Like, he feels so bad that it looks like he did something he didn't even do, and the thing that he didn't even do is crushing a sandcastle. He feels so bad for that incident that he's like throwing off the vibes of the whole beach trip. Crazy shit. So Juza tells everyone that he wants to apologize, but he doesn't really know how, and so Tasuku comes up with a genius plan. So of course Tasuku's genius plan is for them to act it out. So the idea they come up with for the play is like a thinly veiled metaphor for Juza and Muku's sandcastle situation. They of course come up with this whole plan while Izumi and Muku are still gone. So when Izumi and Muku get back, Izumi is like, okay guys, like here's the situation. And Tasuku is like, no, it's fine. Like it'll all work out. Just leave it to us. And she's like, okay. Like what? So we cut to their acting battle, their etude battle. Muku realizes from the play that Juza is trying to apologize for the sandcastle incident way back then, and he realizes what actually happened. They of course also win the act off, so they have a busy rest of the day at the restaurant, and then after they close, the owner brings everyone some ice cream. So the whole squad leaves except Muku and Juza. So they're like, let's give these two some alone time with the ice cream. So Muku and Juza talk it out over some ice creams. Muku apologizes for misunderstanding, and Juza apologizes for never clearing it up, and also for making the beach trip awkward this time, which is... I didn't say the whole thing, obviously word for word, but it actually was a really good apology, and I really love knowing that piece of information, that like Juza is good at apologizing, and like he's he's emotionally intelligent, and that's like top 10 personality traits of ever. Juza then tells Muku that he was actually the reason that he decided to join Monkai, because he saw Muku, who had always previously seemed weak, standing so strongly on stage, and it gave him the motivation to decide to change himself and get his shit together. So Muku is like, oh my god, like I always thought you were cool, and like, you know, that's awesome. So that's another cute moment. Now Muku knows the Juza lore, or the reason why Juza joined lore. And Muku then also says that someday they should come to this beach together with Juza's younger brother Kumon, who I will not be talking about anymore until he comes up in the story, okay? The epilogue for this one, kind of just 2 seconds long. They all grill together because the guy that was running the beach house like gave them a bunch of food to grill and a grill. So that they could have a little din-din together as a thank you for helping out with the restaurant and also with the act off and all that such and such. During this time, Juza also apologizes to the rest of the guys for causing problems, and they're all like, yeah, no worries, whatever. And then they goof around and grill and eat and etc. So that's the end of that event. Moving on to the next one. Skirt. Alright, Captain Sky Pirates, here we go. Captain Sky Points. This one is Captain Sky's Pirates. or Captain Sky Pirates. I don't know. But this is the next summer troop play, the final one for this first year. Finally, like they did so many. So it starts with Izumi finding the whole summer troop out in the courtyard making paper airplanes. This, of course, was started by Misumi because paper airplanes are triangular. But then Muku saw Misumi doing it, and then he joined, and then everyone else joined. So they decided that whoever's plane flies the farthest gets a wish. Of course, Misumi wins because he's made hella paper airplanes and he's goated with the sauce. So his wish is to light fireworks with everyone again like they did during their training camp, which like this will be what, the 17 millionth time that they've done that? But hey, then we cut to Tsumugi gardening, and Suzuru is helping him out for a moment, and he's also trying to think about like what the theme should be for the next play, and he finds Misumi's paper airplane on the ground, which had flown over the roof of the dorms and landed in the garden. So Suzuru is like, oh, this is probably just garbage, right? But like, I'm gonna unfold it just in case. And he unfolds it and he's like, oh my god. But then we don't get to see what the fuck is on the paper. So we cut right to Suzuru instead having the entire script done for their next play. So he gives it to everyone and then passes out, and we find out that it is about pirates this time. Right after this, Yuzo happens to come by, so Izumi like shows him the new script, and he's like, oh, pirates, huh? Like this is one of Misumi's grandpa's favorite themes to do. And so everyone else was like, wait, Misumi's what? Wait, what? So Izumi is like, oh yeah, like forgot to tell you guys, Misumi's grandpa used to write all the scripts for the original generation of Monkai Company. And everyone's like, what? Like, you can't just not tell us that. What the fuck are you talking about? Misumi happens to be there, and so Yuzo asks, like, how Misumi's grandpa is doing, and he's like, oh, he died 6 years ago. And Yuzo's like, oh, shit. Whoops. Like, that sucks. So this adds another layer of sad and depressing to the whole first gen breaking up thing, because it seems most of them did not keep in touch at all, which is like, what the fuck? So yeah, Misumi says that if it was his grandpa's favorite theme, he's like, well, I want to play the lead. And so of course everyone's like, well, yeah, of course you can. So they decide then the rest of the roles, and right after that everyone starts asking Misumi about like what his grandpa was like and everything. And Misumi tries to describe his grandpa's face, and he realizes that he can't remember it, and so he starts getting kind of sad. But we cut to their first practice where Misumi shows up kind of late, which is out of character for him, but when he shows up, Izumi is like, oh, like he doesn't seem like he's doing very well. Meanwhile, Muku, who is playing the second lead, since he's the only other one who hasn't played a lead or co-lead yet, is just as anxious as he was during the first play, so it's holding them back a bit for that reason as well. Then we cut to Misumi by himself, having trouble again remembering his grandpa's face, and he remembers a time when his grandpa came home with a tape from a play they had recently done about pirates, and Misumi watched it, and then his grandpa told him to try theater someday, and he said, when that time comes, and then something else, but Misumi can't remember the rest of the line. So the time comes again for another practice. Misumi is still clearly not doing good, so everyone's like, dude, are you, like, okay? Like, shoddy, are you good? And Misumi is like, I don't know, like, I just kind of feel depressed. So then Tenma, in usual Tenma fashion, tries to say something nice, but he says some mean shit instead. I think what he means to say is like, we should try to figure this out so that we can like do better at the play. But what he actually says is, you need to take responsibility as an actor. Your depressed attitude is annoying. So yikes. Kind of rough, kind of sucks. Kind of awful. Misumi then apologizes, and Yuki asks again like what Misumi is talking about, like what specifically is going on to make him feel depressed. And Misumi explains that he's depressed because he's starting to forget things about his grandpa and the memories they have together. and it makes him feel like he was alone the whole time anyway, because recall his grandpa was the only person that he felt like never abandoned him. So Summer Troop is like, okay, well, if he was part of the original generation of Monkai, like there has to be some pictures of him or something, or like something like that. So they decide to start looking for photos or videos of Misumi's grandpa, which cheers Misumi up a bit. So they all like head out to start searching. Izumi holds Tenma back to ask why he was so like needlessly harsh. And Tenma is like, well, I can be harsh for now since I'm still here, but someday in the future when I'm not here, they won't be able to depend on me. Which is just like kind of an insane thing to say. And then Misumi is like, wow, like he's really mature now. And it's like, no, he's not. It kind of sounds like he's gonna kill himself. What are you talking about? Or it sounds like he's quitting. Like, what do you mean? But then after Tenma leaves, Suzuru shows up and he gives Izumi the paper from the airplane, which he forgot he was gonna do before he died of script writing disease. He says that everyone in the Summer Troop should read it, so we cut to them reading it. Turns out it was a letter that Misumi's grandpa had written that has a treasure map drawn on it. It says, somewhere in the corner of this wide ocean, I left my treasure in a certain small island. So Suzuru says this is what inspired the pirate theme for this play, and Misumi is like, oh my god, that's my grandpa's handwriting. And then Suzuru finally finds out that Misumi's grandpa used to write the scripts, and he's like, what the fuck? So they find the treasure. It's like in the dorm somewhere, and the treasure is another map to a different treasure, which is another map to a different treasure, so on and so forth. And then it eventually leads them to Monkai Theater, but they can't find specifically where this map is pointing. So they ask Matsukawa about it, and he calls Yuzo, and Yuzo is like, oh, like that's where Misumi's grandpa always used to sit during the plays. He would sit out in the lobby instead of sitting in the theater, so that he could write while he was listening to the play. So they look like where he used to sit, but they still can't find anything. So Matsukawa is like, oh right, someone from Misumi's family came to collect a lot of his belongings after he died, so maybe they took it. So everyone is like, oh, we should go to Misumi's house to ask. And Misumi is like, no, I don't want to go there. I'm not going there. So Yuzo is like, yeah, you guys should just give up, because that family's never going to give you anything. Interesting context. Misumi evil family reveal. Not really a reveal, we kind of already knew this, but you know. So we cut to later. Summer Troop is deciding what to do. Misumi's not there though, so they're having like a secret strategy meeting as per usual. And they're like, I think we should still go to Misumi's house anyway and ask, just in case. Because if we don't find this, then Misumi is never gonna cheer up. Which is kind of like not true at all, but like whatever. I think there's other solutions, and they still could go look for like pictures of Misumi's grandpa, but fine. So they ask Misumi permission to go to his house anyway. And he's like, okay, like, aw, you guys, like, you can go to my house, but just don't mention my name because they'll get really mad. So Izumi and Muku go, because of course Izumi's the director, and Muku is like, I want to go because I'm the co-lead, so I should like be responsible for this one as well. And he wants to, as the co-lead, do anything that he can to support the lead, which is Misumi, so that's cute. So they pull up to Misumi's house, which is like way bigger and nicer than they imagined, and like they buzz the intercom, and a guy who looks just like Misumi but has a totally different personality answers the door, and they try to explain why they need like Misumi's grandpa's things without mentioning Misumi, but they fuck it up and like they sound really suspicious and weird, and this guy is like, can you get the fuck away from my house? So they go back and they break the news to Misumi that like sure enough they didn't get the treasure, and he's like, well, it's okay, like I expected this, like you tried, like love you guys. And they're like, but we saw this guy, like he looked like you, but younger, but also evil. And Misumi was like, yeah, that's my little brother. His name's Madoka. And they're like, what the fuck? You have a little brother? You never told us that? So this is kind of an insane Misumi lore event. He explains to the rest of the squad that he does have a little brother, but unlike him, Madoka can do anything and like get good grades and be, you know, a good son in the eyes of Misumi's evil ass parents. which is why Misumi's parents always loved Madoka but not Misumi. And he makes this like offhand comment about how Madoka actually is kind of like Tenma, and Tenma's like, oh, like that explains why you treat me like a little brother. And Misumi's like, yeah, which is cute. So Muku is like, well, I wonder if we could borrow the treasure if we just ask nicely. And Misumi is like, I don't think so. Like, Madoka hates me because I'm an unreliable brother. And Muku and Izumi decide anyways that they're going to continue going to Misumi's house until they get the treasure, which is really funny. So Muku and Izumi go again, but they try to still not mention Misumi. It does not work, but they loiter around and they keep talking about how like Tenma used to be like this too and like different things. And then Madoka comes back on the fucking thing and he's like, why are you still in front of my house? And Muku is like, all right, listen. And he tells the truth and says that he's actually one of Misumi's troop mates and talks about Monkai and stuff. And Madoka is like, oh, so Misumi's still alive, huh? And Izumi notices when he says this that he seems a bit relieved. So he's like, well, I think Misumi's wrong about Madoka hating him. And so then Madoka asks why they didn't just bring Misumi up sooner, and she's like, well, because Misumi thinks that you hate him, so he told us not to mention him when we came here. And Madoka's like, I don't hate him, but he explains that their parents always told Madoka not to get close to Misumi, saying things like, if you hang out with weirdos, you'll become a weirdo or whatever. So he would always refuse when Misumi asked to play and stuff as a kid. And so Izumi explains the real reason that they wanted his grandpa's things is because Misumi is having a hard time right now and it would help cheer him up. So Madoka's like, okay. So he goes back inside to get this treasure chest and he gives it to them, but he tells them to leave quickly and then not come back because if his father finds out about this, he'll be really mad. So they thank him a bunch and then they rush back to the dorms, which like it goes without saying, but that was an insane interaction. Like Madoka thought Misumi's fucking dead. Misumi was wrong about being hated, specifically by Madoka, but it seems like his parents do kind of hate him because that's like insane shit. Just like what? Like tragic, absolute tragedy. So they get back with the treasure. Yuzo pulls up to ask about it before they open it because he's like, since I helped you find it, I deserve at least 30%, which is so funny. He thinks it's gonna be like $1 million or something, but it is a tape player with a tape in it. So they put some batteries in it and they play the tape, and it's a recording of one of the first generation summer troop practices that Misumi's grandpa recorded. And at the end he says, I sincerely thank you for being the best friends who show me the best performance. Friends are the best treasure in one's lifetime, which causes Misumi to remember the end of his line from before, which is, when that time comes, show me the best performance with the best friends you have. So he's feeling better now because he remembered his grandpa's words. And it's just really sad that Misumi didn't get around to trying acting until like, what, 6 years too late? But, you know, what can you do? Sometimes your grandpa dies, and that's fine. Also, in the box, of course, because it's really convenient for the plot, is a picture of the entire first generation summer troupe, plus Misumi's grandpa, and also Izumi's dad, Yukio. So Yuzo looks at this picture and he's like, ah, yeah, those guys. And he says that their motto always used to be, in order to make the audience enjoy our performances, we first have to enjoy it ourselves, which is really cute. So the current summer troupe is like, wow, that's really inspiring, like we should be just like them. And Yuzo looks at that picture. He does that classic Yuzo thing where he provides some strange, vague sort of foreshadowing. And so he's looking at this picture and he goes, wow, like this really brings back memories. I'm sure around that time, that guy was still... and just doesn't say anything else. Who's that guy? Don't know. What was he still doing? Don't know. Guess we'll find out later. I don't know. I still haven't gotten there yet. I have no fucking goddamn clue. Yuzo then is like, well, since I'm here, let's do some special practicing. So they do that, and then we cut to opening day, where Izumi is asking if Misumi invited Madoka to the show, and he says that he didn't because Madoka is always busy, but he says that he's gonna go see Madoka himself after this instead. So of course, opening day goes great, and then afterwards, Misumi like looks up at the sky and he's like, wow, I hope you saw that, Grandpa, like this is my greatest treasure, which is so cute and just like kind of had me crying a little bit when I read this the first time, and also when I read this the second time, and also when I read this the third time. So then we cut to Misumi going back to his house with Izumi and Muku, of course. But instead of ringing the doorbell, Misumi climbs up on the roof and he throws a paper airplane in through Madoka's window that says, "Let's make paper airplanes together." So Madoka, of course, immediately knows who this note is from. But he gets interrupted by his dad coming home in a hurry, and he's on the phone and he says something, and it becomes clear that he's talking to Rennie from Godza. So kinda sussy amogus. We don't really know what the deal is with that. We don't get any more context, but we do know that Misumi's dad gets off the phone and immediately tells Madoka to start doing something, like some sort of paperwork or something. So Madoka's also sort of involved with Godza, which sucks. And they're doing this in a rush. So like Rennie's rushing them for some reason. I don't know, kind of just evil foreshadowing. Then we cut to Izumi, Misumi, and Muku like halfway back to the dorms. It's already dark, and they run into the rest of Summer Troop, and Muku is like, wow, maybe we should all go do something right now. Cough, cough, wink, wink. And nobody is catching on, so Muku is like, maybe like the fireworks, you know, from Misumi's wish from the paper airplanes. And everyone's like, oh yeah, like yippee. Except Tenma, who's like, oh my god, but we've done that so many times already this year. And Kazunari is like, not with just us, this is only the second one with just all of us. So Tenma is like, good lord, you people, fine. And then during the fireworks, Misumi says how he would always picture his grandpa's face when he felt lonely, which is why he can't afford to forget it. But Muku is like, well, you aren't so alone anymore anyway, you have us, right? And Misumi is like, oh, I see. Maybe that's why I forgot his face, because I haven't had to picture it as much these days. Had to take a breath. Had to take a deep breath there, because now I am about to cry again, once more crying in my A3 video. Misumi then remembers a time when his grandpa asked him if he likes triangles, and Misumi was like, yeah, of course, my name is literally Triangle. And his grandpa tries to explain that his name actually has a special meaning too, and it's something about like the 3 jewels or whatever, but he's like, you wouldn't understand it yet, so just remember, if you find the 3 treasures in life, then you'll be happy. And so present day Misumi is like, yes, the 3 treasures, triangles, acting, and friends. My special triangle of happiness. So, bruh, that is the end of that one. I feel bad just moving on from that because it's like, what? Like, I feel like I need to sit in silence for a moment, but you guys can pause the video and I can stop recording, so I don't have to actually sit in silence for a moment. Hey, let's go. Hey, here we go. This event is called Walk With Me, Talk With Me. So it starts with Izumi and Sakyo running into Yuzo, who's out jogging, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm training for the night walk, and they're like, the what? And so he explains that there is a night walk acting competition that Voluto holds, obviously, where you, guess what? Walk around at night, which is like the point of a night walk is to like see the stars and everything, but of course since we're in Voluto, obviously there's also an acting competition. But basically there's like a set course. There's actually like several different courses, so different teams of actors from different troupes will walk around, and there's different marked spots on the maps, and once they get to one of those spots they have to do like an acting showdown with another team from a different company, and then they just keep going and collecting points, and whoever wins gets a cash prize. So Sakyo is insisting that everybody joins. So they're back at the dorms now, and it's like company meeting after the Yuzo incident. Sakyo is now telling everyone that they need to all join this competition because the troupe is still poor, even though they've paid off the debt. And also to motivate the less motivated members of the troupe, he says that he'll give the winning guys some of the money as well. And then they also decide that they're gonna split into a bunch of different teams to maximize the chances of winning, because that is allowed. Yuki and Bonri also find out from Matsukawa that along with the cash prize, there's like a gift voucher that can only be used in Voluto, but there's a new like boutique for a famous brand that both of them like that's opening soon. So they're like, okay, now I'm like locked in, like we're gonna go all out to get this gift voucher. So they split off into the teams. Team A is Izumi, Itsuru, Bonri, Hisoka, Yuki, Suzuru, and Azuma. Clearly this is the team that the event is going to be centered around. Team B is Sakyo, Masumi, Sakuya, Kazunari, Taichi, Sumugi, and Juza. Team C is Citron, Tenma, Homari, Tasuku, Misumi, Muku, and Omi. And Sakyo says that there's also going to be a punishment for the last person in each team to reach the finish line. So basically there's like a whole bunch of different things going on with this competition, because there's the course, the acting spots that you have to do, acting showdowns, but there's also at the end of the course a finish line. And if you cross the finish line too late, like you lose points or whatever, either you lose points if you're slow or other people gain points if they're fast, something like that. So the rate at which everyone crosses the line does actually matter. So anyways, Team A goes out to practice walking around together for a while, and Itaru is of course complaining the whole time because he's like, oh my god, this is so tiring. I'm so don't want to exercise. And everyone's like, bro, you need to get into shape. Like you need to lock in seriously. Suzuru comments on how he figured Azuma also wouldn't be the type to like take night walks or whatever. And Azuma is like, well, I prefer going on walks at night rather than during the day because I just don't like being outside during the day. Which is really funny because it makes him sound like a vampire, but I think he's saying that for like skincare reasons because he always has to have his skin fucking glowing. So they keep walking and then they realize that Azuma, Hisoka, and Itaru are all gone. And Yuki's like, oh yeah, I noticed that they were gone a little while ago and I didn't say anything. And everyone's like, why did you not say anything? And he's like, which is so funny. So Izumi and Suzuru are then like, oh my god, like where the fuck did they go? Like what the hell? But then the three missing guys return with drinks from a cafe that they had passed by, and so Azuma is like, yeah, like my throat got kind of dry, so we stopped for drinks. Hilarious. Then we cut to the day of the actual night walk. All of the teams set off on their respective courses. They're each on a different course, so they won't run into each other, and they won't like compete against each other. Also, I forgot, but there's judges at each checkpoint, so that's how the winners are decided. It's not audience vote like it usually is. So they get to the first checkpoint, and their competition is this guy named Aaron and his like troupe members, and so he's all like, mwahaha, like Monkai Company, you're going down, like fuck you. And I do think it's funny that every time that they give like an acting competition, like if they give the competitors names and voices, they always talk like this. Like they're always just kind of sinister. So anyways, they of course win their first thing, and then they stop for a break, and Izumi ends up getting left behind with just Itaru and Bonri because they are gaming on their phones and not paying attention. So she's like, guys, we gotta like catch back up, like are you kidding? And they end up grouping back up after a while of walking. And they win their second match, and then they take another break where Itaru was like, oh shit, there's no signal because they're out in the mountains, like in the middle of nowhere. So he fucking wanders off by himself to find signal so he can game on his phone. And Azuma is like, okay, like I'll stay behind until he comes back and like get a little extra rest or whatever. And everyone is like, oh my god, you guys are like lazy as fuck, but fine, whatever. So the rest of the group continues on. Bonri and Yuki leading the charge. So they end up chatting just with each other. And Bonri ends up asking Yuki if he's gonna be a fashion designer when he grows up. And Yuki starts talking about like the academic opportunities that he's considering, like going on an exchange to study fashion and stuff like that. And Bonri is like, damn, like you're really thinking seriously about this. And Yuki is like, well, yeah, you have to. And Bonri's like, well, I mean, it's good to have a plan, but you're still in middle school, like you don't have to decide anything. But they realize that they're nearing the finish line, so their conversation gets cut short. And the two of them reach the goal first, but that fuck-ass guy from before, Aaron, is second behind them, and he's like right behind them, so he yells at them before they like cut the ribbon, and he's like, we're gonna do like a special 2 versus 2 showdown, and whoever wins gets to cut the ribbon. And fucking Bonri and Yuki are like, well, if you challenge us in front of the crowd like this, we have no choice. Yuki and Bonri do this improv battle, and Bonri kind of leads it, and he uses it to subliminally tell Yuki, like, you can always just do both, acting and fashion, and you don't have to choose right now, and like, whatever. Life is a highway, life is a journey. So after they, of course, win, Yuki is like, dude, what the fuck was that? And Bonri's like, well, listen, I'm just saying, okay? I found what I wanted to do way later than you. And Yuki is like, okay, but you have to think about your future too. And Bonri's like, yeah, like, you're not wrong. I'm just gonna take this moment to remind everyone that Bonri is 17 and Yuki is 14. So he's like, ugh, like, you have so much time. Like, I found my passion so late in life. Dude, you're 17. Okay? Really in character for Bonri, though, to be acting like he's 90 million years old at fucking 17. But he's like, yeah, like maybe I'll go to a nice university and study acting, and then I can bring this newfound knowledge back to the rest of the guys in Autumn Troop or something. But he says he's not really sure because he hasn't really thought that much about it until recently. But he's like, I can act no matter what as long as Bankai still exists, so it's fine. And then Yuki's like, yeah, I probably could afford to like take it a little bit easier and like not worry as much. So basically, yippee, like, yay. Then we cut to the whole squad back at the dorms. Itaru got back so fucking late that they lost a bunch of points and didn't actually end up winning the tournament, even though their team was like way ahead points-wise before that. So, bruh. He obviously was the last person to finish in that team. The other two are Sakuya and Tenma. So Tenma, of course, finished last in his group because he got lost and he has no sense of direction, so he couldn't find his way back. And Sakuya actually was last because he was running after Masumi, who kept trying to leave so he could go find Izumi. And now they have to all do the punishment, which is that all three of them have to wear these big, like, fluffy bunny onesies, and they have to go outside in them and do a street act like all day. So Sakuya just kind of is embracing this situation, but Itaru and Tenma are both like, this is so fucking awful and embarrassing, and I can't believe I have to do this, like, I'm gonna fucking scream. But of course, the second they step outside, they start drawing a crowd because everyone's like, what? So Sakuya starts doing the like cutesy little bunny act, and Itaru is like, well, if it's come to this, I might as well crash and burn. And he just completely does a 180 and like locks in, and Tenma is like, fuck, fine. And then he starts doing it too. And then people are asking for like flyers and everything. So they're like, well, at least we got some like publicity for the troupe. And then the epilogue for this one is actually pretty cute. So Itaru later realizes that he was kind of doing Yuki and Bonri dirty by fucking around and like not staying on time, because he knows they wanted to go to that boutique, so he's like, fuck. So he finds them at the dorms and he's like, okay, I'll bring you to that boutique and I'll buy you both something that is like the same price that the voucher would have been for. And they're both like, okay, but like, what if we went somewhere better then? And he's like, no, like, we're going here and I'm doing this much money. That's my apology, thank you. Common Itaru W though, to like realize, like, oops, I'm a gamer first, but I'm an adult second, and I just realized that I did something not great. So that's the end of that event. Time for the next one. I got so used to that dark background that this one hurts my eyes. Oh my god, I'm like, what? Okay, next event is the third Autumn Troop play called Tales of Chivalry, Ginji the Wanderer. This one is really fucking long, partially because this is a Sakyo and Juza play, and I think I just took way more notes than I needed to, because every single thing that everyone said for the entirety of this whole event, I was like, that's important, write that down. But also because I think there is actually more details in this than normal. I don't know. So, story starts with. We find out that Sakyo and Juza are the leads for the play this time. Sakyo is playing the main lead since he's the only one who hasn't done that yet, though he tried to say that someone younger and like better than him should do it, but everyone was like, shut the fuck up, dude, like, come on. And then he did his whole like, well, don't regret it later, like, I'm gonna get serious or whatever. So he's going hard on everybody at practice, like being even more strict than usual, which is saying a lot, because he really wants to make the play good. So they're all trying to lock in, and then it cuts to Sakyo randomly talking to the chairman of the Yakuza group that he's part of. The chairman is trying to give him like a bunch of extra money for having to deal with quote-unquote troublesome jobs. Don't know what that means. Kind of scary, kind of suspicious. I don't know if Sakyo has killed anybody before, but I wouldn't doubt it, you know what I mean? So just like, I don't know. But Sakyo is like, no, like, I don't need your extra money, like, it's fine. And the chairman is like, okay, well, do you have enough money saved up now for that? And Sakyo is like, yeah, like, I just about managed to get enough money for that. So we get a flashback to younger Sakyo, who is yelling to the chairman and to another Yakuza guy from the group about how he needs money for something, but we don't get to see what yet. Then we jump back to the present. They are once again practicing. Omi is playing the antagonist this time around, and I forgot until I was looking at this event and the cards, but I saw this card back in like 2020 for the first time, and this Omi outfit like assaulted me physically to the point where I was like, no, I have to fix this. Like, my eyes hurt. So I edited the outfit. I like went in a just like drew over it on my phone until it was fixed. Anyway, so at that practice later that day, or the next day, or whenever the fuck it is, Sakyo is like, guys, by the way, like, I won't be at the next practice because I have some like minor business that I have to attend to, so forgive me for that, but like, I'll go extra hard on you when I get back afterwards or whatever. And then we cut to the squad chilling with Sakura. Sakyo fan number 1, as you recall. You remember him, right? Please remember him, thank you. Sakura is making his own fan-made like Sakyo merch because it's Sakyo's first play as the lead and he's really excited. And Bonri is like, dude, like, aren't you supposed to be following him around right now? Like, you're always following Sakyo around. And Sakura makes the mistake of being like, oh, like, he's looking at apartments all week, so I'm not allowed to follow him. And then he's like, oh shit, like, I wasn't supposed to say that, oh no. And then he like runs away. So everyone's like, dog, like, what do you mean he's looking at apartments? What do you mean? So we cut to the next day at practice. Everyone's like unable to focus because they're all like, oh my god, like, why is Sakyo looking at apartments? Like, what does that mean? And so Izumi is like, okay, like, maybe everyone's weird because Sakyo's not here yet. Like, he's gonna be late to practice or like what? So she tells everyone to go take a break and she'll go like get some snacks and drinks or whatever while they wait for Sakyo. While she's gone, they all start talking about the fact that he's looking for apartments and they're like, what could this possibly mean? And they're idiots, so they come to the conclusion that Sakyo is like married with a kid and he's moving out of the dorms and quitting the troop because he has to raise his child or something, and that the reason he agreed to play the lead this time is because it's going to be his last play, so it's like his way of saying goodbye. You guys are crazy. No, that's not happening. Obviously. What the fuck is wrong with you? So Omi is like, guys, we should just ask him about it, like, we're being stupid. And Bonri is like, no, because Sakura said that it's a secret, so he doesn't want us to know. We're not going to get anywhere by asking him. And then Omi's like, oh, you're right. So they all decide, yeah, let's not ask him at all, never bring this up, and we're just gonna like mourn the loss quietly because clearly we're right and he's moving out and quitting. Huh? Bonri then makes a joke. He's like, well, maybe it would be easier anyway if the guy that's always nagging us just quit, lol. And Taichi's like, oh, but I think it would be lonely. And Juza's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Bonri? Why the fuck would you even say that? It's so funny. And Bonri's like, yo, I'm kidding, chill. So Sakyo comes back right after this, and they of course pretend that nothing is weird at all and everything's normal. And then we cut to the next day. They're practicing again. Izumi is once again like, what the fuck is going on? Like, everyone's weird. Sakyo is here, so she's like, it wasn't that. They're still weird. Sakyo is noticing that they're weird. also. So he gets frustrated because everyone seems to have lost motivation, even though they were all just the other day saying, like, we're gonna lock in for your first play as the lead. So he just calls off the rest of the practice for that day, and he's like, fuck you guys then. So then throughout the rest of that day, after he calls off practice, he happens to run into each Autumn Troop guy, like, one by one, and they all seem like they have something they want to say to him, but none of them will say it. So he finds Bonri last, and Bonri's like, okay, don't go deciding important things on your own, by the way. Like, you should consult us too, and like at least consult me because I'm the leader. Like, you can't just go making important decisions. And Sakyo's like, I'm glad you're finally taking responsibility as the leader, I guess. Like, I'll keep that in mind. And then he leaves, and he's thinking about it, and he's like, what the fuck was that? Like, I'm glad that Bonri's, like, trying to finally be mature, but, like, what? So he starts getting worried, thinking there's something going on with Bonri, not something going on with him, because why would there be something going on with him? But he's like, I guess Bonri, like, wouldn't tell me if there was something going on with him, because he thinks I'm too old to understand his problems, or whatever, and it's like, no, that's not what's going on. So he's like, I guess I'm gonna have to just lock in and try to, like, piece together clues as to what's going on here. Meanwhile, I'm reading this like, guys, please, please, like, you can't do this. I hate the, like, miscommunication trope. I mean, this one, it's, like, not that serious, but, like, oh my god, I hate reading this shit. I'm like, please, one of you even said, like, let's just talk to him. And then everyone went, no, let's make it a huge problem instead. Let's freak ourselves out, freak everyone else out, and then have to talk about it anyways, because it becomes such a big problem. Like, bruh. Oh my god, wait. I forgot about this, but there's one thing. This isn't really plot relevant, but there's several scenes in this event where, like, Sakyo just goes to Izumi to practice extra just with her, because he's like, okay, you're the director, so, like, give me pointers on this line, or, like, should I do this action differently, or, like, what's the move with the vibe on this particular scene? Should I do this or this? So, like, it's so cute, because they're both so, like, obviously Izumi wants to help him, but she also just really enjoys, like, talking about acting, so they're like this perfect couple. Perfect couple. I wasn't gonna say that, but that's kind of the perfect pair. I don't know. They have a perfect dynamic for this, and I love it so much. Anyways, so at their next practice, Izumi realizes that Sakyo has also begun to act weird, so she's like, oh my god, like, I have a bad feeling about this. What's going on? But she doesn't ask, and then when the practice actually starts, Sakyo tells everyone that he has business to tend to tomorrow, so he won't be able to make the early practice, only the evening one, and everyone gets all weird, and he's like, what? And everyone's like, oh, like, it's nothing, it's fine. But they won't even tell him, like, he's literally asking, and they still won't tell him. It's like, guys, please. So Izumi is like, okay, so this problem stems from Sakyo because everyone's treating him weird for some reason, but I don't know why. So after practice, she decides to go find him and ask, like, if something happened or if they had a fight or whatever. And she finds him, like, deep in thought, and he starts talking to her about how he still sometimes wonders if this is all a dream or if he's really able to stand on stage at Monkai as the lead actor in a play. Like, it like means that much to him that he's like, I don't even think this is real. Like, I keep thinking I'm gonna just wake up and realize it was all fake. And so he talks about how he used to think that even just acting at Monkai was something that he would never be able to do, so it feels absolutely unreal that he's now also a lead in one of the plays. So Izumi is like, well, okay, so Sakyo's not the problem here. Like, he didn't lose motivation, so what's going on? So she asks him, like, if the troupe had a fight or something, and he's like, I don't remember having a fight. Plus, it wouldn't really be a fight if it was all of them against me anyways. But he's like, maybe I just don't understand any of them because I'm too old and washed up. And he tells her that that feeling of, like, distance from people started at a young age for him because he had to grow up so fast, coming from, like, a family with just a single mom and no money, and also that he was in the Yakuza from such a young age. Like, he even felt like he was older than his peers, but now, of course, just the small amount of age between him and, like, whoever the fuck in Monkai feels like decades. And so he continues to say that maybe he's been too harsh on them this time because his own passionate feelings about the play got in the way and his expectations got too high. So he thinks back through like recent practices and he's like, oh my gosh, like maybe I haven't been nice enough and I've just been harsh and strict. And Izumi thinks that it's unusual for Sakyo to be worrying about stuff like this, like his age and, you know, if he's too strict. And so she tells him that his enthusiasm is definitely reaching the other guys and they all know how he feels and accept that, and that Sakyo's extra energy this time has been a great influence on everyone else. She tells him not to blame it on his job or his age or things like that, and she reminds him that no matter people's pasts, they're all members of Bankai just the same. And Sakyo goes, ah, so that was it. Izumi tells him that she thinks this issue has nothing to do with the play since it came up so suddenly, like within the last week. So she decides to go talk to everyone else and see what they have to say as well. And Sakyo is like, yeah, that's a good idea, like please do that. So later at dinner, Izumi just straight up asks everyone if something happened, and everyone is like, well, we can't really tell you about it, and Izumi's like, what the fuck? Like, okay. So she decides to just trust them and wait until they solve it themselves and just do what she can to support them in the meantime. And then Izumi tells them that Kazunari finished the posters, by the way, for the new play, and they all like look at the posters and they're like, wow, cool. And then Muku comes in and he's like, oh yeah, Kumon wanted some posters. Juza is like, oh right, yeah, can I have 3 posters for my younger brother? And they're like 3. And he's like, well, Kumon said something about needing 1 for storage, 1 for display, and 1 for everyday use. Like, what the fuck is that? Banri then calls Juza a brocon, and Juza is like, what the fuck did you just call me? So at least they're kind of self-aware and like, you know, it's played off as a joke, but also like, delete it. Delete it. Cut that part out. So we then cut to Juza on his way back to his family home to give Kumon those posters. And he sees Sakyo looking at an apartment with this like older lady, and he's like, oh my god, no way. Like, is Sakyo into MILFs? Like, is that Sakyo's old woman girlfriend? It's actually Sakyo's mom. And we find that out because Juza follows them around like a freak. So he sees them walking together and he's like, where are they going? And then he follows them and they go to an apartment and they meet with this like realtor guy, and he's like, oh my god. And this realtor guy is talking about like Sakyo's contract and like money and stuff. So it sounds like he already bought the apartment, or said he was going to at least. And Juza is like, oh my god, this apartment is so far from the theater, like Sakyo's really quitting, like, oh my god. But then the fucking realtor notices Juza in the shadows and he's like, do you guys know that guy? You guys know that creepy dude over there in the shadows? So Juza walks over and he's like, haha, my bad. And the realtor guy is like, oh, is this that underling I keep hearing so much about? So I think he's referencing Sakura here, which is kind of funny. Like, Sakyo talks about Sakura. That's cute. In the middle of this whole misunderstanding, the older lady that Sakyo's with, Sakyo's mom, is like, I'm sorry, but I can't accept. I'm like, no, I'm not buying this apartment. I can't accept this apartment. And Sakyo is like, mom, what the fuck? And Juza's like, mom, wait. So Sakyo's not into MILFs, it's just his mom. She says that she doesn't plan on buying a house, like she never planned on moving in the first place. And Sakyo's like, dude, like, and he's about to like start complaining, and Sakyo's mom just turns to Juza and like, hey, so your name was Juza, right? So she invites him to go to lunch with her and Sakyo. So it just cuts to them getting lunch, which is where I am, by the way. I'm at lunch. So Sakyo's mom is like, okay, how do you guys know each other? And Juza's like, oh, like I'm from the acting troupe that Sakyo's in. And since he was on his way to bring flyers to Kumon, he has a flyer on him, so he gives one to Sakyo's mom. And Sakyo is like, dog, what the fuck do you think you're doing, just giving my mom a flyer like that? And Sakyo's mom is like, oh my god, you never told me you were the lead this time, you piece of fucking shit, Sakyo, piece of shit. So she tells Juza that Sakyo never fucking talks to her about his acting. And she's like, I'm definitely gonna come this time. And Sakyo is like, you don't have to come. And she's like, I'm not coming for you. I'm coming because Juza invited me so kindly. So she's fucking hilarious. She's a queen. Love her very much. Sakyo then immediately changes the subject to his mom not accepting the apartment. I will be taking this opportunity to point out how cool it is that Sakyo is like fine with having this conversation in front of Juza. Like he's not like, okay, we'll talk about this later, like this is family stuff. He's like, well, Juza's pretty much family, we can talk about family stuff in front of this kid. Amazing. He doesn't say that, but that's what's implied by this action, you know what I mean? So Sakyo's mom is like, no, like I was never intending on moving because I like the one that we have. And Sakyo is like, dude, like you won't even let me like give you a gift. And she's like, if you want to give me a gift, first of all, you've already been secretly wiring us money this whole time and you thought I wouldn't notice, but also if you want to give me a gift, like all you have to do is visit more and like come hang out, you know, come talk to us, come talk to your family. She's like, we even have a room for you at our house, but there wasn't enough rooms in that apartment you wanted to buy me to fit you in it. So what were we gonna do? Huh? We can't have that. So love her very much. So we cut to Sakyo and Juza outside walking back after Sakyo's mom goes home. So Sakyo goes to Juza and he's like, man, I've shown you a really pathetic side of myself today, huh? And Juza's like, no, not at all. Also sorry for following you around like a fucking freak. And Sakyo is like, no, it's all right. And then it suddenly starts downpouring, so they end up going inside to another nearby restaurant, and Juza is like, hey, by the way, like, why did you even join the Yakuza in the first place? And Sakyo's like, well, kind of a long story, so I guess I'll treat you to some dessert while I tell you this whole lore. So he explains that he was about Juza's age, so about 17, and he felt nothing but guilt and shame because he was always fighting and stressing his mom out, who had raised him from nothing with no money. So he had stopped going to the Monkai dorms because of this guilt, but he would secretly still go to all of their plays. And then one time, right before a summer troupe play that he was planning on going to, a gang fight broke out, and he ended up barely making it, and he was covered in dirt, covered in blood, but he watched the whole play, and by the end of it, even though it was a comedy play, he was just crying and he couldn't stop for some reason. And in that moment, he realized that he had both troubled his parents and betrayed the Monkai people who also thought of him as family. So he started working as a Yakuza underling for a shady acquaintance of his as a way to try to get rid of some of the guilt, I think by like then making money that he could give to his family, because otherwise that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, I'm stressing my parents out, so I'm gonna join the Yakuza, but like I'm pretty sure it's just the money thing. But he of course never told his family that he was in the Yakuza. He lied to his mom about what his job was and everything. But he does say that the irony isn't lost on him, that working for the Yakuza could cause more issues for his family in the long run because it's so dangerous. And then around that time, when he was about 17 to 20 or something, I think, he met the chairman of the Jinsenkai, which is the Yakuza group that he's part of. So this is the guy he works for now. He was doing shady business at the time for a different Yakuza group, but he was on Jinsenkai land, so he got beat up by the chairman himself. But after almost passing out, he still was refusing to let go of the shit he was carrying, and he's like, no, like, I have to deliver this because I need the money. And so the boss was like, okay, what the fuck do you need the money for? And Sakyo, in the present, says he barely remembers this because he was like on the verge of passing out. But he figures he must have explained to the chairman like why he needed this money. And so the chairman decided to invite him back to the Jinsenkai headquarters to learn how a real Yakuza earns their keep, which caused Sakyo to laugh because he thought it was so funny that he was saying something so contradictory to how violent he was being. And ever since then, the Jinsenkai became part of his family as well. And then Sakyo says the first job he had to do for them actually was just babysitting, which we will come back to in the future. He continues by saying that when he was about 20 years old, his father had said that just giving money itself was no fun, and that Sakyo should buy them an apartment if he wants to, like, be nice, so they could move out of the shitty house they lived in. But then Sakyo's mom divorced Sakyo's dad and remarried a different guy who has a better house. And he mentions again that they even prepared a room for him at their house after Sakyo's mom moved in with them. Them being Sakyo's stepdad and his daughter, so Sakyo's younger stepsister. But Sakyo purposefully tries not to get close to them because he thinks, you know, it'll cause problems for them if there's suddenly a scary Yakuza guy at their fucking house all the time. He's an idiot, so, you know. He explains that this apartment he was gonna buy for his mom was supposed to be like the final giving them shmonies to make up for his shittiness when he was a kid. And so he was like, it was in a great area with tight security and it was close to a lot of schools, so my stepsister would have a lot of options for colleges and like blah blah blah. And Juza is like, okay, well, didn't your mom literally tell you what she wants for like the final gift? And Sakyo is like, what are you talking about? And Juza's like, well, she literally just said all you have to do is visit once in a while. And Sakyo is like, well, yeah, but what's the rest of the world gonna say about them having a Yakuza in their family and whatever? And Juza is like, well, don't you think they're ready for that? Like, they prepared a room for you to stay in. So this is top 10 thoughtful Juza moments. So Juza then confesses that the reason everyone's been weird recently is because they've all been worried about Sakyo because they thought that he was looking at apartments because he was moving away and quitting. And Sakyo is like, wait, how did you guys know that I was looking at apartments? And Juza's like, so, you know about that. And Sakyo's like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking strangle Sakura, dude. I'm gonna kill him. So Sakyo is like, why were you even worried about something that's stupid? And Juza is like, it's not stupid at all. Like, it just shows how much Autumn Troop depends on you. And Sakyo is like, well, wouldn't it be better if the naggy guy just left? And Juza's like, well, Bonri did say that. And Sakyo's like, that fucking guy. So he's like, well, I guess everyone does feel that way deep down anyways. And Juza is like, dude, cut it out. Bonri was kidding, and like, it's about time you admitted that everybody around you needs you. And he says, it's not just Autumn Troop, but your parents, your stepdad, and your sister. Didn't they accept you too? I don't know how to put it, but love? Isn't that what it is? And Sakyo is like, oh, love. Using that word doesn't really suit you or me, does it? And Juza is like, I don't really get it though. And Sakyo is like, I see. That's true. So they both go back to the dorms, and the second they get home, Izumi is like, oh my god, Sakyo, is it true you're quitting? And Sakyo's like, no. And Omi's like, dude, we just told you that's a secret. You can't fucking say that. And Izumi is like, oh my god, but you guys are stupid. Like, how is anything gonna ever get solved if you don't just ask him? Which is so funny. So Bonri is like, listen, okay, Sakyo, I told you, you have to talk it over with me first. You're not allowed to quit. And Sakyo is like, oh, to think the day would come where you'd be stopping me of your own accord, even though I'm choosing to leave. And Bonri is like, it's not like I'm trying to stop you. You're just not authorized. Okay, just admit that you care about him, you fucking freak. Also gonna point out, it's really funny that Sakyo was like implying that he is actually quitting just to fuck with Bonri for a second. Love. So then Sakyo turns to Juza and he's like, wow, is this the so-called love that you speak of? And Juza is like, I mean, is it not? Then Sakyo is like, well, you guys saw my portrait too, so I guess, you know, it's not really embarrassing to talk about this all of a sudden, but it's a long story, so pour some tea or something. And then he goes, geez, today is really just full of this stuff. So he tells everyone else the story that he just told Juza, and how he was trying to buy an apartment for his family and blah blah blah. And then he's like, well, now that that's cleared up, I'm gonna be taking back all the practice time that I missed out on this week, so get ready. Then we cut to later. Sakyo is talking to Omi, and he's like, you know, the others are one thing, but to think that you would get caught up in being all worried about this too. And Omi is like, well, I mean, it is always possible that you have some other life that we don't know about. And he's like, did you meet Juza on the way or something? And Sakyo's like, no, that dude was following me around, and I ended up telling him all that boring stuff about my life because he resembled me a little bit. And he says that Juza would have lived a life of regrets if he didn't act on his interest in acting when he did. And Omi is like, wow, you guys have both changed a lot since you started acting in plays, which is so cute. So we cut to another practice where Juza and Sakyo's dynamic has gotten closer to feeling like equals, which I think I forgot to mention earlier, but they were having a little bit of trouble with that because obviously Juza thought of Sakyo as such like a superior that he couldn't, it was like awkward for him to try to act like they were on equal footing. So Izumi comments on it and Juza is like, well, I think I understood Sakyo better after talking to him. Ever since the beginning, he's been serious about the plays, and I always wanted to be like that too, but I guess I just thought Sakyo was someone beyond my capabilities. But I realized this time that he struggles too, so we're actually the same. This is another top 10 Juza moments of all time. Top 10 thoughtful Juza moments. And so Izumi is like, oh, I see. Like, we can make the plays better by making them talk to each other more. So she starts doing a daily question thing where, like, they have to ask each other random questions. And we cut to, like, several days later where the question is from Taichi and it's, what kind of sweets did you like as a kid? So Juza explains that he always liked all the baked stuff that his mom would make. And Omi is like, oh, I see, so your love of sweets came from your mom, which is so cute. Juza is such a cutie, you guys. It's actually kind of sickening. And so Izumi is like reflecting on the past few days of doing this question team bonding thing, and she's like, wow, like they all thought it was annoying at first, but they've kind of gotten used to it, and now they do seem to be getting closer and communicating better, so it's a success. So that's hilarious and adorable and kind of winter troop core. But anyway, we cut then to opening day of the play. It goes great as always, and Izumi happens to see Yuzo afterwards, and he's crying. And he's like, oh my god, you've just seen a miserable side of me. I can't believe that little kid Sakyo would be a lead in a Monkai play. I remembered how this theater was when he was just a kid and couldn't stop the tears. Bruh. Like, huh? Did I just fuck this up? No, I didn't. What? Huh? Wait, did I turn? Oh, that's what happened. Jesus, I turned my numpad off and I was like, why is it not working? Oh my god, literally sickening. Like, so they have that interaction, then Izumi sees Kumon run up and latch onto Juza and start talking about how cool he is, and Izumi is like, could he really have a big brother complex? And she's like, but Juza doesn't seem to hate it, so they probably get along well, but their first impressions are completely different from each other. So I don't know. Kumon gives Juza a cake from their mom, and he says that she made it for everyone in Autumn Troop, but then he's like, you don't have to give any to that Bonri guy though. And Juza's like, yeah, of course. Which is so fucking funny. Like, see, Kumon's based. Like, he's actually lit. He's just kind of weird though, but he's lit. He hates Bonri too. Then Izumi goes backstage where everyone's like partying, not really, but partying. And she sees Sakura clinging to Sakyo and like crying. And she's like, wow, I kind of feel like I just actually saw this exact same thing playing out with Juza and Kumon outside. So Sakura tells Sakyo that he's giving all of the Jinsenkai guys tickets to their closing night performance because the guys all said they wanted to see Sakyo act at least once. And Sakyo is like, are you fucking crazy? So the troupe is like, well, like, I guess the whole fucking local Yakuza is coming to our play next time. Alright, that's cool and fine. So the epilogue for this one is actually really long compared to most of them, and really important because it's cute. They go to the play. We don't actually see the like Jinsekai dudes at the play, but we see afterwards where the entirety of Autumn Troop plus Izumi is at the fucking chairman's house because he liked the play so much he invited everyone back to his house for dinner. So it's Autumn Troop, Izumi, the chairman of the Yakuza, and all of the Yakuza guys that are like under his command. Maybe not all of them, but like a bunch of the ones that Sakyo knows and like whatever. The guys that went to the play. They are, of course, surprisingly nice and chill. One of them, actually, his name is Ichiro. He is in the ensemble cast, which I have not mentioned yet, but there is like a whole ensemble cast for each troupe. There's like 2 or 3 of them per troop, but they aren't mentioned in the stories that much. They just have their own like card stories. Like they have low rarity cards that you can read. So they do exist, but they're barely mentioned. Anyway, so after dinner, the chairman finds Izumi outside and he thanks her for dragging Sakyo into the theater. And he tells her that before he joined Monkai, he came to talk to the chairman, Sakyo did, and told him that he might have to cut ties with the Yakuza if it gets that serious. Literally instant tears, like just, again, Monkai Company means so much to Sakyo that he's like, actually, I'm gonna throw away my entire career that I've been building up since I was 17 or 20 or whatever, so I can act with my besties. Like, just really, really ill. I'm really ill. The chairman tells Izumi that from the day he brought Sakyo in, he knew there would be a time where Sakyo would move on, but he never thought that there would be a theater company out there that's willing to accept members from the Yakuza. And he's like, you know, I could have just directed Sakyo back to not being a Yakuza, like back to the righteous path or whatever when I found him, but I got the sense that Sakyo would just get lost in the Yakuza life forever since he had something that he was so devoted to. So I just took Sakyo in and tried to lead him back up the right way as a way to help my own feelings of regret for not being able to lead a right life myself. Oh my god. So this is one of Sakyo's father figures. Literally just like, this whole event is so, I didn't even mean to do that one. Izumi tells the chairman that it seems like the Jinsenkai is one of Sakyo's 3 families, the other 2 being Monkai and his actual family. And the chairman is like, family, huh? I'm not sure that's quite it. And then Sakyo comes in to tell the chairman that someone was looking for him, and the chairman is like, hold on, I'm asking Izumi if she's gonna join our ranks or not. And Sakyo's like, what? You can't do that. So the chairman laughs and heads off, and Izumi tells Sakyo that he seems like a nice guy, and Sakyo is like, well, he's in a good mood today, but even I get scared when he gets angry. Izumi is like, oh my god, like, that's terrifying. But she tells Sakyo that he had a fatherly look when he was talking about Sakyo earlier, and Sakyo, that the chairman had a fatherly look. And Sakyo is like, well, I mean, I was raised single-handedly by a woman, so I'm not sure what a father is supposed to really be like, but the 2 people I think of as father figures in my life are the chairman and your dad, Yukio. Bruh, like, just, bruh, tears. Like, bruh. Sakyo then says that Yukio treated everyone in the theater like family, and that he was strict during practice, but he was usually all smiles. And Izumi is like, whoa, oh my gosh, like, Sakyo's strictness at practice might be because of my dad? Just like, bro, like, you can't do that to me. You can't just drop all this on me like that. You can't do it. And then Sakyo tells Izumi that he's gonna save the money that he was gonna spend on the apartment, and just in case something ever comes up with the theater. And now that his final gift is done, his repentance is over, he'll be focusing solely on acting from here on out. So he's like, you better be ready to work extra hard, as per usual. So that's the end of that one. Next. This event is the Halloween one, as you can tell, super obvious. These backgrounds for this event were kind of rough, so I'm just kind of sitting on the street next to a stack of pumpkins. I don't know, dude. I don't know. But this event was called Tag Match Halloween 17, as in Halloween 2017. Because it's 2017, guys, remember? Yay! Pre-COVID, woof! This one's again sort of short, which thank God, because, brother, Ginji was long as fuck. So this one starts with a scene of Rennie informing the Godza members of who's going to be participating in the Halloween event this year. Haruto gets selected, and Rennie says some vaguely threatening stuff, and then Haruto is like, I'm certainly going to win back the top spot, or whatever. So basically, after Tasuku quit, Haruto got promoted to the top spot, but then he got demoted, I think, after he lost the act off against Winter Troop. So now he's trying to gain back his top spot. I'm not sure, but I think that's what's going on here. So anyways, Rennie is obviously holding it over his head and being annoying. So that's kind of the setup for the Godza side of this. We cut to the Monkai dorms where Matsukawa is all excited for the Halloween event in Voluto that they host, which is an acting competition. But this one, they dress up in costumes and they compete in pairs, and the audience votes by giving them candy, so whoever has the most candies at the end wins. But this event is like world famous, so a lot of people come and a lot of like TV reporters come and stuff too, so there's gonna be cameras and like publicity galore. Also, whoever wins gets to perform on like the big Halloween stage at the end of the night. So of course later Izumi tells everyone that wasn't there when Matsukawa was talking about it, about the Halloween event, and she tells them that they're all participating. And then Matsukawa tells everyone that Godza usually participates and they usually win. Well, they always participate and they usually win. But he's like, with these guys, we're for sure gonna win. And everyone is like, oh, so like Tasuku and Taichi are probably familiar with this because they both used to be in Godza, right? And Taichi is like, well, I definitely haven't done this before, but Tasuku did every time. But Tasuku seems to not want to talk about it. So that's kind of the thing for this one. So they continue talking about it, and Tasuku explains that there's another rule with this competition where if one pair challenges another pair to an act off, whoever wins gets all of the candy that the other pair had gained so far. So even if the audience loves your act, if you lose to someone, you could lose everything just from losing once. So it's real serious. As you can see, that pretty much means that the rest of the event is going to go like this. Okay, here's my prediction. Let's pretend I don't already know what's going to happen, because when I wrote this note, I didn't already know what was going to happen, okay? So my prediction goes like this. They're going to go and they're going to compete, and it's going to be like, wow, the audience loves us. We're getting so many candies. We're winning so many. Ooh, yay. Surely we're going to win this. And then Haruto's going to come up and he's going to go, you guys better give me all your candies. I'm going to win this act off that I'm challenging you to right now. And they're going to go, oh no, but Haruto's from Godza, and Godza is so good at acting, there's no way we'll be able to win. And then they're going to somehow pull off the win with just the power of friendship, and Haruto's going to be like, no, how could I be defeated again? I'll get you next time. And that's going to be it. So let's see how this actually goes. They decide the pairs with a deck of cards that Kazunari has, and Yuki is like, oh, of course, like the guy that goes to singles mixers all the time has a lot of different ways to sort people into pairs, which is so funny. So the pairs, I mean, we don't even know all of them. The relevant ones are pretty much Omi and Suzuru, Azuma and Kazunari, Hisoka and Juza, Sakuya and Tenma, and Taichi and Tasuku. I don't even think all of those are actually relevant, but those are the ones that are listed right here. Also, Sakyo tells everyone at this meeting to tell Yuki what the costumes they want to do are. So Yuki is like, yep, that's right, I'm making 20 Halloween costumes. What the fuck? Everyone's like, dude, you're insane. And he's like, yep, built different. And he sure is, truly. So we cut to everyone starting to talk about what they're gonna go as for Halloween, what they want to go as, anyways. And someone asks Taichi what he wants to go as, and he goes, I'll be a magician, which causes Tasuku to like freeze up for a second, and then Taichi's like, ha ha ha, just kidding, ah ha ha, like, what? So what? Then later that night, Tasuku like goes to talk to Taichi, but we don't actually get to see their conversation just yet. We just know that they had one, and we know that it happened after that incident. Then it cuts to like the next day or something, they're still doing costume talk. Omi and Suzuru are gonna do matching mummy costumes because they're gay. Taichi gets kind of actually accidentally forced into being a magician for real because Izumi is like, oh yeah, I remember Taichi said he was gonna be a magician, and he's like, oh yes, right, that is what I said and is what I meant, and I wasn't kidding at all. So now he's actually gonna be a magician. Tasuku is like, okay, I'll be a werewolf. And Kazunari is like, oh my god, like, I'm gonna be a werewolf too, like, maybe we should swap pairs and, like, we can match. And Taichi is like, no. And everyone's like, this looks really good in the front of the pumpkin pile. I'm, like, sitting at the perfect angle. I'm literally just some guy on the street. Wait, wait. What if I was back here like this? What if I did the video like this? Guys! Wait. Guys! Guys, can you still hear me? Yes! I actually am gonna do the rest of this one like this because it's funny. So Taichi is like, well, we can't do that, haha, because like Sakyo would be mad if we randomly switch things, right? Haha, right? No, I'm putting this back. I hate this. Anyway, so he plays it off. Everyone is like, sure. Except Omi and Tasuku, who both noticed that that was like really strange. Then we cut to Taichi is helping Yuki sew stuff, and Omi brings him some tea. Of course, Omi decides to also help because, like I mentioned, I think once earlier, Omi is also good at sewing, or like has experience with sewing, which I love. But Taichi gets kind of sleepy partway through their mission, so Omi is like, haven't you been working a little too hard recently? And he asks if Taichi has some sort of like personal reason for that, like some personal attachment to this Halloween acting contest. So Taichi explains that back in Gaza, they had to audition each time and be chosen to participate in the Halloween contest, and of course Taichi was never chosen. However, Tasuku was chosen every time, and he would always win. So Taichi really looked up to him and always wanted to like be him. So he explains that at Gaza, the traditional costume that the lead actor would wear was a magician for the Halloween contest. So Tasuku was always the one wearing the magician costume, and that's why Taichi decided to do it this time. But he tried to hide it because he was embarrassed about it at first. And he also says that the second lead, or the support actor of the pair, would always be a werewolf. So we get a flashback to the conversation that they had that we didn't get to see earlier. It was after the original costume discussion. Tasuku went to Taichi and was like, dude, like, what are you playing at? Like, with the magician and everything. Like, you think you're funny? And Taichi was like, no, like I always longed to be able to do that. Like, it might be bitter memories for you, but to me it was something that I always looked up to and wanted to be able to do. So he said, I know that I'm being cocky, but I do think that I've changed since Gaza and that I'm better now, so I could do it. And Tasuku was like, well, okay, I understand how you feel, so I'll be a werewolf then. And so then we cut back to the present after that touching flashback, and Taichi tells Omi that he's been practicing really hard because he doesn't want to hold Tasuku back now that Tasuku has agreed to do this with him. And Omi is like, well, okay, I'll support you, but you have to take it easy. Like, don't overdo it because that sucks. So then we cut right to the day of the big event. The pairs split off and they start gathering candies. The first to be challenged to a battle is Omi and Suzuru by someone named Wanda Puck, by the way. Like, what? They of course win, and then they immediately get challenged to another battle by none other than Haruto from Gaza. So I'm 2 for 2 on my plot guesses so far. 2 for 2 because before they got challenged to a battle, they like had a million candies, and they were literally commenting on like, wow, look how many candies we have. We cut away before that etude battle to Taichi and Tasuku, who were being checked on by Izumi. They are thinking, oh, we should go check on Omi and Suzuru because I think they were over in this area close to where we are. They show up right as the etude battle with Haruto and whoever his fucking co-lead is. They actually lost. So now they've thrown a wrench in my plan of all the guesses. So of course Haruto sees them showing up and he sees Taichi's magician costume and he's like, wow, like someone as chopped as you shouldn't be wearing a costume like that. And Tasuku is like, well, you're actually wearing the werewolf costume, which means you're not the top actor either, bitch. And Haruto is like, hey, like, fuck you. Haruto then, of course, challenges them to a battle as well. And Tasuku is like, that's just what I wanted. And Taichi is like, what? Like, the time limit is almost up on the competition. If we lose, there's no way we're going to be able to make up any of the candies again. And Tasuku is like, we're definitely not going to lose. So they do one of those classic like A3 improv sessions where it's like a thinly veiled allegory for their feelings. Basically, Taichi is through his acting, being insecure about how he's not good at acting, and Tasuku is saying in return that actually you are good, plus you never stop trying, which is admirable, so you'll get there, and I'll be here to support you in the meantime, which is really cute. And I love Tasuku and I love Taichi and Yas. So they of course win, and then they win the whole contest too because they have literally like every fucking candy in the whole goddamn place. So the host invites them up onto the stage to say how they're feeling, and Tasuku says this really like heartfelt thing about how he used to stand here as a winner with Gadza, but now he's happy to do it as a winner with Monkai Company instead, which is so cool. And then Taichi like jumps into his arms without any warning, and he's like, me too, like I'm happy to stand on this stage with my partner Tasuku as Taichi from Monkai Company. We did it! And we get this cute CG, and then Tasuku was like, good grief, this guy jumping into my fucking arms. And then the epilogue for this one is the next day, everyone talks about the event, and we get some random information on like what the other pairs were doing. So for example, Sakyo and Citron were a pair, and Sakyo had to constantly be chasing Citron around because he just kept running off to look at random shit all the time. Or like Juza and Hisoka didn't bring any candy back because after the judges did the final count, they ate all of it. So yeah, just some like random kind of bullshit. That's the end of that event. The next one is our last play for the year, which is crazy. So yeah, strap in. Big ass turtle on the couch. Yup. This is Nocturnality, the vampire play, the gay vampires one, okay? So it starts off with an Azuma flashback to right after his parents and his older brother died in that car crash. He witnessed some of his relatives talking about like where Azuma was gonna go, but they all couldn't afford to raise another kid, so Azuma was just left alone from then on. And then we cut back to the present, where Azuma gets a package in the mail from a lady who always sends him coloring books, one of his clients from his sleeping partner days. This package, of course, is a new coloring book. Izumi is actually the one that grabs the package, and she immediately knows who it is, which means Azuma gets enough of these that he has explained to Izumi what they are, and Izumi remembers. Then when Azuma gets home, she's like, oh, you got another coloring book, and Azuma is like, oh, like we should color together, so she's like, sure. And then the rest of Winter Troop just so happens to like kind of show up all at the same time, and they end up all going to color together, but Azuma can't remember where he put his colored pencils. So everyone starts looking around, and Hisoka ends up finding a whip in one of Azuma's like bedside drawers, and everyone's like, oh my fucking god, what? And Azuma is like, oh, you guys are having dirty thoughts? No, this is because one of my clients used to ride horses all the time, and she used to bring me along, and so she bought me a whole set of equipment, okay? I'm not a freak. And Tasuku is like, dude, you can't just have that in your room, like that's too suspicious, which is so funny. And then Azuma is like, wow, even you have a surprisingly rich imagination. Izumi then stumbles upon the keys for Azuma's apartment that he used to live in before the dorms, and he's like, oh yeah, I still haven't officially moved out because it's kind of a hassle. And Izumi notices that there's actually 2 different keys on the key ring, so she's like, I wonder if they're both like to his apartment, but like why would they both be to his apartment? But she doesn't ask. And they end up finding the colored pencils with Muku and Kazunari, who Azuma had actually lent them to, but he forgot. So they all settle in and start coloring, and Tsumugi is like, yeah, this is actually kind of strangely calming. And Homare is like, that's because being able to heal minds is the beauty of art, which is not plot relevant at all. I just love him, and I wanted to mention it. So they start talking about their next play and how that's coming up, and Suzuru is probably working on the script, and Izumi tells Azuma that her and Tsumugi were hoping that he would be the lead this time because he's the only one left who hasn't. So they say that he would probably be with Tasuku as the co-lead so that Tasuku could like support him if he's nervous. So of course the two of them are like, yeah, sure, we'll do it. And Izumi gets really excited at this because apparently her and Tsumugi have both been looking forward to having a play that can like fully make use of Azuma's unique vibe, which is really cute. So we cut to the day that Suzuru finishes the script. Everyone reads it and says that it's good and it has that tragic winter troupe vibe, but Azuma seems a little bit down. And so we cut to Azuma later reviewing the script on his own, and he's thinking about the end of the play, and he's like, that's a pretty harsh conclusion. But then he gets a text from Tasuku asking if he wants to go for a drive. So Tasuku, in classic Tasuku fashion, wants to go practice already, so they drive to the beach. While they're out and about, Azuma asks Tasuku why he's still at Mankai Company, because he's like, surely by now you would be welcomed with open arms if you wanted to go to any other like theater. And Tasuku is like, well, I like it here and I feel indebted to this troupe since they took me in when I had nowhere else to go. And he says that if he ever moves on, it would be after he's done everything he can at Mankai. And then Tasuku goes to ask Azuma a question, but Azuma skillfully cuts him off and changes the subject. Then we cut to one of their first practices. Izumi immediately notices that there's a bit of like distance between Azuma and his interpretation of his character, so she tells him to try to get deeper into it, and Tasuku comments that Azuma doesn't seem to be leaning into the solitary side of this character as much as he should, and Izumi realizes that that's probably why Azuma is having an issue, because being solitary probably reminds him of his dark, tragic past. And she realizes, while she's thinking about this, that no one else in Winter Troop would know about that. But of course, she can't just tell them, so she's like, well, I'll just like hope that they kind of figure this out amongst themselves, like with the Autumn Troop last time. So of course, this will definitely go well and nothing bad's gonna happen at all. Later, we see Azuma ask Homare if he likes acting, and Homare's response is, I believe that if I didn't, I would not continue doing it, which is so me and so hilarious and so cute. But he also says that for him, like or dislike isn't important, it's more about if he feels the significance in something, and he definitely believes that acting does have significance to him, which is also so. So we cut to them getting their costumes from Yuki. Everyone, of course, likes them, and Yuki asks Azuma what he's thinking of doing with his hair this time, and Azuma says maybe I'll cut it. And everyone is like, what? You can't cut your hair? It's so long, so beautiful. And Izumi is like, didn't you say you were growing it out for a prayer? And everyone else is like, wait, I didn't know about that. And Azuma is like, yeah, like, but I'm over it, it's fine. Sound the alarm, he needs help. He needs help now. Somebody get this guy a cigarette. I think I mentioned this, but he was growing it out in hopes that his brother would come home alive, by the way. So like, oh my god, bro, you can't just cut it. So after the costume sesh, Azuma leaves, and Yuki comments to the rest of the people that are remaining in the room that Azuma's skin isn't glowing as much as usual, and everyone else is like, yeah, like he seemed kind of off recently. So they all start wondering if something happened, but they all understand that they can't really just ask him because that's not the Winter Troop way, because they're all so conflict avoidant that they can't fucking ask direct questions. But Tasuku is like, okay, I'll try to talk to him because I have to support him as the co-lead. And then we cut to Azuma, who is once again having nightmares because he's been sleeping in his apartment instead of in his dorm. He's been sleeping at his apartment because he thought it would get him back into the solitary mindset better for his character, but of course this is having disastrous consequences on his real life character, aka his mental health. He missed a text from Tasuku while he was having a nightmare, asking to go on a drive again. So he responds when he wakes up and he's like, yeah, we can go on a drive. Sorry I didn't see this, but we can't bring scripts this time. Like, just hanging out, no practicing. And as he's leaving the apartment, he runs into someone who notes that he's been coming back a lot recently. This is Azuma's landlord. She owns the building, which is what a landlord is. So she asks, what do you think? And he's like, let me think about it a little more. So he has some random like shit going on, some circumstance. And then we cut to him getting off the train, and Tasuku is already there to pick him up. And he tries to play it off like, oh, I was gonna go on a run. But Azuma is like, you're not wearing running clothes. And Tasuku is like, shit. So Azuma asks why Tasuku was waiting for him, and Tasuku says that Azuma has been going out at night a lot recently, so he wondered if something was wrong. And Azuma's like, well, since I'm playing a vampire, I figured I would go out at night more. Me when I lie? Me when I'm freaking lying? He tells Tasuku not to worry about it, and that he'll make the play a success no matter what, and Tasuku is like, okay, alright. And then later, when Azuma gets home, he runs into Tsumugi in the garden, and Tsumugi asks how practice is going for him, like for Azuma personally. And Azuma says that he thinks his easygoing attitude might be annoying Tasuku too much. And Tsumugi is like, he's hard to read, but he doesn't think you're weighing him down. Try looking at his script and you'll see. So Azuma's like, okay, next time I see him, I'll ask him to show me his script. Then we cut to Azuma in his room. Hisoka randomly comes in to give him some marshmallows, and he comments that Azuma has been looking sad recently, and then they eat some marshmallows together, which is really cute. So basically we're just kind of getting a bunch of like, each member of the troupe is trying to reassure Azuma, whether they know it or not. That's what they're doing. And then we cut to Izumi thinking about how it's almost opening day and the play seems to be shaping up, but she still thinks that they could do better. So Tasuku tells her that he tried talking to Azuma, but he didn't say anything, and Tasuku is worried that if he tries too hard to get Azuma to talk, it will result in a fight like it did with Tsumugi before. And Izumi is like, well, you don't have to say anything clever. Sometimes people just want to hear simple things, like Tsumugi did in the past, and like Azuma might now. And then the lady from before, Azuma's fucking landlord, randomly shows up at the dorms, and he asks if Azuma is around, and they're all like, no, like, we don't know where he went. And she's like, well, that's fine, like, I'll see him at the apartment later anyways. And everyone is like, wait, the what? Homari then randomly shows up, and as it turns out, he actually knows this woman because she's an executive at the publishing company that publishes his poetry. So he's like, oh, like, hey, what are you doing here? Blah, blah, blah. And when Tasuku and Izumi find out that this lady owns the apartment, they ask her what Azuma's address is. They're like, listen, it's a dire situation, like it doesn't seem like he's doing well or whatever. And she's like, I don't know if I should tell you guys the address, but I did notice that ever since Azuma joined Monkai Company, he's seemed a lot happier, so I guess I'll show you guys the way to the apartment. So these two get to Azuma's apartment with the landlord, and when Azuma opens the door, the lady tells Izumi and Tasuku to take good care of him, and then she tells Azuma not to make everyone worry so much, which is so funny. Tasuku, of course, has his script on him, so Azuma asks to see it, and when he looks at it, it's like all notes about how to better support Azuma and like different ways that he could like tone down his acting so Azuma can shine, or like how to, you know, blah blah blah, shit like that. So Azuma's like, oh my gosh, like, you know, you don't think I'm a piece of shit or whatever. So Azuma's like, didn't I tell you that I would make the play a success? And Tasuku is like, this isn't about that, I'm worried about you. And so Azuma is like, well, I wasn't expected to be asked about this so directly. So he tells them it's a long story and they should call the rest of the guys over, so he only has to tell it once. So the rest of Winter Troop shows up immediately, and now it's Azuma lore time. So he explains to everyone that when he was little, right after his older brother got into college, his family was gonna all go on a trip, but Azuma ended up getting sick. So he told them to just go without him and that he would be fine because it was only for like one night and whatever, because he knew they were excited to go. So he's like, you guys should go, like, it'll be fun. But of course, they all died in a car crash. He tells them that their car had crashed into an oncoming car and flew off a cliff, and they found his parents' bodies, but they never found his brother's body. So that's why he was growing out his hair, hoping that his brother actually lived and would someday return. And he tells them that he always still regrets not telling them to just stay home, even though it's like, how would he have known? He continues by telling everyone that he's always lived alone since then, but he gets nightmares about that day still if he sleeps by himself, so he became a sleeping partner to combat this issue, and that's sort of the reason that he joined Monkai as well. But now he's begun to feel guilty because he isn't in theater for as dedicated of a reason as someone like Tasuku or Tsumugi, who live and breathe acting. So he thought if he came here by himself, he would get into character better. He concludes by saying that he never planned on showing everyone his pathetic side, but Tasuku was trying really hard, so he doesn't feel as embarrassed anymore, and Tasuku is like, well, the embarrassment is mutual. And then Azuma says, they're all adults who know how to keep a professional distance, but he realized that he was doing it for selfish reasons and that it was actually holding everyone back, so he invites the rest of the Winter Troop members to lay themselves bare just for tonight and talk about some of their more personal stories so that they can get closer, but for real this time, because the first time they did it, it didn't actually have much of a lasting effect. So they get some drinks ready, and Homare asks Tasuku why his relationship with Tsumugi was so bad, as their first kind of like icebreaker question, and Tasuku explains the whole thing of like them both auditioning for Godza, but Tsumugi getting rejected, and Tasuku feeling like he was betrayed when he found out that Tsumugi had quit acting altogether. So then when they met again, and Tsumugi was all self-conscious and shit, he felt like Tsumugi was rejecting that part of himself that had worked so hard at acting before, and he noticed that something about acting and something about Tasuku himself seemed to scare Tsumugi, but he wasn't sure what to do about that, so he just got upset at Tsumugi, which was of course wrong of him. So Tsumugi says that he was partially in the wrong too for just giving up after one failure, and he mentions that Tasuku said he liked Tsumugi's acting, so it's all fine now. And everyone is like, ooh, so Tasuku can compliment people, huh? So that was them telling their whole story of their relationship and their breakup and their getting back together. Oh my god, it's the moment. Oh my god. There's literally a note here that says, oh my god, it's the big moment. And I was reading this going, what big moment? And then I started reading the next thing and I went, oh my god, it's the big moment. This is the big moment. Okay, so they spend the night divulging their pasts and all that shit, which we don't get to see besides the part I just said about Tsumugi and Tasuku. And then Azuma says, it feels like Spring Troop is a family, Summer Troop are friends, and Autumn Troop are teammates, but what about us? And Hisoka just says, we're something. And Homare is like, what does that mean? And Azuma is like, probably just something that can't be defined. And Hisoka is like, yeah. And Tsumugi is like, well, that's a fine definition. And then Homare goes, why don't we temporarily call ourselves people who share the same destiny? Together in sickness and in health, in happiness and in sadness, for better or for worse, people bound together by a common destiny. Is that not wonderful? To which Izumi says, it sounds kind of like marriage. And Tasuku, instead of saying, ew, he just goes, well, whatever you say. And Tsumugi says something like, whenever we're not able to handle it alone, we can share and carry the burden of each other's pain together. And Azuma goes, yeah, I would like a relationship like that. So they all kind of just got married. Hello? I'm calling the police. So after this 5-way mutual love confession, which is what I'm deciding that was, they fall asleep, except Tasuku and Azuma. And they get back on the topic of Azuma cutting his hair for the play, and Tasuku says, short hair suits you just fine too, but when you wore that short wig for our second play, you looked like a different person and it was a bit unsettling. And then they suddenly realize that the sun is coming up, and Azuma is like, wow, I've never actually noticed how pretty the view is from up here, but this is the last time I'll be seeing it. And then he tells Tasuku that he's returning his key after all this time because he truly doesn't need it anymore. So this is the view, by the way, during the sunrise, I believe, and it sure is purple. Sure is purple. In this moment, Tasuku then asks what the other key is for that's on Azuma's keyring, and Azuma's like, oh, this is from my parents' house, but I haven't been back there since the accident because I'm too scared to, because it'll bring back traumatic memories. He then says, someday, if I ever get the courage to go there, will you come with me? Haha, just kidding. But as he says that, guess what? Tasuku falls asleep. Classic. Classic A3. Nothing could be more classic than this. Azuma even says, like, wow, he falls asleep at really convenient moments. Oh my god. So we get a random cutscene of that guy with glasses that never comes back ever again after this. For real this time, promise. He is buying flowers for someone. And he says that he's gifting them to someone on stage, a precious friend. I think that, no. I think no. I think leave him alone. I think get away. I think run. I think you should be in jail, and I'm calling the police, okay? All right. Then we cut to Azuma on opening day, hair looking long and luscious as per usual, and he says, a certain someone told me that he preferred long hair, and Tasuku is like, I did not say that, when did I say that? And Azuma is like, well, that's how I chose to interpret it anyway. So he's flirting, and they're gay. Anyway, so right before the play, Izumi asks Azuma to say a few words as leader, and he thanks everyone for entrusting him with the lead, and he says that this play gave him the ability to finally face his past thanks to everyone, which is so cute. This one, I will explain a bit of the play because it's, I don't know, I think it just adds to the story. But it starts with Azuma's character, Ryo, the vampire, being discovered by Kota, Tasuku's character, who's a human. And so Ryo is passed out on the street. So Kota takes Ryo back to his house for the night. And in the morning, Ryo has cleaned up the place and made breakfast. And Kota is like, where did a wife like you even come from? And Ryo is like, I've lived a long life, but I've never been a wife before. And Kota is like, well, you can stick around if you have nowhere else to go. I think it's so funny that Suzuru writes this shit. He's like, all right, so in this one, I'm gonna have Tasuku call Azuma his wife, I think. I think that would be fun. Also, as Izumi is watching this and doing her like internal commentating like she normally does, she's like, wow, like this play really reminds me of Tasuku and Azuma's relationship in real life. It's like, bitch, they're gay. Like, hello. So the epilogue for this one is Azuma saying that they should all go for a drive together before the run of the play ends. So they go to the beach in the middle of winter and it's cold as balls out, and Azuma and Tasuku end up alone for a second chatting, and Azuma is like, you know, come to think of it, you brought us to the beach when we went on that drive to practice before. Why was that? And Tasuku is like, well, I thought you liked the beach. And Azuma is like, so you were trying to compensate for making me practice? And Tasuku is like, well, do you not like the beach? And Azuma is like, I do now. Bitch, like, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? This is insanity. So Tasuku is like, wow, like, we really have changed as a team and become a proper group. And he's like, but I don't know if team is the right word. And Azuma is like, well, you know what they say, we're people who share the same destiny, according to Hamare. And Tasuku is like, huh, yeah, that's right. Brother. The last like couple chapters of this event are just like consecutive punches to the face. Like, they're just punching me. The yaoi is punching me in the fucking head. So that's the end of that one. So yeah, there's 4 events remaining, 2 of which are holiday themed. So strap in. I thought I was gonna do all these yesterday, but I didn't because it was so much recording and my voice started to hurt. My throat hurted. You can hear it actually still in my voice now. But I'm recording more of these before work again, so hopefully I have enough time to do all the last 4. So this event is called Have a Great Trip. They go to, I think, France, but they never actually say which country they are in. They just say they went somewhere overseas, but like I think it's France. So the story starts with Mizuno, you know, Suzuru's #1 fan, showing up at Monkai, and he's like, I'm gonna pay for you guys to go to Europe because it will give exposure to your troupe since it's in a place that's famous for theater, and whatever. So Izumi is like, well, it's a good idea, but I feel like Sakyo's probably gonna say no because he said no last time. And Sakyo is like, actually, this will be a good chance to introduce everyone to plays from other cultures. And Mizuno is like, oh my god, really? He gets so excited. He's like, oh, he's like, wait, for real? For real, for real? And then he's like, okay, let's make the plans right now. But then Suzuru shows up and he's like, actually, just kidding. I'll see you guys later. We can figure out the plans at another time. Bye. So Suzuru sees him hightailing it out of the dorms and he's like, oh, like Mizuno was here, huh? And Izumi notices that Suzuru seems happy to hear that Mizuno was in the dorms. Then we cut to however long later, Kazunari has made a pamphlet with their schedule and stuff in it for the trip, and Sakyo is like, you know, I didn't want to allow any free time in the schedule, but some of you guys are just too unpredictable anyways, which is so funny. He's like, I know it's gonna happen whether I like it or not, so we scheduled in some free time. Matsukawa, who is not allowed on the trip this time, just because he's not needed, is asking them to bring him a bunch of stuff. Like, he wants a bunch of local food and alcohol, but he also wants CDs of overseas artists and live performance DVDs, live performance merch, and like headphones and whatever. So I'm mentioning this just because it's like a rare instance of Matsukawa having personality, other than just like being a flop. So we cut to them at the airport. Before they board the plane, Izumi is like, wait a minute, what about Hisoka's passport? And Azuma is like, I've made the necessary arrangements. And Izumi is like, oh, okay, so I think I probably shouldn't ask for any details on that, which is so funny. I love that Azuma's like actually shady sometimes. Like, they didn't just make him like, you know, oh, he's like kind of had a shady past, but he's really normal now. They made him like actually still weird. His shady job may be over, but he's still a weird freak bitch. Azuma then mentions that he's actually been to this country before, so he can speak like basics of the language. And Kazunari is like, oh yeah, I go overseas every once in a while too, so I know enough of the language as well. And Homari's like, yeah, me too. Like, going overseas is good for poetry inspiration, of course. So that's like the little section of just them kind of giving us a list of people who have been overseas. Then we cut to, they're on the plane, and Sumugi is looking at a travel magazine about the area they're going to, and Misumi spots a triangle, but it's actually the local art museum, and the building is just kind of triangular. So Misumi decides that's where he's gonna go during his free time. And Homare is like, oh, like, I was planning to go there too, we should go together. And Misumi's like, hell yeah. So this is an epic pairing, like platonically, but just like an epic pairing. I don't know, they're just great. And then Izumi notices that Ichiru is playing games on his phone, and she's like, oh, like, you're even gaming on the plane? Like, what the heck? And he's like, no, I'm practicing for the trip. And she's like, what the fuck does that mean? But little does she know, he's actually cooking. But we'll get there. So they get there, they get settled in, and then they all go, like, watch a play. And everyone's like, wow, like, that was really cool. Plays from other countries, awesome. And so then they see the actors doing some street acts outside, so they decide to also do street acts outside, even though they can't speak the language very well. But they still get like a crowd giving them tips and clapping and stuff. I feel like that's kind of insane. Like, I get that they're actors and obviously that's just what they do, like, they act, but like, why would you go do street acts outside someone else's theater right after they did a play and they're doing street acts? Like, that's crazy. That just seems so insane to me. Like, yeah, oh my gosh, they're doing street acts, we should also do that, and we're not gonna think about how we're like stealing the attention from their theater at all right after their play that we just loved. Like, it's so funny. So then we cut to, it's finally time for their singular day of free time after all the like watching plays and practicing or whatever they were doing. I don't know, we don't even get to see it other than the one play that they watched. But their day of free time is the same day that they have to fly out in the evening, so they all have to make it to the airport at the right time. And Sakyo like really tries to hammer that in. He's like, dude, you all need to be, I cannot stress this enough, at the airport at the right time. Like, he's stressed in advance. So everyone's like, yeah, like, we got it, whatever. And they all split off to go do whatever. But Itaru, of course, stays in his room to game because he doesn't really care about traveling and there's nothing more interesting than sitting in your room and playing a video game. But he overhears Misumi and Homare in the next room. Homare is telling Misumi that he has to meet an acquaintance of his really quick, so he'll actually be late to the museum, and Misumi's like, oh, that's okay. So Homare leaves, and Itaru thinks that he's about to hear Misumi also leaving, but then he doesn't. So he's like, why is he not going? And he goes and checks on Misumi, and it's like, dude, what's going on? I thought you were going to the museum. And Misumi's like, well, yeah, but I don't know how to get there. So Itaru's like, oh my god, okay, alright, I'll bring you to the museum. Misumi's like, oh my god, but will your games be okay? Which is so cute. Like, he's never judged Itaru for being a gamer. He gets it. He's like, yeah, we gotta make sure his games are okay before we go. It's just so cute. So as they're walking along, of course Misumi is pointing out every triangle that he sees, and Itaru is like, huh, like, being with Misumi is strangely calming. And Misumi is like, I don't really know what you mean, but I'm having a lot of fun with you too. Which is, bruh, like, don't get me started. That's so bruh. So Itaru then starts also pointing out triangles, and he even starts offering to take pictures of Misumi with the triangles, which is so cute. Like, just grr. Like, he's like, I don't give a fuck about anything but video games. And then he's like, actually, I kind of give a fuck about everything, you just have to get me off my phone. Like, once you get me off my phone, suddenly my brain clears up and I'm normal, which is actually so me. That's actually really me and really real to life. So on their way, they run into Kazunari and Tenma, who are arguing in the street about what they want to eat for lunch. Tenma wants to go to a place that has food that's good. Kazunari wants to go to a place that has food that looks good for Instagram pictures. Kazunari and Tenma see Itaru and Misumi, and they're like, oh my gosh, guys, like, what's up? Like, and Kazu's like, Misumi, weren't you supposed to be at the museum or whatever? And Itaru's like, well, we're on a date. And Misumi's like, yeah, triangle date. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, look me in my fucking turtle eyes right now. Look me in my root beer eyes and tell me that they, bruh. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, upon hearing that they were arguing about lunch, Misumi is like, oh, I'm kind of hungry too, actually. So he's like, I want to eat triangles. And so all four of them go to a sandwich place, and Itaru is like, wow, like, am I gonna be okay? I'm surrounded by summer troop, which is really funny. It does turn out okay. Tenma does not turn out okay because he actually gets pickpocketed right in front of everyone. So everyone goes running after the guy that stole Tenma's shit, but Itaru can't run for very long because he's unfit. Oh my god, I have a note that says, you guys know that trend where people were like, we've never seen each other run at full speed? Itaru's run probably looks crazy. That's really funny. So they're running, and Itaru's like, oh my god, I can't run anymore. And Misumi's like, no worries, I'll just carry you. So he like throws him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and Itaru is like, oh my god, you should carry me bridal style, but okay, fine. Which just gave me New Carnival flashbacks. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, you should go watch my videos. So they're all running after this guy. Well, 3 of them are running. Itaru's being carried. Like in the video games, oh my god. So Misumi's carrying, and they lose sight of the guy. So Itaru's like, oh my gosh, at this next intersection, Misumi turn right, Tenma and Kazunari should keep going straight, and we'll be able to pincer him at the art museum. And everyone's like, what the fuck, how do you know that? And he's like, the map, like one of the maps for my game is in this area, so I was playing the game on the plane so I could memorize the streets, which is so iconic. So they follow his instructions. Sure enough, they get to the art museum right before that guy does, and Homare happens to be standing right outside, like he's just showing up waiting for Misumi, and the fucking dude tries to make one last run for it, and they're like, Homare, get him! And Homare misunderstands and thinks that this guy is just like some huge fan of his, so he's like, oh, this guy wants a hug, like he loves me so much, so he fucking hugs the guy super tight, and then they're able to get Tenma's shit back. But alas, after all this commotion, it is past the museum's closing time, and they can't actually go in, so they're like, aw. And then while they're all sad about this, they realize that if the museum's closed, that means it's really close to the time that they need to be at the airport, which none of them were paying attention to because, obviously, Sakyo was right, and some of these guys are just too unpredictable. So, Homare's like, well, no worries, I already called a taxi, and then Tenma is like, oh my god, that would be great, except that there's like 5 of us, and we're not all gonna fit in the damn taxi. So, Misumi is like, dude, no worries. You guys get in the taxi. I'll carry Itsuru to the airport. So they run back to the airport. Itsuru being carried once again. We get the world's most important CG of all time. I mean, just look at them. Bro. Oh my god, I can't, it's like sickening. They're so cute. Well, on the run back, Itsuru talks about how he made some good memories on this trip and that it's been a long time since he was overseas. And Misumi is like, oh my gosh, you've been overseas before? And he's like, yeah, like we all went on a family trip once when I was little. And Misumi's like, man, I've never been on a trip like this because I was always left behind up until now. And Itsuru's like, aw, like Misumi has circumstances. And then Misumi says, that's why I had a really good time today and I'm happy that Itsuru came along too. And Itsuru says he had a lot of fun today too. And then they kiss. Not really, but they do. They have their cute little moment, they kiss, they hold hands, whatever. They make it back to the airport just a little bit late, but it's fine. Except that actually it's not fine because Tenma is lost. Excuse me. Tenma and Squad made it to the airport in the taxi, but then they were like, okay, Misumi and Itsuru aren't here yet, so we're gonna like run to whatever. Tenma gets lost in the airport, and then he gets back late enough that they almost don't make it on the plane, but they do make it on the plane and it's actually fine, but it was stressful, so he's being punished by having to wear the bunny onesie from before on the entire plane ride back. And Itsuru, this time, since he doesn't have to wear the fucking thing and be embarrassed, he's taking pictures of Tenma, so he's like in the plane like, Tenma, over here, and Tenma's like, oh, fuck you, alright? Just because you don't have to wear it this time doesn't mean you get to bully me. The epilogue for this one is everyone back at the dorms reviewing the pictures they took. So Taichi sees the picture of Tenma in the like onesie, and he's like, honestly, I thought Tenma just liked those and he wore them in his downtime, and Tenma's like, absolutely not, are you insane? And then they see a picture that Misumi and Itsuru took together, like in front of some random triangle in an alleyway or something. And Suzuru's like, wow, how rare of Itsuru to go out. And Bonri is like, I was sure he would be in his room playing games the whole time. And Itsuru says, I'm a man who can do what needs to be done when the time comes, you know. And Kazunari is like, okay, but Sumi was carrying you around. And then Itsuru says, when Misumi and Itsuru are in the same unit, the special skill carry like rice sack will be activated and our speed will increase. He's the rice sack. Then Matsukawa shows up and he's all sad because he didn't get to go, and he's like, it looks like you guys had so much fun, but I didn't get to go, I've been here depressed. But then Izumi's like, oh, here's the stuff you wanted. So they got him like a band CD and some merch, and Sakuya is like, we didn't know anything about bands, so Masumi taught us about them. And Masumi is like, I just did my research because I knew Izumi was gonna have to buy stuff. Okay. Then a few other people also give Matsukawa stuff. They're like, yeah, we actually also like bought you a few things. And he's like, oh my god, guys, like, wait, that's crazy. He's like, I'm so thankful. And Kazunari is like, we're thankful for you too. And then Matsukawa is like, next time I'll just use Sakyo's secret savings to go on a trip. Which is so funny, he knows about Sakyo's secret savings. So yeah, that's the end of the thing. Some rare Matsukawa personality and some rare Matsukawa appreciation from the squad, which is cool. I feel like justice for Matsukawa, like he's always just shit on. So moving on to the next one. Oh my god, this one's bruh. This one's top 10 major brus. I'm gonna sit on this ledge. I don't even know if these are windows. Like, what the fuck am I even looking at? Yeah, listen, I didn't have any better options for backgrounds for this. Just trust me. But thankfully, this section of the video is going to be like 30 seconds long because I actually don't care about this event at all. Which is like rough. Like, that's tough for me to say because I love this game. But this event was, it's called Try Shining Collab Stage. It was a collaborative event with another game by the same company that is now defunct. But like I read about it and I'm pretty sure it's just A3 but they're idols instead. So it's like kind of whatever, and like since I don't really care about those guys, I did not care about this event. But let's get started. The story starts with everyone watching some like idols in training on TV. So the guys in the other game aren't actually idols, they're like at an idol school. So again, kind of A3, like oh, we started from 0 experience, you have to grow us, you have to raise us, you know? But these guys are all, like, they happen to see these other dudes on TV, and they're like, wow, like, idols are so cool, like, whatever. And Sakyo says that even though they don't do musicals, there's some theaters that still do, like, song and dance in their plays, if it has, like, plot relevance. So he's like, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for us to consider that in the future. He's like, Izumi, you should be paying attention to these idols too, like, we gotta lock in, whatever. And then randomly after this, a few different pairs of Monkai guys go out for various reasons of their own, but they all go out at the same time, and they end up accidentally crowding around the entrance to some building that they've never been to before. It's this building, I would assume. So the guys in question are Sakuya, Masumi, Taichi, Yuki, Homare, and Hisoka. Of course, the place they're crowding around is the idols training school. The idols are called Aichus, I think. Like, so that's why it says, whoops, that's why it says Aichu on the thing. Because also that's what the game is called. I don't know. Listen, like I said, I just kind of don't care. They go inside because Masumi was like doing some weird freak shit about Izumi, and he's like, it's in here, and everyone's like, no, it's not, like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, it's in here. And so they go into the building, and everyone's like, dude, we're literally trespassing, and he's like, it's fine. And then of course they get caught, and these people are like, what the fuck, like, what are you doing in here? But the guy that finds them, his name is Seiya, I think is how you pronounce it, but he is, I believe, the main character of he's like the Sakuya of Aichu, I think. So he's like, oh my gosh, wait, you're actors, like, from Monkai Company, right? Like, I have a favor to ask you. So he brings them to a room of other, like, idols in training, and he's like, these guys, like, you should teach us how to do skits so we can do skits at our shows. And so the idol guys all introduce themselves, and they're basically like 1-to-1 copies of the 6 characters from Monkai that happen to be at this place, which also confuses me. Like, why would you make another game with the same carbon copy characters? Like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. So they officially ask the squad to help them, like, learn how to act. And so the guys, of course, are like, well, I guess we have no choice since we trespassed into the building, which is kind of fair. So they agree to help, and then it's time for them to lock in. They're locking in. I'm kind of locked out, and I honestly can't really find my keys, but whatever. So they teach the idols some improv tips, and the idols are like, we should do something to repay you guys. And Sakuya thinks back to how Sakyo was saying that they should learn how to sing and dance, maybe, for the future. And so Sakuya is like, oh, you could teach us about what you do a little bit. And they're like, okay. And then suddenly the principal of the school shows up, and he's like, how about you guys actually be idols for a day on the actual stage, live, in front of an actual real audience? And everyone's like, what? So it turns out the principal was looking for an opener for their next concert. So now the Monkai guys are going to be the opener, and they have to come back all the time for practice so that they can learn how to be idols well enough to go on stage for the show. So they practice more, you know, I don't know, we cut to like several days later, / the current day / the next day, I don't know. And the principal comes in to check on their situation. But when he comes in, he says, bonjour, I'll be intruding, which is so funny. Definitely stealing that, definitely keeping that for myself. So he watches their practice, kind of Yuzo style, and he's like, oh my god, you guys fucking suck. And he's like, you definitely cannot go on stage like this, like you're ass. And he gives Sakuya some specifically, like, pointed feedback for whatever reason, and Sakuya then, okay, like, we're just gonna, I guess my microphone doesn't like this event either. Anyway, so Sakuya then is like kind of sad because he's like, oh my god, like maybe I'm Flop City. So he goes to like pout, and not really pout, but like he's having like a classic A3, like like one character who's upset about something is gonna go sit outside by themselves and ponder moment. So Seiya comes outside to find him, and he gives Sakuya a pep talk. And Sakuya is talking about how he's like worried he's not good enough to be the center for the performance. But Seiya is like, if you're scared, just think about how you're up there with all your friends and you can support each other and whatever. And so he tells Sakuya some of his lore and how he came to find his footing as an idol. And Sakuya is like, okay, I have the motivation now. Let's do it. Let's do it for real. So we cut to the day of the show, and they go on stage, but the sound stops working right at the beginning of the song. So Sakuya just starts doing it a cappella style, and everyone follows his lead, and they manage to pull it together until the sound comes back. After they do their song, the actual idols do their performance, and then they come back on stage to sing the final song all together. And then afterwards they're all like saying their goodbyes and talking about how they had so much fun, and the Aichu guys were like, oh my god, you were so cool, like doing it a cappella, like that's crazy, blah blah blah. And then the epilogue for this one is later they're all back home and the next show comes on, like the dude, shut up, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? They're all back home and they're watching TV, and the idol guys come back on again, and it's like one of their other shows or something. But Seiya like looks at the camera and he says something, and he's like, the show must go on, which is what Sakuya always says and what Sakuya had told him about. So Sakuya's like, oh my god, like he's talking to me, like that's so cool. And so he thinks like we should meet up again in the future or whatever. They don't, but you know. And then that's the end of that event, and I can get down off this ledge. Oh my god. Hello, welcome to Merry Christmas. So yeah, welcome to Merry Christmas, Mr. Blooming. This is the Christmas event 2017. As you can tell, I am sitting on their cake because get fucked. So this event starts with Izumi calling an all-company meeting, and everyone has no idea why. So Taichi is like, oh my god, like did they find out that I was the one who taught Kamakichi to sing that annoying song or something? And he's like, guys, I'm sorry, it was me, I'm just gonna confess. And Juza is like, I'm sorry too, I ate the last jelly in the fridge. And Muku is like, oh my god, I'm sorry too. And everyone's like, wait, did you do something? And he's like, well, I don't think so, but I might have. Which is so good. The meeting, of course, no one's actually in trouble. It's just to announce a Christmas fan meeting that they're holding, because Sakyo, first of all, wants to repay all the fans' kindness for supporting them throughout the year, but also wants to make money. So they explain to the squad that they're gonna do a fan meet, and they're gonna do some mixed troupe like plays at the Mankai Theater. So Matsukawa comes around with a box that everyone should pull from to decide which team they're going to be on. So there's 4 teams. Team A is Suzuru, Kazunari, Citron, Taichi, and Homare. Team B is Tasuku, Itaru, Tenma, Omi, and Muku. Team C is Yuki, Banri, Azuma, and Sakyo, which you'll notice only has 4 people instead of 5. That's because Matsukawa fucked up the box. But Sakyo is like, whatever, it's fine. Like, we already pulled the things. We'll just have 2 teams that are not correct. Whatever, who cares? So Team D is everyone else, which would be Sakuya, Masumi, Misumi, Juza, Sumugi, and Hisoka. You'll notice every single time there's an event, there's 6 people in it. That's because that's the amount of cards that they always do for the events. But anyway, each team is supposed to write their own play. Suzuru is not allowed to write anything, even for his team, so other people have to write stuff. And the theme is Christmas, but otherwise they're allowed to just do whatever they want, and then they're going to perform them all at the fan meet. So Team D, which is the team that we're focusing on because there's 6 people in it, yada yada, they decide to go with kind of an approach where everybody gets to choose some aspect of the story because they couldn't think of any great ideas right off the bat, so they're like, okay, we'll just kind of all add something and then it'll somehow become a story later. We find out that Team A is doing like a reindeer party theme, Team B is doing a shoujo manga type thing at Muku's request, and Team C right now has no ideas because it's just Sakyo and Yuki arguing over the costume budget. And then we cut back to Team D, who is still having a hard time coming up with coherent ideas because everybody on this team has such different vibes. So Sumugi is like, okay, well, what if we all just go around and say like some unforgettable memories we have from Christmas or something? And Hisoka is like, well, I don't have none because I forgore. And Sakuya is like, well, I don't have none because I'm an orphan. Misumi and Masumi both are like, yeah, I kind of don't super have anything either because of my parents sucking. So it's not looking great in this area, but Juza decides to step up and share a memory that he has. His memory is that he was looking forward to getting chocolates from the mall Santa, but when he got the chocolates, he couldn't actually eat them right then for some reason, and then he came down with the flu, so he decided that as soon as he was healthy again, he would definitely eat the chocolates right away, but by the time he was healthy, they had melted because they were sitting next to the heater for some reason, and he's like, I still remember how shocked I was and how sad. So this reminds Masumi of a memory he actually has. He doesn't say who the memory is with, but he says that in this memory he has with this unspecified person, the two of them were splitting a chocolate cake, but Masumi said he didn't need any, which he meant to say like, I don't need it so you can have my piece, as like a generous thing, but he accidentally made it sound like he didn't like it or didn't want it or wasn't appreciative of it, and so he's like, I still felt guilty about it later, like I felt so bad all the way through New Year's. Tsumugi, being the perceptive and also good memory-having guy that he is, remembers Masumi mentioning his grandma before at the fireworks show, so he deduces that this memory is probably with his grandma. And then Tsumugi shares a memory from high school where him and Tasuku were gonna be in like a Christmas-themed play at a restaurant nearby that one of his friends worked at, so they were like trying to help them out, but it snowed really bad on the night before, so the paths there were all very slippery, and so Tsumugi accidentally slipped on his way and dropped the costumes in the mud, and they had no time to clean any of it, so they ended up having to change the plot of the play so it was like somehow fit the dirty disgustingness of the costumes last second, which is insane. And then Misumi's like, oh, I actually have a Christmas memory too. It's of one time where I was making paper airplanes by myself and my grandpa came in dressed as Santa, and I was like, are you in a play as Santa now? And my grandpa was like, what are you talking about? No, I am Santa, like, no. And then he gave me a bunch of presents, which is really cute. I love like Misumi's autism, where he's like, he never believed in Santa. He's like, come on, like, what am I, stupid? What do you think I am? What do you take me for? Sakuya is now the only person who hasn't shared anything other than Hisoka, who has no memories in the first place. But Sakuya is like, yeah, I can't really think of anything. Like, I don't really have anything. And then they're like, okay, well, that's fine. And then they try to think of ideas, and somehow they do sort of glean some sort of idea for their play from this whole thing. And then we cut to like the next day, where Sakuya comes across a cat in the courtyard and he wonders what species it is, and Hisoka is like, who also happens to be there, is like, it's a Russian blue probably. So Sakuya is like, okay, Hisoka, can I tell you something? And he's like, sure. And Sakuya tells him that he does actually have a Christmas memory, but it's not a happy one, and he didn't really want to remember it, so he didn't tell everyone yesterday, but he feels bad now because he feels like he lied, since he said that he couldn't think of anything, but he was thinking of something. So Hisoka is like, well, you don't need to feel guilty because like everyone has a past that they would rather not remember, but if you feel the need to talk about it, then you should, and like everyone will listen to you. So we cut to their next meeting. Sakuya tells everyone at the beginning of the meeting, like, guys, I actually lied, like I do actually have one. So his sad Christmas memory is of seeing a TV program where they were talking about how Santa like brings gifts to children that are good and children that like help out a lot or whatever. Sakuya was like, oh my god, like I really want Santa to visit me, like I look up to Santa, he's cool. So he started like helping out a lot and hoping that he would get presents, but then of course he did not get shit on Christmas. And he says that still to this day he's never been visited by Santa, which is so hilarious. Of course Sakuya would still believe in Santa. So Misumi is like, well then we should do a play where Sakuya gets a lot of presents. And everyone is like, yeah, that's a great idea. So then they lock in and they iron out the rest of the details about the script, and then they get to practicing finally. And we find out, this is like not really relevant, but it is funny, that Tsumugi is playing the villain, and the villain's name is just Black Santa, which is like really, they were like, all right, we're gonna do racism Santa, and then we're gonna do, but his whole thing is that he brings people sweets, but they're actually really bitter. Oh no, you've been hit by Black Santa. Oh no, like it's just what? Really funny concept. So after their practice sesh, Izumi tells them that she's gonna make gingerbread, so they decide to help. and everyone makes some gingerbread together, which is cute and classic. And then we just cut to the day of the fan meet when everyone's doing their shows. Everyone does their shows, like not much goes on. Right before it's time for them to go up, they can't find Hisoka. So they find out that he's outside in the snow for some reason, and he comes back in and everyone's like, dude, what? Like, are you okay? Like, you're gonna catch a cold. And he's like, no, it's fine, whatever. So then everyone else does their plays first, and then it's time for Team D to go. They do their play pretty well, except Hisoka freezes for a second. Not literally, but like, he freezes solid for a moment, and then, you know, they have to save him with, they have to call an ambulance. No, he like freezes up and forgets his line or something for a second, so, Sakuya, like, helps, you know, does the classic, like, ooh, I'll improv to fix it. It was a scene where he was giving Hisoka gingerbread, and I do think that comes up again later in the story, but not in this event. Like, I don't really know, but I have a vague memory of that, so that's why I'm mentioning it. So, of course, Sakuya saves the day. They're able to finish the play without any more incidents, and then after they get back from the fan meet, they're back at the dorms. Sakuya goes to find Hisoka, who is now, like, outside in the cold in the courtyard again, and he gives him the gingerbread that they used as props in the show, because when they were actually making the gingerbread, Hisoka, like, fell asleep, so he never actually got to eat any of it. And then Hisoka gives Sakuya a stocking, which is also something they had as a prop for the show, but he says that if Sakuya hangs it up, Santa might come for Christmas. And so Sakuya is like, oh my gosh, really? Like, I love Santa. Like, I want Santa to come visit me. Oh my gosh. So he hangs it up and he's like all excited. And then Hisoka is like, well, like, surely Santa will come because you're a good boy, which is cute platonically. Like, Hisoka's being nice, he's not being weird. And then the epilogue is Sakuya wakes up on Christmas Day, and there is a gray cat plushie in the stocking. He's like, oh my god, Hisoka, Santa was here, like, Santa was here, oh my gosh. Of course it was Hisoka, it was not Santa, but it's so cute, and Hisoka's like, wow, like, congrats, like, Merry Christmas. Oh my god, it's like, what the fuck? What the freak? That's the end of that one. Moving on to the next one, yay, the last event of the year. Alright, hey, welcome back to the locked room, except this time it's just a regular storage room because, yeah, that happens, I guess. This event, it's called Everyone's Old Year, New Year. So the story starts with everyone talking about who's going to be at the dorms versus who's going home for New Year's. So the people staying at the dorms are Izumi, Citron, Sakuya, Tenma, Misumi, Masumi, Azuma, and Hisoka. And then Matsukawa says that they should hold a year-end party with a talent show, and the talent show would have prizes and stuff. And he's like, I'm gonna organize it. So everyone's like, oh, like, the prizes are probably gonna suck ass. But they're all like, yeah, okay, like, we'll do it, I guess. And Juza randomly is like, oh, so Bonri's gonna do that thing where you draw a face on your stomach and, like, talk with it, huh? And Bonri's like, who the fuck would do that? When the fuck did I say that? And Juza's like, so you can't? And Bonri's like, I definitely can, but who the fuck is going to? And Sakuya was like, okay, we can have a party and a talent show and stuff, but before that, we have to do the great annual Monkai dorm cleanup. So he says that whoever doesn't clean enough has to do the fucking belly dancing thing at the talent show. So everyone gets locked in. That's why I'm in the storage room, okay, because they were cleaning the storage room. And while they were cleaning the storage room, actually, Matsukawa found an old fucked up cardboard box, and he was like, oh my god, it's the secret treasured Monkai Company cardboard box. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? That looks like a box full of garbage. And he's like, no, it's treasure. It's treasure. And so he decides that this is gonna be the prize for the talent show. So clearly he just had no prizes because he's poor. Masumi, of course, wants to join the talent show because he wants Izumi to fall in love with him again, and he thinks this is a time that he can do just whatever, classic Masumi weird shit. But he can't think of what to do for the talent show. So Azuma, the mischievous little fucker that he is, tells Masumi that he'll help produce an act for him, but he's like, it would be better if you did it in a pairing because everyone else seems to be going up in pairs. Then Omi is like, oh, maybe Juza should do it because Juza wants to win some of the Kamakichi sweet buns that Matsukawa has also decided are part of the prize. which remember those kamakichi buns are like disgusting and Juza's the only person who eats them anyway, so he doesn't have to win them at all, but he's going to anyways because he's silly. Juza is like, okay, like, yeah, let's pair up. So we end up with a kind of producer squad helping with their act, which is Azuma, Omi, Yuki, and Citron. They decide that the secret talent should be something that like shows a different appearance than usual, like makes them seem more sexy or something. But they get interrupted by Izumi showing up to ask them to help get food and decorations at the store for the party. So they go do that, and then on the way back, they run into fucking Aaron from the Night Walk, who is still mad that they won, and so he challenges them in the street to an etude battle, like just in the middle of the street, everyone's trying to do holidays, and he's like, actually, we need to have an act off right now. We need to have an act off right now in the streets. And of course they pull the classic, well, he challenged us in public, so we have no choice. So they do it. They obviously win, and then they go to head home, but Citron is like, oh my gosh, I forgot to say Happy New Year to the auntie back at the store, so he runs off. He's like, I'll be right back. And then Omi decides to actually go after him because he noticed that Citron actually might have lost something, because there was something, like Citron was looking around or whatever. So Omi catches up to him, and he's like, did you lose something, or like what's going on? And Citron's like, actually, yeah, like I brought this amulet from my home country and I don't know where it is anymore. So Omi says that they'll look around and definitely find it, which they do. Omi ends up finding it, and Citron is like, oh my gosh, like thank you so much, like I got this from someone special and like I can't lose it, which this will come back next year. They get back and Citron offers to help Omi cook for the party because like as a thank you. So we get a cute CG of them cooking together. They start talking about their siblings, and we find out that Citron has 3 younger siblings and they're all named after fruits, which actually I don't remember if he mentions that they're all named after fruits here, but they are all named after fruits. And then he's like, yeah, when I can finally go back to my home, like I'll get to see them again, but they probably don't want to see me. And Omi's like, what? Like, you good? And Citron's like, oh, nothing, haha, oops, nothing. So we cut to the party starting. Matsukawa has prepared a 30-minute speech, but as soon as he starts talking, everyone's like, oh my god, shut up, like we just want to, like who cares, we just want to have the party. So he's like, no, like my speech. Like I said, justice for Matsukawa. His speech started with him being like talking about how he joined Mankai and how much it meant to him, and they cut him off like, what are you guys talking about? That's your jam. You guys do this fucking heartfelt shit all the time and it means significant things to you guys, but then when he tries to do it, he's lame and cringe. Hypocritical. Literally sickening. But anyways, they do their talent show, which specifically had the theme of hidden talents. So obviously none of them were like acting or whatever, it was all like hidden talents. Juza and Masumi's one ended up being flair bartending, so like the shit where it's all tricks and they're tossing bottles and whatever, but with no alcohol because both of them are underage. I forgot about this, but when they start, they're doing it like kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but they start going and Bonri is like, Juza's lust is showing too much here, which is classic Bonri thinking about Juza's lust. Like, just, they of course end up winning, which is so weird. Like, in what world would everybody be like, yeah, the horny bartender guys are taking home the prize? What? Like, at the fucking company Christmas party, company New Year's party? But they win, and then Juza gets the kamakichi buns, and Masumi gets whatever's in the fucking box. They open it, it is a box of trash, basically, but there's a daruma in it, which Masumi says he'll take as his prize, and he's like, I'll fill the eyes together with Izumi. So he's being weird as per usual, but yeah. And then the epilogue is just the people who stay at the dorm on actual New Year's. They like watch some TV together and they're like chilling and talking about, wow, New Year's, like it's been a whole year of stuff and wow. And then we get a little taste of the Mankai group chat because several people who aren't at the dorms are texting to be like, oh, like I'm, you know, here's the haps. Like, I think I remember Bonri being like, oh, my sister's fucking bullying me at Christmas or whatever at the fucking family thing. I keep saying Christmas. It's not Christmas. It's almost Christmas in real life though, being that it is what? October 16th. So I got Christmas on the mind. Anyway, so they're texting a little bit, which is cute. And I do think that it's really adorable that the guys, like, they literally live together all the time. Like, they see each other constantly. And the 1 day or 2 days that they go home to visit their families, they're still taking time out of their, like, family parties to text in the group chat, which is cute. And then the clock hits midnight, and so everyone's like, oh, we should jump, like, right when the year changes. So they all decide to jump right when the clock strikes midnight. And then that's the end of that event and the end of the whole year of events and main story. Woo! This courtyard area kind of gives Jack Gian. Alright, well, like I said, that's kind of a wrap on that. I don't really know what to say in my outro because I said so much in the intro. But I hope you enjoyed this video. Hopefully it was good. For some reason, the whole time I was recording this, I feel like I've lost my touch, which is crazy because when I was making the new carnival videos, I didn't have a touch. Like, I was just I was goofing. And I didn't think anyone would watch them. But now it's been long enough since I recorded a big video like this that I'm like, I fell off. You were never on. You were never on. So it's like awkward to record now for some reason. But yeah, I don't know. I think I still have a Ko-Fi that exists. I'm gonna try to remember to link that in the description if anyone wants to send me money for fun. Otherwise, I really have nothing to say. The only thing is though, I should make a disclaimer. When I made the original New Carnival videos, I did all 3 of the first ones at the same time. So when I uploaded the first one, I already had the next 2 like pretty much done. And I did that because I was like, I don't want to take the risk of finishing the first one and then like a bunch of people see it and they're like, oh my gosh, you have to make the next ones, and then I never make the next ones because I just lose motivation. So this time I'm not doing that. I don't have anything else made. I'm just like doing these as I go. So, you know, I have my big plans of I'm gonna do it by year until I get to the years where the events aren't translated, but like I might not. I might just fully fall off. So that's my warning of don't expect anything. Don't expect me to do anything, you know? This channel is monetized, but like I'm not trying to do this for my career, so it's really not that serious to me. My upload schedule is never going to be consistent. I'm never going to force myself to make videos if I don't want to. So that's why like 75% of the stuff that I've told you guys I was going to make, I have not made it because it sounded fun at the time. And then I just never felt like making it, so I didn't. So just anytime that I promise anything on this channel, it's a false promise, which sucks, but like that's just how it goes. I don't know, sorry. Otherwise, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. So this is the outro. Slay. Thanks, guys. Love you.